about my food thing.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the JYCT podcast. I am your host, Raymond McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
And the cantankerous Kaiser Shonen.
Okay, I vaguely heard of that word, but I forgot what that one means. But yeah,
that's the best part about all these.
Yep.
Cantankerous, bad-tempered.
You're the bad-tempered one. I am the slightly spicy one.
You know what? You can keep thinking that anyway.
We actually already have a super chat. Seaweed says, tip really? For lurking as I drive while listening tonight. Happy New Year's, team. Yes, thank you. Happy New Year's, everyone. Oh, this is going to be a bit of a two-part type of stream, or should I say like with the one, it's not like two parts, just like two facet. One, we got a video to cover like we normally do, but it's also a New Year's celebration. So wherever you are in the world, every hour or so. So actually, I don't know whose New Year's it is right now. Is it across the pond? Is it our friends over in England? No, I didn't because
it's over in England right now. It should be New Year's because I got a message from a friend of mine from there before the stream.
Yeah.
See, we're not going to get to my New Year's because we're going to be ending the stream by then.
We might not even get to like my New Year's. I don't know. This is a 40-minute video, and I can see that they've already changed the title from what it was originally, which I find fascinating.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, if you scroll down, or I put it in the, I don't know if it's on yours, but I'll scroll down. The original name of this video was The Gentrification of Anime Romance. And they changed it to The Writing of Masculine Romance, of Anime Romance. Mm-hmm. And it's like, that's an interesting change. Joining you from India, it's 5:30 a.m. here. Why are you up at 5:30 a.m. watching us?
Holy shit!
Like, I'm not saying you should leave. I'm very happy to have you here, but are you okay? Is this a cry for help?
Look,
to be fair,
they have sleeping issues like I do, where I go to bed at like 11 at night, and then I wake up at 3 in the morning.
I just hate the idea that there are some who are morning people, huh?
I cannot understand the concept of morning people. I'm sorry. Like, my night owl nature is just too strong.
Having lived my life
supremacist,
forced to wake up usually around 6 or 7 a.m. to go to school every single day for almost my entire life. The minute that in college I started having classes that were only in the afternoon and I could actually sleep in was so goddamned nice.
No, I know the feeling, yeah.
Oh god, like when I was in high school though, because I had my sleep disorder, it just was more controlled back then. I was not fully functional as a human being until after lunchtime. And unfortunately, that was when the majority of school was almost over.
Yep.
Especially because, well, actually, no. We were of the children who had an extra half an hour of school, but then we had a 3-day weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I think math-wise I would have probably preferred.
Yeah.
Probably.
Unfortunately, they didn't keep that up not very long after I graduated because they said literally the only thing that was doing was saving money. It wasn't actually doing anything for children's schooling, like their grades or anything like that. So they got rid of it.
Wait. Was it actively detrimenting them? That would be the question.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't actively detrimenting them, but it was also saving them money, it's like, okay, while it hasn't improved anything in the educational sense, it has improved our economic sense. So it might be worth keeping around.
I can't quite remember what the study said because I didn't look too deeply into it, but I think that they said that the benefits were not enough to justify it or something like that.
Oh.
Which is a shame because I very much enjoyed a 3-day weekend and having to actually like recuperate from the week.
Yeah.
But yes. Again, waiting for people to kind of just come on in. I don't really know what kind of numbers to expect on this. We have 46 people watching currently, which is actually kind of more than I thought. We're because like, oh yeah, it's New Year's. People won't be with their families and stuff. I ate New Year's dinner with my family downtown. It was very lovely. But like, you know, it also left me in a bit of a coma, but you know, that's, you know, neither here nor there.
Yeah. If he falls onto his keyboard at any point during the stream, guys, that's going to be why.
You know, I don't think I've ever fallen asleep at my desk before. I don't know if that's ever happened.
No time like the present.
No time like the present.
Thunk.
I'm gonna be, I think technically when New Year's rolls around, I'm gonna be alone because my whole family goes to bed very early. And so yeah, they don't celebrate at the appropriate time anymore. My family celebrates New Year's and then goes to bed at like 9:00.
I thought my sister was going to be mad at me. She was like, oh, you know, Raymond, what are you doing tomorrow? And I was like, well, we're having a stream. And I was like, oh God, here it comes. She's going to be like, oh, you're not going to spend New Year's with us? But then she's like, oh, you're actually, you know, 12 is actually pretty late. I'm gonna she's like realizing that staying up till midnight is not appealing to her anymore.
Might be a little late.
And I'm like, oh, M3D manifesting a stream talking about mouth-washing the video game in the future. That's an interesting prospect. That I don't know if Twi would enjoy that game.
It's a horror
game.
Right? I described like the core conceit, the core storyline to her, and it's just it's actually really not that scary as a horror game. It's just like the topic matter is just really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Halloween stream opportunity? Maybe.
Yeah. Raymond has come to know that I am a big weenie when it comes to being scared and stuff, and I have no idea where it came from. Like, it just, being scared of literally everything has just crept up on me over the years for absolutely no reason.
Maybe you were Weenie Hut Juniors in your past life.
Unknown XL, only true bros don't like Jimmy. And that's everyone. No one, everyone's a true bro. No one likes Jimmy. Everyone fucking hates Jimmy. So when is Twilight going to do a stream of Silent Hill 2? You know, in all honesty, I actually think she could probably survive the original, not the remake, though. The remake is a lot more like, has a lot more like jump scare stuff heavy. Whereas I think the original is a lot softer in many regards.
I'll tell you right now. I have been scared by non-horror video games before. Like, I've literally screamed in voice chat before playing a dinosaur simulation game. And I got surprised when a Tyrannosaurus Rex just spawned behind me.
I'm liking all these suggestions. People are like, when are we going to see her play the mortuary assistant or Alien Isolation? What I love, Alien Isolation is probably not, but Mortuary Assistant I find really amusing because, like, after a while, especially after watching, like, I think it was Jacksepticeye or Markiplier playing it, like, one of the best parts about a horror game is getting used to the scares and just becoming nonchalant about it. And it's just like, you walk into the room with all the different cremation doors or like where you store the bodies, and they're all like flapping erratically. They're like making this huge racket because the poltergeist, and you're just like, Frank, Frank, what have I told you? I put all those doors back the way you better put them back where I put them, Frank. And you just start getting like fed up with it and just like start treating it like a coworker. That's just fucking with you. It's great. That's how I cope with a lot of horror. It's just like, fucking hell. Halo flood levels. I have actually been trying to convince Twi, not really hard, I just kind of brought it up. Like, maybe we play a couple of first-person shooters, and Halo was on the list. But that's something I would have to ease her into, I think. That's not a drop-in kind of gameplay for her.
Yeah, I'm not really an FPS person. So,
I mean, same here. Until recently, I've started playing Ultra Kill, which is like an indie first-person shooter game.
Dude, I love first-person shooters. I cannot play Ultra Kill to save my life. Like, I can live with it, but it's so fast. It's so fucking fast.
Yeah, it's very fast, and it's very like parry heavy.
Yeah.
Compared to, I would imagine most other first-person shooter games. Imagine that this is the very first-person shooter game that you're trying to play from beginning to end. That's me, because I don't really play those. My older brother likes playing them. He likes Call of Duty and that stuff. But
I like the Ultra Kill memes. They're nice.
Oh, I haven't seen the memes yet. I'm very late to the party, guys. I've always wanted to play the game, but I just haven't had the chance to. I saw this really good 3D animation of like one of the fights, though.
God, it's going to be such a long way off because I'm still like only 1/4 of the way through recording my MHA script. But weirdly enough, one of the hentai visual novels I want to cover actually has a tether to Ultra Kill, and it's the wildest fucking thing in the world, and it's one of the reasons I want to cover the hentai visual novels in the first place. It is, quite frankly, one of the things. I was playing this thing, and I almost fell the fuck out of my seat, like, when this moment happened, and it almost broke my fucking brain. Like, I was like, wait a minute! I know that! Why is that here? What? And yeah, no, that's a bit of a spoiler for down the line. I do have some hentai visual novels I plan to cover.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like you mentioned that like a few times throughout.
Yeah. Kaiser actually crashed. He can't handle it, man. The Mega Man X games are so sexless.
The degeneracy is just beyond measure. Hold on just a sec. I'll restart Discord real quickly, and then we can get started.
I'm just gonna pretend like I didn't hear that. What's...
Look, a lot of romance games have a lot of spicy things in them, and sometimes they're only spice. They have little to no actual content that is consumptive, just spice.
Well, I mean, just the other day, what is it? I was reminded, and so I decided to sit down and watch it. Jay Longbone convinced a couple of people from EFAP, Mahler and Rags, to watch this film called 356. And yeah, Kaiser.
Fuck.
Have you heard about 356? Or have you died? Oh my God, Twilight, are you okay?
I
just... Did you slip?
I just... Sorry.
Oh, is it 365? Okay.
Yeah, it's 365. I was double hit with 2 bullets. One was being reminded that 365 exists, and also the thing that I was fiddling with bumped up against my table, and then a piece went flying.
Okay. Oh, God.
At the exact same time.
To catch people up, 365, or whatever the fuck it is, it's a series of novels that got adapted into films by Netflix, if I understand it correctly, that are basically just excuses for porn. Like, it's like, and they are beloved by middle-aged housewives across the world. Like, it's
right.
It's like, up there as like, it's the next level of 50 Shades of Grey, effectively.
Yeah, it's 50 Shades of Grey, but it's more like mob boss related rather than SNL.
And I would say like the visual novels that I want to cover have better writing across the board, including one that I consider borderline repulsive at points.
God, yeah. Like, I've been telling you guys for the past couple of weeks that I've been playing Otome, a lot longer than what I've been mentioning here, because I've been playing them for about 2 months and recording them all. But like they do get spicy, like not heavily explicit because they're on like my phone and the Apple Store doesn't allow like explicit content, but it toes the line.
They try.
Yeah, they try.
They try, yeah.
It toes the line as far as they can walk it. But like the writing of these is genuinely good. And you enjoy the non-explicit content as much as you enjoy the explicit content. But with 365, it's like you are literally just there for the explicit content. Everything else is
otherwise
just fluff.
None of it, nothing else about those movies really make any sense. And I would imagine the novels are even
for those interested, Jay Longbone, you can watch the censored version on YouTube or the uncensored version, but just Jay Longbone 365, you'll find the reactions.
Yeah, her reactions are fucking hilarious.
They are great. And like the best part about it is like Rags, who is in the video, he's a section where he's like, okay guys, listen, I am easily probably the most sexual person in the entirety of EFAP's cast. And even I am telling you to slow the fuck down and get to the plot. Because like there was literally, after like 10 minutes, or like the first like 10 minutes of the movie, he was like, oh my god, can we just get to some plot? Oh my god, and like another 10 minutes. Oh my god, can we get to some plot? Another 10 minutes. Oh my god, can we get to some plot? And then he had this whole breakdown over the fact that in the movie, they just would not eat the food. Like, it was just like a bunch of people having sex, going out, ordering food, and then not eating it.
You barely even get to see the food. He's all like, I'm so bored. I'm wondering what the food these guys are eating, but they're not even eating.
It was like his moment of like euphoria from it wasn't from any of the sex scenes. It was from watching someone actually put a piece of food in their mouth. He was like, oh my god, they're actually like, not only are they eating, they're dedicating an entire like scene to these people bonding and eating.
Yeah.
It was, I highly recommend it. It's an amazing amazing one. If you want to watch, again, censored is on YouTube, uncensored is on Rumble. Check it out. It's hilarious. Oh god, there's a scene where it's like the girl wakes up and she looks under the sheets and the guy is just there between her legs.
I forgot.
And it's like a hard cut.
Oh my god.
It's like a hard cut, like it's a jump scare.
Is that a dream sequence?
It's a dream sequence, but it's like a like oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh, we might have to have a reaction to that series.
Oh,
that would be hilarious. Phantom of the Night.
It would probably have to be edited, wouldn't it?
Oh, heavily. Phantom of the Night says everyone's first New Year's resolution should be to watch Hundreds of Beavers. Funniest thing I've seen all year, and it's free to watch on YouTube. I think I've heard of that. I have know nothing about it.
I have never heard of that.
What happened to the first 99 Beavers?
And is there a
hundreds of beavers, not the first 100?
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
well,
with ads. Shall
we get into the actual meat of this stream, which is covering this video, formerly titled, apparently, The Gentrification of Anime Romance, but now called The Writing of Masculine Anime Romance.
Yes.
Right.
So I was curious how long the video was, so I just went on to the page. I didn't watch any of it, but I did read the description of it. And I was very confused after reading it because Ouran High School Host Club is on the thumbnail.
Yeah.
If you want,
and I have no idea why.
What the description says.
Oh, I don't think I have the tab open anymore. But the description was basically talking about how it is becoming more prevalent for anime to start gearing romance stories towards the male demographic rather than keeping to the female demographic. And I don't remember Ouran High School Host Club being geared towards men,
Yeah,
or really having that much of a male audience.
Maybe.
Actually, I found this. I found the description.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Hey, hi.
Okay.
Oh God.
Well, I was gonna say maybe he's using Oren as an example of like how it used to be.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I imagine. Hey, hi, hello. This is a video about anime, all caps. Specifically anime romantic comedies and how I love them. But also, anyone notice there are a lot of more boy-oriented romances anime. Like it's romance, whatever, typo. Anyway, that's new-ish. While I don't get into why I think this is the case, the reason is money, I do want to consider what exactly it means for romance to be for men, as opposed to the classic feminine romance. What writing tropes or techniques are used for the masculine audience? In this video, I explore that topic at length, discuss how it's different from the past, take a short breath. I think he left out H. To try and bring nuance to a very volatile topic, all caps, and try to explain why everyone should love anime romances. Hope you enjoy.
I don't like he uses a lot of all caps in that.
Well, there wasn't a whole lot. It's just like it's anime.
Well, using all caps at all in a description seems volatile. Weird. Like you, just that doesn't.
I do want to say before we get started with this that I find it very weird that romance that is geared towards a male audience is that big of a deal at all. Like, men like to fall in love. Men have fantasies like this. Like, I don't know why this has to be that big of a deal.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's...
like, I would imagine that'd be something like much more worth exploring as like a phenomena in, I don't know, around like, I don't know, 90s or early 2000s, where there are a lot more like different types of romances coming about.
Yeah,
but,
like specifically
it now, I don't know.
Specifically, they said that it's a volatile topic, which is why I brought that up, because I'm like, why does it have to be volatile?
Okay, well, now, first, the first thing is, I know there's a lot of people that have been complaining about some of the things that were in the thumbnail, which was like Komi-san and Kaguya. Well, not Kaguya. Kaguya seems to fall under the radar, but like Komi-san and My Dress Up Darling. Like those two seem to get a lot of hate. Also, Nagatoro gets a lot of hate for being like male fantasies of romance, as opposed to somehow like the
female fantasy that is romance.
Yeah, like that's where like I think this guy is maybe trying to stab at that. But it's weird to me because like the more interesting element of it to me is the one that he just kind of glossed over in his description as, oh, obviously they're doing it for money. It's like, no, wait, why is suddenly male geared romance stories? Why are they more profitable now? What has changed like socially to gear that? And like, I mean, there's a whole conversation topic there. Like in Japan, they have a massive declining birth rate. There's a huge push in society over people being and feeling alone constantly because they just don't have the time to dedicate the relationships. Like there's like a lot to explore there. And he just kind of brushed past it to focus, I guess, on the mechanics difference between male and female oriented romances.
I guess so.
I suppose that's not necessarily bad, depending on how he talks about it. The issue is that like the parts of the description and the title of the video make it seem much more monumental than it actually is. Because again, if you were talking about this, if you made this video like 20 years ago, okay, I can understand. We're like way past that, where we're getting like almost equal amounts of both shoujo anime and shonen romance anime.
Well, there's also like what gets me is like the original title was much more, I think, inflammatory in terms of that too.
Yes, I was just about to say, like it gives a get off my lawn, this is my territory vibes.
Which is weird because this is a guy.
Romance is a women's thing.
This is a guy, right? I'm pretty sure this is a dude.
Yeah, it's called. Yeah, his name. The guy's name is Superdude.
Yeah.
So.
And he has that cat for the profile
Not
pictures.
very
For everyone
super
curious
clear.
why there's a cat in the thumbnail, that was his profile picture.
Watchface says, on Twi's point, there are several romance authors who are men using female pseudonyms.
Yep.
That is true. That has actually been a thing in Japan specifically throughout most of history, because in Japan specifically, writing was a woman's thing.
Yep.
If men wanted to do a female task like writing, they had to use female pseudonyms.
Oh, Aries Archive was asking what the adorable little guy on your head is today.
Oh, it's Kenumon, which is a brand new Digimon that came out just this year.
He's based on an Irish stag or a Celtic stag, god, deity figure.
Celtic? The Celtic horned god of the forest.
Yes.
I think he's slightly mixed with the Shishigami of Japanese mythology, which is a horned elk or deer that has like very elaborate horn structures. Most famous, you saw it in Princess Mononoke as the god of the forest.
I was about to say, that sounded very familiar to that.
Yes, that is the Shishigami.
Also, the inverse of the FMA author. Oh, the FMA author used a male synonym? I didn't know that.
I don't remember. But I was going to say, do we want to maybe address what we think are going to be the points first? Or do we want to, in terms of like, what the difference between male and female romances would be, or things of that nature? Because like the one thing that was brought up by Phantom of the Night is that a massive amount of like doujin artists are actually women. It's like, it's like, do we want to maybe address the different ways the sexes consume not just romantic, but also like, sexual content as well? Like, because let's be clear here, male and female, we're all dirty. we just do it in different ways.
Sure.
Literally, Fujoshi means dirty woman. So
yeah. Like, do we want to try and address any of that, or do you want to just dive into the video and try and piece it out as it comes?
I feel like we belabored enough.
Okay.
So we should probably
be right back.
We can probably just jump in. Oh, okay. Well,
all right, so I guess we'll just chill here a little bit.
Yes, Hiromi Arakawa is her actual name. The credited author is Hiromu Arakawa. Oh, I thought Hiromu sounded feminine to me. Well,
dude, I have run into so many Japanese names. It's like, oh, that's obviously a woman's name. No, it's a dude. Oh, it's obviously a dude's name. Oh, it's a woman. It's like, I give up. I will figure it out when I meet them, unless it's very, very clearly. And even then, I'm not going to presume. It's like,
like to me, Hiromi and Hiromu both sound kind of feminine, but I don't know.
Shakespeare called it the beast with two backs for a reason. Yes, and that's why you get the abstract daddy in Silent Hill 2.
Sorry, my mother was calling me. Yeah, my mother was FaceTiming me, so I had to take that.
Alrighty, so are we ready to begin?
Yes.
Yep, all good.
Hello, I am Superdude, and I am back once again with something a little different to my norm, stepping away from the video game sphere to talk about animation. A form of storytelling I've always been fascinated in from childhood to now. I'm not sure why this was the case, but I was never really comfortable with shows that featured real people in them. No Sesame Street, no Drake and Josh, no Destroy, Build, Destroy... Okay, that one was a little bit fun. For me, from a very young age...
It's good you didn't miss out on that. That was a dark time in Cartoon Network.
Can the chat see the watch together? Because it looks black on my
end. I can see. I have the
Oh.
stream open on my phone, so yeah, they should be able to see it.
Yeah, they should be able to.
Oh, because it just looks black on my end. Oh, there it goes. How far?
Okay.
How far is it? Oh, that's why.
Let me put this over here.
Goodness gracious.
Yes, CN Real was. We didn't. All right, first, we don't never forget CN Real.
For some reason, even though that nothing had been touched, my stream had died and was at least a minute or two behind for some reason.
Classic
okay.
YouTube.
Yeah.
It was an animation all the way. Growing up in the middle of the forest, there weren't a lot of options in terms of kids programming, so we made sure to be up bright and early on the weekend for those mind-blowing weekend cartoons, since they were such
Oh,
a
you're my
luxury.
age.
But we weren't waking up early for Dragon Tales or Between the Lions. No, we were going for the big-ticket items. Sonic.
Hey, I like Between the Lions. You shut up.
Yeah, Between the Lions was fun.
Oh, dude, you're already stepping in it, man. Oh.
Wait, they're bringing CN real back. Fuck no, you gotta be joshing.
Right back at ya. My particular brand of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Whatever my sister was watching. And
Oh, Winx Club was also good.
Interesting. Does that tell us something about him a little bit?
I wonder.
Because like this is about the masculine romance, and Winx Club being so female oriented.
A couple of shows that would haunt me years later when I would see Sailor Moon and realize, oh, it's like that Mew Mew show. Because it turns out there's a name for that sort of show. This was my first encounter with something that would be with me for the rest of my life.
Wait.
Oh,
I'm so sorry your first experience with Sailor Moon was fucking Crystal. I'm sorry, man.
I was about to say, don't people hate that one?
I'm sorry that your first experience with Magical Girl anime was Mew Mew Power.
I mean, people love that one.
It'll be fun to learn that I have an ex that was really into Mew Mew Power.
No. There is a difference between Tokyo Mew Mew and Mew Mew Power.
Yep.
I'm sorry that your first experience with Magical Girl anime was the 4Kids dub of Tokyo Mew Mew, Mew Mew Power.
Anime. I was barely out of my diapers when I first started watching.
Wait. Whoa. Okay. So it wasn't the thing that I thought you were gonna connect was like, oh, the Sailor Moon show is like that Mew Mew Power show, but no. That was your experience with anime, not magical girls. I thought I was going magical girls.
Yeah, I feel like the timeline is fucked up. We created a time paradox.
Because you do realize that Sonic X is anime, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as you can tell with the kid who looks like fucking Sora.
Oh gosh, like maybe he is more like yours, like Raymond or Kaiser's age, and like, because I don't know, like
he might be between us.
Maybe because like I realized that there was a difference between Western cartoons and this strange animation style that looked very similar to each other long before that became a thing. Like by the time it had come about, like Foxbox and Kids WB and all of that, I was already well established in otaku culture.
Wait,
but
Sean Foldark, Thundercats wasn't anime. That was Western, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, they had some like Japanese animators on the show, but I'm pretty sure that was not anime.
I mean, it was a like. Let's be clear, anime is a very nebulous term, but typically it refers to because like even a lot of Western stuff today has overseas animators in like Korea and such, and that's actually there's a controversy about the nature of that kind of stuff, especially like Family Guy and the idea of like rush to shipping kind of animation stuff. But like typically it's the production company and where it's housed that determines what it's under.
Robbie Hughes says it was animated in Japan, but in America, and Sean Foldark says well, technically it was drawn in animation in Japan and Korea. But scripting was in the US.
Yeah, that's how a lot of animation is these days. So it's not really...
like Steven
because
Universe, for example.
It's cheaper to outsource to Asian countries to do animation. Rival says he admits that he'll be talking about romance anime from an American perspective in a little bit. Yeah, and that's kind of that's a little bit of the problem, because if you're going about it from a purely American perspective, then you're going to...
Yeah, you're already lost.
Well, okay,
you're not going to understand.
I don't think there's... I'm not going to, like, as long as he acknowledges that, I don't know if it's the worst thing possible. It does, but you're right.
I never said it was going to be the worst thing. I was saying, like, that's kind of the problem because you have a language barrier. Like, just because you acknowledge the language barrier doesn't mean that it's going to be okay when you go off on some potential wild-ass take.
Well, language and culture barrier, and like the other thing
that's what I meant by language barrier. The language in the culture of the animation,
I suppose, but like it goes back to like the more interesting element to analyze about this would then be the cultural aspect of like why are these shows so popular in the US right now. But again, his only explanation in the description was money. Maybe he elaborates more on it, but it's like that's
more so like talking generally about how the genre has shifted over the years. So it's not even about like the Western lens isn't even a part of the, like, an intentional part, I should say, of the analysis. It's just,
not anymore. Like
the animation studios that work on Atla were located in North Korea. Well, I won't hold that against them.
Like one of the things that I'm kind of afraid of here is that because he said in the description that one of the reasons why it has become prevalent has been the money aspect. And I know that there is a large group of people who believe that the Western audience has a bigger influence than it actually does on what Japan does with its anime and all of that kind of stuff. And I'm afraid that would have been one of his points, when that is definitely not true.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Maybe there is an aspect where money is a big part of why masculine POV romances are becoming a thing, but that's purely in Japan and because of Japanese culture. That has nothing to do with anything to do with a Western perspective.
Quote Studio Trigger on Edge Runners. The loli stays. And in fairness, she is the most popular character in that show. So
yeah.
Morning cartoons on Foxbox, later named 4kids.tv because the .com boom was happening. I didn't know what anime was. I just watched cartoons, you know? It was only later in life, around late middle school, that I was Xbox, later named 4kids.tv because the .com boom was happening. I didn't know what anime was. I just watched cartoons.
They're the same to a 9-year-old. Well, technically speaking, like culturally, yeah, there is a distinction to be drawn, but when you get down to it, anime is just like we all make a distinction about it's not cartoons, it's anime. It's like, no, it's all animation. Cartoons are animation. It's just different words for the same thing, and the only delineation we have is culture of origin. That's really it.
Yes.
And how heavily that like influences the style of, you know, which animation you're talking about.
Also, like, dude, I'm sorry that you were apparently not a very observant 9-year-old, but I knew the difference between 2D animation and 3D animation, like fucking Viva Pinata.
When did Viva
let
Pinata
alone
come out?
Western. I don't know.
I think it was like around like 2006.
This guy might be younger than all of us.
Maybe. Like, if he was watching Viva Pinata unironically,
as a 9-year-old.
I remember seeing it everywhere when I was a teenager, and I was like, nah, man. I cringe.
The game was
mega cringe.
I remember seeing the game, and like I think I played the demo for the game, and it was fine.
Yeah.
Let's see. The game came out. They both came out in 2006.
Every 4 minutes. The ads are every 4 minutes. Okay, 1 minute.
Well, why?
Like I. Oh fucking hell! Wow. I'm gonna try and fix that. Edit. Monetization.
Goodness. Well, as I was saying,
every 24 minutes. There you go. I've changed it for you, Dedarex. I had it set, like I apparently had it set to every 12. Okay, that was fucking weird. All right. Sorry about that.
I'm so scared because my videos are now technically monetized, even though that I don't know how to finish setting up monetization for my channel. So I haven't received any money, but that's neither here nor there because it's like oh, we have all of these ad breaks, but not all of them will be seen by every single person that watches it. So it's like, okay, so I put more of them on so that there will be, because they'll probably only see like every second one.
I'll
like,
help
what?
you with that. That's actually, so a good rule of thumb that I learned from Fat Man is you want an ad every 5 minutes for the first 15 minutes, and then an ad every 10 minutes after that. That's typically how you want to structure it. And that basically guarantees that within the first 15 minutes, they get an ad. And then after that, it becomes basically sort of like every 20 minutes or so they get an ad, which I think is probably pretty fair. That's typically how I've done it, and it seems to work. But like it ultimately, I used to be like very like persnickety. It's I'm gonna put an ad here because it breaks naturally. It's like fuck that. I'm tired. I don't have the time for this.
I'm about to say I used to try and do that too, but I'm all like, you know what? Yeah, I'll do what you want, whatever.
I'm just like, YouTube, you know what you're doing. Just take the wheel. Go.
Yeah, no, it doesn't when it puts like 5 ads like within 30 seconds of each other. I don't understand that.
Given certain things that are happening to like a particular YouTuber, maybe it's best for it not to take the wheel.
I feel so bad for my viewers who probably are like getting ads every like 30 seconds.
Actually, I am curious what happens if you just put an ad on every single second of a video.
Oh.
I wonder how that would go. Like, would YouTube even allow that?
Dude, it's like it'll just keep playing that same fucking Mr. Clean commercial or whatever from the what was it? The Ruby Beyond episodes.
Right. Oh my god. Why did you remind me of that? That was so excruciating. Oh. God, I'm glad Rooster Teeth is dead.
Fucking dead. Yeah.
All right, back to the video.
You know, it was only later in life, around late middle school, that I was reintroduced to the supergenre, with the likes of Full Metal Alchemist, the original, to be clear, not Brotherhood, Sergeant Frog for some reason.
Whoa, what
It was only later in life, around late middle
1 minute,
school,
buddy,
that I was reintroduced to the supergenre, with the likes of Full Metal Alchemist, the original.
Perhaps it's just I feel the original series does a better job of pacing out the original beats than Brotherhood does, so the revelations and character developments feel more earned, and the original Brotherhood is like best of album, trying to skip over the stuff we know how to get to what's new. And while it's important, obviously, it doesn't overshadow the original. Like, this little girl is so important to the views on alchemy for the entire series, and we just don't have time for it in Brotherhood, so both are valid for different reasons. And also, watch the OG's ending. It's okay. First of all, no, just stop. Don't fucking drop this on the fucking screen like a goddamned eye nuke. Jesus Christ, dude.
Yeah,
holy
just a fucking flashbang of words.
Secondly, you don't need to preface this. People have been debating fucking the original FMA and Brotherhood for a long time. Twy and I actually just talked about it this last Sunday.
Yeah.
And we discussed like the nuances of both, because I love both. And it's like, dude, no one has felt the need to defend themselves on the debate between FMA and FMA Brotherhood in like a decade. Relax.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, maybe this is I would imagine that he probably thought, okay, this is this cheeky way of me like showcasing my opinion on the matter, because why not? Whatever.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know.
Also,
he could have done it better than this.
He's talking as though nobody knows what FMA is and that it's such a big revelation. And it's like, dude, you're preaching to the choir, man. If people are watching this video, they're more likely more otaku than you are.
Well, I was gonna say,
you seem to be a little bit of a layman.
I'm curious, actually, how, like, because of like the waves, is Full Metal Alchemist falling into that like curve that, say, like Akira fell into for us, or Ghost in the Shell? That sort of thing, where it's like, oh, it's one of those halcyon classic anime that people really love. Like, I'm wondering if we're starting to reach that point where you have a lot of newcomers to anime that haven't seen these classic shows.
Well, it would depend on how young. It would depend on how young this guy is, or depending on how young he thinks his audience is. Because like FMA is still widely talked about in the anime community just in general. So it would have to be like a relative newcomer to the anime scene who wouldn't know about this. So he would have to be speaking to that type of person in particular.
Which would definitely be much harder to do currently than it would be in like previous decades, just given how much anime has proliferated over the years, and we have all the freaking Hot Topics and Spencers that have fucking FMA clothing in them.
Yeah.
See, Blade Charge gives us a super chat. Happy New Year. Are you guys reviewing a video? Yes, we are. We're talking about masculine romance of all things. People are talking about they wouldn't be remaking One Piece if they didn't want to get newcomers. That is very true. Ava fell into it due to not being streamable. FMA Brotherhood is reasonably accessible. That is I guess fair. I guess streaming accessibility is a factor that I need to bring in there as well.
Yeah, but FMA I think is very easily streamable.
Not a lot of hardcore Jing Bandit King fans out there. We're currently watching through that.
You want to talk about obscure anime? Look for Bandit King Jing, because you will not find it on any legitimate streaming service. It is obscure.
Dude, I think one of the obscure anime I like, I don't think you can find any streaming service. It's called Irresponsible Captain Tyler. It's one of the funniest, like, 90s anime I've ever seen. Go look it up.
Okay.
Be clear, not Brotherhood. Sergeant Frog for some reason, and Ouran High School Host Club. I honestly couldn't ask for a better reintroduction for where I was in my life. Full Metal and its brother series, pun intended, are some of the best anime to ever exist and really shows some of the strengths of this form. The other two shows show a different aspect of anime, which was its sense of humor. Sergeant Frog's English dub changes things aggressively to make it a lot kookier, and Ouran is similarly goofy with a style of humor which you would not find in similarly aged shows for kids in America. But it's important to remember, I was watching it in English, so this is still a style of humor filtered through an American lens. Don't lose track of that. It gave me a good
Not strictly.
Not really.
There's a lot of comedy that has to conform to the Japanese sensibility because of the slapstick. At the very minimum.
And like, even if you are watching it purely through a dub and without the greater cultural context that you would get from absorbing Japanese culture through being an otaku, like, the comedy is still vastly different from what an American comedian or comedic show would be.
Yeah.
Like, there is no real American equivalent. The closest thing that we ever got to was Avatar, and you could still feel, you could still taste American through Avatar.
You can still smell the cheeseburger. But no, anyway. But like,
I was gonna say, Japanese food, like, you get good Japanese food, you know it's good Japanese food, but like, Avatar: The Last Airbender is like Benihana's, which is still really good Japanese food, but it's American Japanese.
Right. But like, freaking, and with Ouran High School Host Club in particular, as far as I am aware, and anyone in chat can, clarify this for me, even with, translations and language barriers and stuff like that, it seemed to have been adapted pretty faithfully in regards to just everything, including the humor. So I'm not even sure why this point is even here about that. I don't know.
Yeah, like, the main thing that you would have difficulty with, and it depends on, I think that there is a difference between if you're doing like a Funimation thing where they would just put it directly to DVD or on their website or whatever, and then actually have it on TV. There is going to be a difference in quality there in terms of faithfulness, at least early Funimation, because the stuff that goes to TV would typically need to be watered down just a little bit in order to make it accessible for non-otaku. But even so, you can still tell that there is something very mysterious and foreign and not like anything that you've seen before, which is why I got into anime in the first place, because I thought that everything that anime did was so different from what I had experienced and was so creative in ways that I had never known that you could be creative at all. So, like, I fell in love with anime because of its creativity and how different it was. Even if it was I mostly watched anime in the early days through the English dubs.
Someone says, if Phantom of the Night says, if Last Airbender was Benihana, would Legend of Korra be Panda Express? Legend of Korra is Windwalk.
Yeah, I was about to say that's too harsh on Panda Express.
The 2-star Windwalk you have down the road, specifically.
Exactly.
Out of those strip malls.
Grasp both the ambitions of anime and its creature comforts, as well as how it's Americanized. What I wouldn't learn for a few more years is anime has another side to it that I've never quite gelled with, but we'll get back to that topic much later. So all that happened around 13 or 14 for me.
Wow.
I am now 26, and I've been on again, off again with
so he is younger than all of us.
He's 26.
He is Kaiser's age. Okay.
Well, Kaiser.
Well, yeah, he's 1 year older than me at this point.
I keep forgetting how baby you are.
I know.
Anime for most of my life, but recently I started getting real deep into it because there's just so much to see. There are a lot of great anime of various genres, animation styles, and story quality. It really is a super genre of its own. So what exactly is it about anime that I want to talk about? The deep, dark worlds of Berserk or Beastars? No. The political drama and interesting commentary about dogmatic pursuit of science? No. How about one of the most enjoyable coming-of-age stories I've seen in my entire... No, damn it, I want to talk about falling in love. Remember earlier when I said these 3 bad boys are the first...
I'm kind of upset that he boiled down FMA to just science. Pursuit of science is bad.
There's a... I mean, to be fair, like FMA has a lot. There's like I don't know if the kind of joke he was going for would have worked.
I know, but even if you boil down what FMA is, that is not the core of the story. The core of the story is righting your wrongs.
I mean, sure. I'm probably... I would assume that that was just like a joke on oh, that's an aspect of FMA that you could talk about.
Yeah, I think he was just kind of pulling at look at this deep and this might be a disservice to romance in some way. It's kind of by proxy calling romance not deep, but I don't think that's necessarily that is true in some ways, not true in others. And it's you can have very much all those topics in a, you can take all those same topics and also have them not be deep. So it's
Yeah,
there's a lot of edgy anime out there.
I need to be right back so you guys carry the stream. If you want to continue the video, actually, you can. You guys have full controls over that.
I'm gonna talk a bit because I don't want to put this on the guy because I have no idea where this video is going and I don't want to poison the well. Sure. But considering the videos that we happen to have watched in the past, I do fear that it's going to go in the direction of I am going to talk down a bit to female genre stuff. And we did talk about how boiling down romance to being very simplistic. Have you read Skip Beat lately? Because I have been rereading it. Holy shit, is it fucking good? And holy shit, does it deal...
I've always heard good things about it.
It's good. It's really, really good. Just there is so much going on in Skip Beat. Yes, it is a romantic comedy, but it also deals with PTSD, trauma, parental abuse, stalking, and all of these really heavy topics. Oh, also, your trauma related to various things, from being used due to your lack of knowing what a healthy relationship is due to said parental abuse, to fucking I feel guilt because someone that I cared about died because I was a dumb shit.
Also, it's funny that he, mentioned that he really likes Beastars, and all basically most of Beastars is pretty much a romance story. It covers a whole lot of things. It's far from the absolute core of the story, but that's a significant part of it, even especially compared to other shonen. So
yeah, there's romance can be one of the most versatile story genres that I know of.
Sure.
Because it, in some ways, it has to encompass almost everything else surrounding life. So you can very easily add so much more to it that may be limited to other genre, like war or science fiction or whatever.
What an interesting is that like what was it? Romance, it's very like, at least like theoretically, I feel like I don't have the words to describe it, but it's very like part of its versatility that you described there is like how relatively easy it can be to implement in a way, because a lot of it just has to do, the core of it is just
two characters with chemistry. That's it.
Yeah, two characters relating to one another, and just, you know, becoming a couple or having issues and stuff like that. That's why even in war stories or horror stories or other things like that, a romance is more than likely going to be a factor there. Like Berserk. He mentioned Berserk earlier.
Yeah, I will say I struggle a lot with just pure romances. I'm not the biggest fan of them from the get-go. Even when they're well done, it's just like doesn't really click as much for me. I typically need something else to bite onto as well.
Right. You need giant
Was
robots,
that you tisking at me?
You. Yes. I didn't know if you heard that or not.
I did. I mean, the Phoenix Wright series is the best romance series I've ever listened to. I mean, let's be honest here. We all ship Miles and Phoenix. Wrong, sir! Wrong, sir! I understand why people ship them, but I do not. I appreciate their bromance. That is a different thing. But no.
As I've gotten older, I have sternly come to appreciate bromances between same sex, and I get very frustrated when people are like, oh, this person isn't disgusted by the same sex, they must be in love with them. And it's like, what?
Yeah, like, it's one thing to say, oh, I enjoy the idea of them being together, but saying that they are this is all right.
Yeah, like as a Yuri shipper, that's a hard one lesson. It's like, oh, you gotta be understanding of like how things work with character dynamics. Like, you might enjoy a ship, but it's not canon.
Programming, Raymond.
Yeah. But I was gonna say, like, I mean, a good example, Eureka 7 is a fantastic romance. And it's a mecha series, but it focuses so heavily on the relationship between two characters. Like, it's actually a romance series in disguise. That's what it is.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Yes.
You can make that same argument
romance
with Ava.
And disguise.
To some degree, you can make that argument with Ava, though it's a little bit more focused on like depression.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Like, I was gonna say, like, you could make the argument. It's not the strongest.
Someone said, you know, if Twi put the spoink on her head, it would never have to worry about dying.
Oh shit! Oh, Macross. Yeah, Macross is definitely one of those.
Let's see what else. I was gonna say it was Fruits Basket starts out. I mean, admittedly, Fruits Basket and Peach Girl are both outright, you know, romances, but one is much more a supernatural dramedy, I would say, and the other one is much more of a like soap operic dramedy.
Yes.
And like what's key there is like they're mixing a lot of different genres within them. And this is my experience with romance, is that romance really pairs super well in just about any genre. Like, it is a spice that can be added into anything or complemented to anything. And it's something that, like, the versatility there makes it overly prevalent, but that's not a bad thing. It's like whenever someone says,
and it's so successful.
Like, I've gotten really sick of the term cliche, for example.
Yeah.
Because people just use it like my dad does. It's like, oh, but that idea is so cliche. And I'm like, but is that bad? And it's like, it's some of that thing that, like, whenever I hear the word cliche, I have to ask, is it bad? And the answer that comes from that is way more interesting to me, because it forces you to be like, yes, it is cliche, but it was done well. Or yes, it is cliche, but it was done poorly. And it asks you to think deeper about the things that are pieced together. And so romance is kind of like that.
Because a lot of things are already done before anyway. So being like too hung up on that detail is just gonna slow you down.
It's not novelty, while cool, is not the thing to strive for.
Yeah.
Anyway, back to it.
Yes. Sorry about that, Superdude.
Childhood that I saw? Well, this one had a pretty significant impact on me. Though y'all wouldn't know it, I am a hopeless romantic. A well-constructed romance side plot, star-crossed lovers, unrequited they were just about to tell or did tell but the other person didn't hear, gets me every time. I've been watching
Have you
shows
read
like
Skip
Oron
Beat?
for...
Read Skip Beat.
This is just this is the shilling Skip Beat podcast now.
Yes. I'm sorry. At least once a year, I become absolutely obsessed with Skip Beat for a little while.
Phantom of the Night says, slight tangent rant, but it does kind of bug me how Dan kind of stole the spotlight from Blue Box. Oh, I'm sorry, man. That sucks.
Aww.
Oh, Blue...
I have a friend that was... I was telling Twy about this. I had a friend that I've been trying to keep up with, even though we haven't seen each other in almost a year now, like in person. But like I messaged him like, oh yeah, I'm enjoying SLF and wanted to get his thoughts on what the current anime stuff that he's might be catching up on. And then I like
Shangri-La Frontier is fun.
Shangri-La Frontier is fantastic. I can't wait to get Twy to watch it. But like I was like, oh yeah, I sent that message. When did I send that? Oh, October 26th. It is now almost the new year. It's been 2 months. I should probably message him back. Whoops. But we were talking about like he was looking into Dan and Blue Box.
Right.
And I want to check Discord.
I haven't heard about Blue Box. Maybe I should get into that.
Yeah, I haven't heard of it.
Is
but
there
I have not.
Oh. What? What did you do?
It's your new avatar.
It is. Oh my God.
Yeah, let me get it out in the stream.
It's just when I get an idea.
Could you imagine if you had a little light bulb of yourself pop up over your head whenever you had an idea?
Oh yeah. I wonder if I should have this be like a counter for the channel. Like when I'm responding to a video or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know, food for thought. Anyway.
I'll say I don't really keep up with romance anime because from what I've seen, they all just have the same dynamic with the couple. No.
Yeah, far from that. You haven't seen a lot of it then.
Yeah, okay, look.
No, yeah. No.
I'm sorry, I don't keep up with a lot of shonen because they're all very similar. No. It's like like yeah, okay, sure. There's a bunch of shovelware, but there's a shovelware for every genre. It's like that's what gets me. What really sucks is like when looking back on some of like my favorite Yuri anime and then being like, that really wasn't so great. And it's like, because like it was all like, what was it? Sakura Trick, I want to say it was. It's just a fine, cute anime just about girls kissing and falling in love. It's like, okay, great. And then I look back on it, I reflect back on it, I'm like, that really wasn't full of any substance. That was just kind of empty. And then what's beautiful about that is I think back then on other ones like Oehana, which is blue flower, or Bloom Into You, and I'm like, man, those were satisfying character journeys of everyone trying to understand and get to know each other. And there are so many good Yuri anime and manga that I'm in deep now with that are just very good at exploring complicated characters. God, I could mention some that just get outright fucking toxic because they're so. I told Twy about one of them that was just fucking. Anyone that's like doesn't mind a good toxic romance. My girlfriend's not here today. That one is going to satisfy everyone that's looking for a toxic romance. I promise.
I think I heard it. I heard that name.
It is the cheating Yuri romance anime or manga, and it is people. Okay. What is the best part about it is every chapter I check the comments on it because there are people that come here and are like, there are people that like Yuri Is My Job. Yuri Is My Job is fantastic. The manga is fantastic. The most recent arc's awesome.
Didn't you say that like No, the last time that you talked about this manga with me was this person who said that the manga was subliminally talking about capitalism.
Oh my god, yes!
What?
All right, so yeah,
Oh
no,
my God.
my girlfriend, like the comments get wild because like a lot of the people that are commenting on it are people that don't actually want to read a drama about cheating on your significant other. Like I'm here for that shit. Like that's hilarious. Like, not hilarious, but it's like there's a lot of great drama you can feast out of that. And it's actually done really well. Like for these conflicted characters, it's great.
On those websites, reading the comments under certain stuff is like so freaking funny.
It is
because
but
like, I watched this. I read this one revenge manga that I think is still going. I forgot the name of it because it's mostly set in Japanese. But like the comments every single time just makes it sound like the manga just kicked their dog twice.
You want to talk about a okay, put a pin. Ironically, we need I know nothing here to put a pin in that. I haven't thought about revenge. I have more thoughts on revenge.
Yes,
manga.
it's exactly that one. M3D. Thank you.
But like no, it's like the comments get wild because like half the people that are commenting don't seem to really want the kind of story is advertised by this. And it's like, why are you fucking here? But then the second half of it is like, you get really random ones, like this guy that went off and wrote a fucking novel. Like, I have a 4K monitor. I had to zoom out to like 50 to 40% on my fucking window to screen cap the fucking thing. It was so long.
Yeah,
and it's like this communistic breakdown over like capitalism bad and how they all represent different facets of it. And everyone in the comments like blowing smoke up their ass like they're the next coming of Christ because they have this deep insight. And I'm like, what the fuck are you smoking? It was amazing.
Dog. Dude, we have gone full fucking Reddit.
I am so tempted. I anticipate the return of Arcane of I Know Nothing Spins. Yes, I look forward to that as well. But like, I'm so tempted, might just cover that in a stream itself.
Just that comment.
Just that comment. It's so wild. I would have to dig it back up. But okay, but on the revenge thing, you want to talk about a genre that I have very rarely found things that are actually satisfying in. The revenge subgenre of manga and anime is so like underwhelming. Like either the revenge is like bullshit. There's one out there. I mentioned it actually a while ago. It's an isekai about a guy that enters a world where the lifespan is like half as long. So basically what's like an average like 20-year-old to middle-aged woman for us is like a grandma to them, and they're like not attractive.
I know what you're
that one. And someone told me that it kept continuing. I thought it was only one chapter. So I got curious and read it because I'm like, oh, does it get revenge on the guys that wronged them? Not really. Like the best revenge they quote unquote get on anyone is getting all the awful ex-husbands married off to new girls who are like the opposite of their personalities in some way, shape, or form. That'll be like torturous for them. And I'm just like, that's not really what I'm looking for. That's not really like, I get they're not going to have a great time, but like, that's not really the kind of revenge for the torture. One of them was sold off to fucking slavery. So your solution is to buy this guy a new slave wife. What the fuck? It was so unsatisfying.
You might be disappointed in Skip Beat because it was originally marketed as Kyoko getting revenge on the guy that she was in love with because he treated her like shit and then tossed her away. But then the manga just became, oh, I actually realized that I wasn't really a person, and now that I've done this revenge plot idea, I am discovering a side of myself that I never knew was there, and now I'm actually starting to heal from my trauma. And I don't really care that much about getting revenge as deeply anymore.
Well, you see, that's interesting. That's such an interesting like curve. We don't get any of that shit. There's like no deeper like thought on the protagonist. And like the ones that ever hit the notes are also kind of like fucking like Like, they're the ones that go the other direction. It's like all or nothing. There's like no interesting middle ground. It's either the characters are so deplorable, I don't know if I want to root for them anymore. It's either that or they're so fucking milquetoast. It's like there's no bite to them. It's such a hit or miss genre,
or it's just really gimmick heavy, in which case it's just kind of bland. It's empty calories,
it's such a weird genre, man. Oh, anyway, romance anime.
Anyway,
Constructed romance side plot, star-crossed lovers, unrequited they were just about to tell or did tell but the other person didn't hear. Gets me every time. I've been watching shows like Ouran for a while now, and there's just something about them that I can't help but love. It's my trash, is what.
M3D Controversy is an amazing revenge manga. I will try and keep that in mind. Also, holy shit, what he just
I read
said.
the first couple chapters.
Why
that
do you have to say that romance is your trash?
Well, let's hear the full thought. Let's hear the full thought.
It's me every time. I've been watching shows like Ouran for a while now, and there's just something about them that I can't help but love. It's my trash, is what I'm saying. All the things I will talk about today are romances, but specifically romantic comedies.
Okay, no, now we have to actually talk about it. What the fuck do you mean it's your trash?
Yeah, I don't know. What?
What is there that is trash
Okay. Jing, I would actually consider kind of trash. It's not that great. It's honestly, it's kind of like a messier, uglier Soul Eater. It's like with less bite to it. But like,
sure.
I wouldn't call like a 7 trash or Fruits Basket or Peach Girl, maybe Peach Girl, but even then,
like what I consider to be trash, like is stuff that is genuinely not good, but you still like it anyway. Like I call Vandred my trash because I don't think that the story is very good and they don't really delve into the topics that they want to go through very well because it is mostly an ecchi comedy centered around the concept of men are from Mars and women are from Venus, but literally.
Yeah, Ruby is all of our trash.
I mean, Ruby is all of our trash. Violence Jack is my trash. Most of the freaking action anime OVAs that came out in like the 80s and 90s, that shit is my motherfucking trash, okay?
But like, what this guy is doing is it would be like essentially if I looked at Vandred and said, because Vandred is my trash, I like all of sci-fi and all of sci-fi is trash.
Yeah, this is a wild. I was willing to. I'm still willing to give him more benefit of the doubt, but I am much more leaning towards your thought, Twy, that his like, man is denigrating like romance as a whole now. That's bizarre.
Like maybe he just misspoke.
I do not think that he genuinely believes this. I think if I'm going to be as beneficial to him, I think this guy is not thinking too deeply about what he's saying.
Yeah,
or maybe it's just like Zoomer phrasing or some shit like
that. No. This is definitely him not thinking.
Yeah.
You are 1 year younger than him, dude. You're our translator if that's the case.
I mean, that's why I'm trying to give him an out a little bit, okay?
Oh, that's not your job. Your job is not to give him an out. It's to give us a fucking explanation.
That's what I meant. I meant to give another explanation, another viewpoint. Okay?
You say taking a wad of hundreds from him from the side. All right.
There are a boatload of romantic comedies, actually, and it seems like new ones are coming out every season. But why romantic comedy? Why so many of these and not full-throated romance animes? To illustrate this point, I'd like to compare the concept of the romantic comedy to Rick and Morty. Stay with me here. I promise I have a point. Don't turn it off. Rick and Morty.
Okay, I'm just going to have the reaction you're expecting. Is like, oh, okay, this is weird choice, but okay.
Is a deeply sardonic show that revels in the dark humor about humans, the universe, all of it. Everyone here, I promise I have a point. Don't turn it off. Rick and Morty is a deeply sardonic show that revels in the dark humor about humans.
Okay,
This episode, dude.
Some editing tips. One, this is on screen for a fucking like couple of frames, dude. Secondly, this episode did irreparable harm to the male geek culture. Secondly, stroke.
White on white.
Black stroke. Yes. That's all you need to add to the text. A black stroke. It will help 1,000%. It will still not look great considering the color layout here, but it will help it pop. I would then go maybe a drop shadow, maybe some glow.
How's it figure this out yet?
Like, I have a lot of text in my videos. Like, at least half of my script is probably text. I don't know. But I try to at least make it both legible and try to leave it on screen long enough that even a slow reader like myself can probably read it before it leaves. Chat, who have watched my Digimon and my Lily Orchard video, tell me if I have done a good job on that, because I don't know. But at least I know that I've done a better job than this guy.
I was about to say, like, the worst my text has ever really gotten is my very first video, and then I for everything I made afterwards, I was like, never again. You know, and even then, like, I usually keep them on like.
Daigado's got the real take. He turned himself into a pickle. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Absolutely true.
Yeah, exactly.
The universe, all of it. Everyone's gonna die, and we're all just bags of meat, and love is just a chemical in the bag telling you to reproduce. Nothing's real, blah, 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 blah. That's what it's saying with its words, but that's not all the show is. As much as it wants to convince you otherwise, Rick and Morty is also a rather sincere show, with characters having heartfelt moments of great sadness, joy, love, and care for each other. But wait a minute, this feels a lot like sincerity, and if we're sincere all the time, that will clash with my ironic detachment, Rick would say, and also some people in the crowd. So we gotta do some comedy, gotta have the comedy to mix it up. Romantic comedy is much the same. Falling in love, confessing, and every moment in between is a very sincere emotion, and can be quite embarrassing to feel or experience, so sandwiching those romantic moments in humor makes it more palatable for the squeamish. Make no mistake though, the comedy is in service.
No, the comedy is in service to the idea that confessing your raw feelings can be embarrassing, and doing something embarrassing can be funny. It is a way to further relate the audience to the characters.
Yeah, it's not like, it's not doing so in spite of, it's not doing so to undercut the genuine feelings that are associated with these series. It's meant to enhance them, ironically enough. Because, in a lot of ways, when it comes to, getting together, falling in love, that type of shit, a lot of that can be pretty funny from a certain lens. Depending on, especially with anime that love to throw in different gimmicks in there.
Like, going back to Skip Beat again, a lot of the comedy that isn't Kyoko freaking out over the guy that she hates is her attempts to very, very her attempts to sidestep any kind of romantic anything ever, where the visual gags are really great because she like interrupts someone when they're trying to compliment her, and then they just watch as their words just get tossed out onto the field.
The one of the key things that you learn as an author in any regard is that contrast is key. This applies also to art. It's one of those things that's very interesting, is watching people do like color studies where they basically grayscale out random swaths of color, and they use them to paint something like an image of a face or something using only the shades of gray that they can see. And then you flip the color back on and you see these random colors that all pop very beautifully against each other, because what you were really painting was the grayscale, I don't know how to describe it. It was the contrast, was the different shades. I don't know how to describe that better. There's a word for it. I'm blanking on it. But at the end of the day, like, contrast comedy is a great way to relieve pressure. It's a release valve. And like with romance, and this applies to everything. It's not just romance, but it's also horror. Horror and comedy go beautifully together. Comedy is a action comedy is great because constantly feeling as if the stakes are raising up and up and up and up is an untenable cycle. If it keeps going up, you become numb to it because you have to keep escalating more and more. It becomes like you're trying to climb up to the heights of a fucking mountain without taking a break.
Dude, you know what that reminds me of? It's the expression. Remember that whole rant the freaking nostalgia critic made about like modern movies, like the Bay Formers movies, where it's all like, oh, you see an explosion for the first time. It's the most beautiful thing in the world, but then it's like explosions every other scene. It's like, okay, that's whatever then.
Correction, Robbie. Shaun of the Dead is great because of its horror. I think that Shaun of the Dead is much more of a comedy than it is a horror. It's one of those ones where the comedy is the main focus, but just like anything else, you can't just keep making joke after joke after joke after joke and expect all of them to land. So what you need in between the jokes are things that like actual human drama. You need actual world building. You need actual stakes and threats. You need people to die. You need people to get injured. You need people to get to suffer in a horror comedy in some way, shape, or form to actually make all those moments where the jokes come through hit even harder. And if you can balance it out simultaneously and actually keep a balance of the two going, you can actually successfully create like a feedback loop where it's like constantly just fucking laugh out loud funny.
And this is why Warm Bodies is the best movie of all time, because not only is it a horror comedy, it is a romantic horror comedy.
Oh, damn. It's got all the pieces.
I mean, in fairness, so is Shaun of the Dead. Have you seen Shaun of the Dead?
I have.
Okay, just wondering.
I like Warm Bodies better.
I need to see both of those. I haven't seen either of them yet.
Of the sincerity, embarrassing to feel or experience, so sandwiching those romantic moments in humor makes it more palatable for the squeamish. Make no mistake, though, the comedy is in service of the sincerity.
Okay, now here's also another thought that I had. I do not like cringe humor. I despise it. I really, really get secondhand embarrassment really easily. So sometimes the comedy makes it more unappealing, and I would much rather deal with the romantic relationship stuff. Like that's you're not really hitting the mark here with your observations.
I mean, it's not that he's wrong necessarily. We just want to make that clear. It's that he's not really thinking about the full picture of why this, that, or the other might be there or might not be there.
He's very narrowed into one perception, which isn't necessarily wrong, but it's quite literally missing the forest.
It's an incomplete perspective.
Or I guess quite figurative.
At least so far.
Yeah.
At least so far, because we're only 5 minutes in.
That's why we're here. The highest rated episode of Rick and Morty is still the Rick Lantis mix-up from Season 3, a full episode of world building, pulling on loose threads, and sincerity. There's barely a joke in this episode, and even the true jokey jokes are more thinkers that aren't meant to make you laugh so much as go, oh. Romantic comedies as well.
What? No.
What?
No, the episode was fucking laden with jokes. Wait, wasn't that the episode with the fucking buzzsaw dimension? Where, like, they open it, like, don't worry, Rick will let you go. And they open the portal, and he shoves a different Rick through, and just a gush of blood comes, like, really? You were gonna shove me into the buzzsaw dimension? Like, I didn't know that was coming? Like, that's a joke? Fucking Morty's killing Mortys? Dude, that entire episode was filled with jokes. The entire episode itself.
Yeah, and like, referencing just, like, cop dramas.
Yeah, the entire episode.
They were taking the piss out of all of that stuff.
The entire episode, the blender dimension, that was it. The entire episode is predicated on the joke of an entire society of people that are made up of exactly 2 people, a grandfather and a grandson, who all have relatively the same personality traits. It's like, I don't know what you're saying there.
I have never watched Rick and Morty, and it is not my cup of tea, so I probably never will, but it feels kind of odd to have Rick and Morty described in this kind of way. I will say that.
I mean, it has, especially up to the third season, because that's where I bet I dropped off. It has very, very sincere emotional beats. The first 3 seasons have very good storytelling. And then it starts to fall off hard. People keep talking about the incest, or should I say the self-cest. And also all the Summer pissing herself or whatever.
Someone did mention that earlier.
What the fuck?
In the chat.
But yeah, this is just a weird thing to bring up.
There's barely a joke in this episode, and even the true jokey jokes are more thinkers that aren't meant to make you laugh so much as go, oh. Romantic comedies as well. We want to see the cuties being cute together, but the funny brings our guard down so we can appreciate the reason we're all really here. So, yeah, long story short, Rick and Morty is exactly like romantic comedy. I will not listen to anyone's clapbacks. For this video, I started out kind of just wanting...
That was a really shit comparison, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
It wasn't the joke a little bit. Like, I could tell that it was a joke at least, but it kind of felt flat. A bit.
Well, I mean, the ending was a joke, but I think the comparison was genuine.
Oh, yeah, no. Sure. I was talking specifically about the joke.
Yeah.
Okay.
To talk about my favorite rom-com, but there is a trend that I and others have noticed over the last several years, linked to the original Annie-tubers that pointed this out to me, that I've been thinking about a lot lately. Y'all may have noticed that I am a man.
Rip romance anime.
Huh.
I'm going to put those on Monster Musume as
please.
art. Look, I am a shameless fan of Monster Musume. Guys, it's a solid show. And technically speaking, yes, technically, on the technical level, it is art. But like, guys, let's be real here.
Why does that one lady have Fruits Basket saying there is a problem with romance anime? What is the problem with Fruits Basket? Please tell me.
Well,
also,
I imagine like this again, like Oran High School Host Club is the example of the old versus the new.
Maybe,
but
like there is some difference between like the 2019 Fruits Basket and like the manga Fruits Basket, because someone did point out, and I don't think that I really noticed because I was just enjoying all the other aspects of Fruits Basket, but someone did say that in 2019 they did tone down Toru being a housemaid.
Right, yeah.
But she was still like that in the 2019.
Yeah, she
was.
I think it was also because they streamlined a lot of the storytelling in 2019, where they were moving the plot forward a little bit faster than the original.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
So it's like, I think they realized how to prioritize.
Yeah. Also, I just had to comment on the video where it was just the boobs and be like, fan service is like, remember when I told you Skip Beat and its fan service scene was literally just a guy watching a music video because that is what the fans fucking wanted really, really badly. And she's like, well, I gotta give the fans what they want.
Phantom of the Night, Kaguya-sama really got under these guys' skin, huh? Apparently, I've not seen Kaguya-sama, but apparently it's pissed some people off.
I'm getting the impression that he likes it, but there's some kind of caveat there.
Well, I wonder if this is like a response to them. God, may have just stepped into a fucking like rabbit hole, guys.
Maybe
this might be like turned into a thing that we return to.
And clearly that means I'm a bit of a weird sell for rom-coms. But recently, listening to the original Annie-tubers that pointed this out to me, that I've been thinking about a lot lately. Y'all may have noticed that I am a man, and clearly that means I'm a bit of a weird sell for rom-coms. But recently...
Why?
No.
Why? There could the genre isn't gender specific. The fuck are you talking about?
Okay, it is generally marketed towards women. There's no doubt about that.
Well,
sure.
But
most romance are shoujo, and shoujo are marketed towards women. But a lot of women watch shonen, which is geared literally means for boys.
Like, Bleach did really well for women.
Yeah, well, yeah. I was going to also say, like, the flip side of this is like, typically speaking, most rom-coms are meant for date nights between heterosexual couples. Like, that's typically the actual, like, the demographic might be typically women, but they typically make the movie with mindset for a male also watching along with her. Like, not everything is like Bridesmaid, and even then I know there are guys that really love Bridesmaids. I've never seen it myself. I just know it by reputation as like the girl comedy. It's like, I don't know, it's weird. This is a weird take that, like, it's strange for a guy to like romances. I go out of my way to watch Yuri anime that are like romances all the time, and there's probably something to that as a guy, but like, it's still watching like arguably even gushier romance stuff than the typical heterosexual romances.
Raymond is the most romantically obsessed guy that I have ever come into contact with.
Which is surprising considering I'm awful at it, but
I mean, look, we always want what listen, it's part of the chase.
Yeah, it's part of that.
If it's not difficult, it ain't worth having.
A majority of the MHA audience is female, which is surprising to me. It doesn't.
Oh yeah, abso-freaking-lutely, dude. Remember that freaking Neuralities chick? Yeah, she was a total Fujoshi.
I still love all the middle-aged women saying, "You can't lewd Yayorozu." Meanwhile, I'm going to shove Deku and Bakugo and have them
exactly,
fuck. I cannot stop loving the irony of that stuff. It's great.
I know.
Like, get the fuck out of
It's like,
here.
no, I'm all for, like, you know
saying.
what? You're fine. Go have your yaoi wet dreams about these teenagers. Fine. Don't hash someone else about their fucking fantasy shit.
Raymond, you gotta understand, okay? It's bad because she is the femoid. Okay?
There was a guy that I saw do a stream where he was like defending neuralities from somebody, and his whole thing was like, why is it so important that she says this? Why are you getting offended at this? It's like, that's your line of attack, is why should
by
you
your
care?
logic, why the fuck does Neuralities fucking care, you dumb bitch?
Yeah.
I don't even remember who Neuralities is. Oh, sorry, I'm fixing something over here.
She was one of the initial people, actually, that we had made this podcast for, because it was Kaiser saying, "Hey Twi, let's watch Neuralities videos and react to her, and maybe we can get Raymond in on it." And that's how Jacked became a thing.
We watched like a bit Bumblebee. Of like one of the big, as I would like to call the Neuralities trilogy, which are 3 videos that people got really mad at her for. And like, we watched like a little bit of like, I think the Isekai video that sparked it all.
Yeah,
I rewatched that video with other people like 4 times. In not counting the times I've watched like response videos and reactions.
So what you're saying is that we should all watch that together now too.
I mean, look, she's off the. Listen, she's basically been radio silent for the longest time. Apparently, Anthony has made like a stream about her. I think the horse is well and dead, and we get to feast upon the fucking corpse.
No, we don't. We're standing here looking at the fucking bones, man. We're not getting a goddamn thing out of it.
Look.
I came here with my best fucking cudgel, and I haven't gotten to hit a goddamn thing. You bring me a fucking horse pre-dead? Like, come on, man.
I mean, listen, we watched the Synthetic Man video. That's the Synthetic Man video we watched.
Yes, and I suffered. I suffered in that video.
And we watched the Lily Orchard video about illiteracy.
The best thing that humans have found about eating corpses is the nutrition inside of the bones. It's okay that there is no meat on these bones. We can break the bones open.
The pre-dead one. I'm just thinking Monty Python. This is an ex-horse. Like, just banging a fucking horse on the fucking countertop. Like, bang, bang, bang. It has shuffled off this mortal coil. Okay. Let's talk about this man's nonsense.
Yeah.
Some rom-coms have started adding more, let's say, boyish elements to its plots to draw in a more masculine audience. I will discuss these shows on a spectrum, walking from female-oriented
male
to fully
POV,
male-oriented,
how dare.
and discuss how these intended demographics influence the show or manga and shape the rom-com as it progresses. This is the gentrification of anime rom-coms, an examination through consumption of this trend, and my feelings on it.
This is the blank of anime rom-coms. Dear God, man. Why? Okay, wait. Is this something you can do in YouTube's editor? If not, what if you had the changes in your main editor, why didn't you just change the title?
Yeah, but also, like, again, it was what we were talking about earlier with us thinking that he was going to make the assumption that romance is in the ownership of the girlies, when it is very much not. In fact, I encourage more stories where the romance is more geared toward a male audience, like genuine romances from a male perspective. I mean, Cadence technically is a romance from the perspective of a very soft boy. So
why do you go through the effort of blurring when he says it out loud? I don't know. This is a weird fucking choice.
With the way that he censored that word, somebody could read that as the genocide of anime rom-com.
The genocide run of anime rom-coms.
It could be literally anything under that censorship, man. Like, jeez.
Okay, guys,
Transformers of anime
chat. Give the Transformers of anime rom-coms. Guys, give us the best words we could fit in here.
Yeah. The blank of anime rom. Dude, this is like a freaking Cards
Mad
Against
Libs.
Humanity.
It's a Mad Libs. This is.
Yeah, it is.
The Pickle Rick of anime rom-coms.
Yeah, starting off strong. Holy shit. We got
pornography of anime rom-coms. The Last Airbender of anime rom-coms. The 9/11 of anime rom-coms. The Unbridled Rage, the Homicide, the Odyssey of rom-coms. The Room of anime rom-coms. The Dark Souls of anime rom-coms. The Glorbo of anime rom-coms. The Sonic 3 and Knuckles of anime rom-coms.
The Devil May Cry rom-com.
Do you mean Futanari? The Rule 34 of anime rom-coms. The Preparation, Deliberation, and Consequence of rom-coms. All right, that one wins.
The media literacy
that
of
one
anime
fucking
rom-coms.
wins. All right. Also, fuck you, the girl down the street. The fangirl down the street. Oh.
Now, to start with a disclaimer, pretty much every single...
And the fucking...
Wait, so we what is the
he didn't make the last. Oh, that's a shot.
This is the gentrification of anime rom-coms, an examination.
He forgot to continue it all the way through.
And my feelings on it. Now,
yeah. What?
Editing, man. Editing. Oh, how do you have more subs? This comes off so amateurish.
What?
I'm sorry that sounds insulting, but like legitimately, it feels very like weak in the editing department.
It does.
Typically talks about video games, so I don't know.
It feels very video game, Gen Zalpha kind of editing. No, Gen Zalpha.
Me researching and learning genre tags for these shows. Okay, I
mean,
all right. I'm interested now. That's so you had to. I need to know the order here. Why did you want to start talking about this topic? Because, like, this was something that you were genuinely interested in yourself, and it's a pattern that you noticed or were alerted to by those videos. and you decided to start researching it, or was it something you were familiar with or claimed knowledge of beforehand? Like, I'm curious, like, what was the order of events here? Because it sounds like you're walking into a topic with a goal in mind, as opposed to like an actual analysis, if that makes any sense. Like you are coming in with the results of your hypothesis before you even made the hypothesis.
Yeah.
To start with a disclaimer, pretty much every single series I'm about to mention in this video is published in male-oriented magazines. Shonen or seinen are mangas targeted towards boys and young men respectively, whereas shoujo and josei are manga targeted towards girls and young women respectively. This is kind of the end-all be-all for what genre a manga or its corresponding anime is considered in. If it
that doesn't mean
wait a minute,
the shoujo and josei own romance as a concept.
Are you guys seeing this? White text with black stroke. You can't do it. Why didn't you go back? What the fuck? Why did you do it? What?
To be fair to him, I suppose, I will say that it was probably a text that he missed in the editing.
Yeah, I guess.
A manga targeted towards girls and young women respectively. This is kind of the end-all be-all for what genre a manga or its corresponding anime is considered in. If it came from the corresponding book, it's in that genre grouping, no matter the conceivable overlap. This is our first...
That's a much more complicated conversation that you're now just completely glossing over.
Yeah.
I suppose for setting your terms, it's fine, but I do not like that simplification.
Like, at its core, meaning for girls and for boys and for young women and for young men, which is what shoujo, shonen, josei, and seinen mean, we are talking about the POV target demographic. It doesn't mean that you have a clear delineation between the genres. It means you are directing the interest, the potential audience for this thing being one gender group or the other, which means...
in different ages.
Yeah, and different ages. Which means that there is going to be an overlap just in general, because genre isn't sexually delineated.
Also, people are pointing out that Yuri on Ice
sexually transmitted.
I was gonna say, yeah, genre. Oh man, dude, the other day I caught a science fiction. It was just
oh shit.
But no, people were pointing out that Yuri on Ice is actually not a josei. It's an original anime that didn't appear in any manga. Oh, yeah. So it was like it's not considered josei.
It's you.
No, I don't want to play this video.
Dying. I mean, I can't complete.
Sorry. Because it loaded up and it just automatically started playing because YouTube's bullshit like that.
Okay.
But like, I find this very frustrating where it's like he is gendering genres. So it's like, oh, if it's a Western like Trigun, then it is automatically a shonen. If it is a romance, it is automatically a shoujo. If there is something wrong, if there is suddenly a shonen that mostly focuses on romance, it's like, what are you talking about? That is ridiculous.
Yeah. It's a demographic target. That's what that's supposed to be.
Yeah, basically. It's especially troubling because, again, he said he likes B-stars. How the fuck did you write this?
Be all for what genre a manga or its corresponding anime is considered in. If it came from the corresponding book, it's in that genre grouping, no matter the conceivable overlap. This is our first step towards understanding this shift.
Wait, what was that note he had? One minute. Now I'm all over the place. Skip and Loafer has a lot of signifiers of the classic shoujo romance, but it's actually a seinen.
Yeah.
So?
Corresponding book, it's in that genre grouping, no matter the conceivable
seinen?
overlap. This is our first step towards
seinen, sorry.
Understanding this shift. From the jump, All of these shows are created with boys somewhere in the demographic picture.
Yes.
So let's go further back in time to a show not meant to cater to their sensibilities, starting with My OG, Ouran High School Host Club. Here too after
You
abbreviated
literally
because OHSHC
started.
is a mouthful, and I almost messed it up just saying it just now. Ouran centers.
What were you gonna
Shut
say?
your face. You literally started this video saying you are a guy who likes romance. Maybe it could possibly be that they recognize that you are not the fucking outlier, weird-ass alien creature that you think that you are, and there are actually a lot of other men who enjoy romances, and so they created a subgenre of romance directed at men. Because men can enjoy romance too, because it is not something that is geared specifically for women.
But Twilight, his name is Superdude. He's clearly Kryptonian.
Like,
oh my god, Tetrarex!
Oh dear.
Wait, what did he do?
Twilight the necrophiliac.
What? Hold on. What the fuck? We're strong, aren't we?
Oh, Tetrarex, you're making this a memorable New Year's. Phantom of the Night says, we've become so used to big companies trying to make everything for everyone over here that seeing something only targeted for a single demographic is alien. Periphery demographics are allowed to exist. Oh my god, that's a great point. Holy shit, you're right.
Yeah.
Like, the whole, it's all because of that movie she likes over Sean, Warm Bodies. Yeah, probably.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, common Tetrarex W. But yeah, Phantom is on the money right here. I think that's probably a source of where the misunderstanding here comes from.
Yeah, it's like, it's not quite as delineated, I don't think, in Japan. Like, I don't know. Like, I know it's probably embarrassing to, like, have a girl demographic aimed story in your backpack, but I mean, fuck, I read the witch books when I was in middle school, and I was like, you know, uncomfortable with it. But as the older I got, I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna read what I want to read. I don't care if it's
even so, like, even from a Western perspective, if we're going for a lot of stories that are geared towards men, a lot of them have male POV, and there are still romance side plots to them. Like, the one thing that I usually defend, at least the first movie for the Bayformers, is because it's from what's his face's perspective, and people are like, oh, they're sexualizing Megan Fox, and it's like, no, it's not sexualizing her for the sake of the audience. It is literally, we're looking at the main character's POV. Yeah, through his viewpoint, because it is his story and he likes her. There is a romance aspect to this movie. Why ignore that? Because romance just is everywhere, and men like romance too, so that's why you
and
put
as
it in
we
there.
all know, thanks to Transformers 4, Romeo and Juliet laws exist.
Oh, shit. Dude, I was talking about this the other day. Not the age of consent, okay, to be specific. I was talking about,
I mean, it'd be fine if you were. I mean, it's a topic of conversation. I don't know why you'd be afraid of talking about it.
I mean, like, I'm just saying, debates about the age of consent online have gone really crazy over the years, okay? But I was talking about Bayformers the other day. I mentioned Pointless Hub's thumbnail for Bayformers 4, and it is one of my favorite thumbnails of all time. Transformers: The Age of Consent.
Dude, Pointless Hub's coverage of all the videos he covers is so good and so thorough.
It's fantastic.
Everyone go check out Pointless Hub. That man doesn't need any more subscribers, but fuck, I'm gonna send them his way.
100%. He's really funny.
Haruhi Fujioka, an exceptionally smart high school bootstrapper who pulled so hard on those damn things they managed to make it into Oron Academy, a school for the super rich and beautiful, as coined by one of the members of the titular host club. Haruhi, in trying to find a quiet place to study, accidentally makes their way into the host club, breaks a vase worth many times their yearly allowance, and enters indentured servitude in an attempt to pay it off. Over the course of the first episode, the boys of the host club, and you, if you're attentive, discover that Haruhi is in fact a girl. And then the show gets on with earnest. The particular type of show this is a satirical reverse harem rom-com. It is satirical in that at some point over the show's run, it will get around to making fun of as many of the tropes found within the rom-com genre as possible, even some of the grosser ones. Reverse harem.
One moment. Phantom of the Night says, man, Witch is so interesting in regards to how the cartoon, it appeals more to boy, like how more prevalent Caleb is. Reading the original comics for the first time was an eye-opener. I read the novels.
Yeah, I read... Oh, wait, they had novels? I thought
they had basically light novels version of the... I don't know what all came first.
Okay, because I watched the show. I rewatched the show, I think, last year. It's really fun. And I read a good chunk of the comics, like the first arc, I believe. And that was very interesting. It was leaning much more towards I think I can agree that it was leaning a bit more towards like different sense.
Oh my god, he did spell harem wrong. It's reverse haram. Oh no.
This conversation is now haram.
It is satirical in that at some point over the show's run, it will get around to making fun of as many of the tropes found within the rom-com genre as possible, even some of the grosser ones. Reverse harem is a general...
some of them are played straight too, my dude. Some of them are played straight.
Also, there is no romantic element to coercion. Like, that was the underlying thing that he said there.
At some point over the show's run, we'll get around to making fun of as many of the tropes.
Sorry, 2 different beach episodes.
Found within the rom-com
Where's the
genre
line?
As possible. Even some of the growth.
There's nothing romantic about sexual coercion.
As
As uncomfortable as it is to say, some people actually do find it attractive.
Yeah,
there's actually a whole group of study about it, actually, believe it or not.
Yeah. It's called Dubcon, and a lot of people find it hot.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, we got talking about 365, you know. So.
Yeah, 365 is literally about a kidnapping, and it's responsible for a 2-inch raise in the water table of the planet. All right, so
also this scene, like, I know Kaiser has watched Oron. I don't know. Yeah. I don't think that you have. Raymond.
I have not. I've only heard
this.
About it.
This scene is literally Kyoya trying to scare Haruhi by acting as though he is going to do something inappropriate, and she calls him out on it because she's too smart to fall for it.
Yeah, and what's also being overlooked here is just because it's satirical doesn't mean it can't also be freaking character driven.
Also be the thing.
Well, a great example of this in Evangelion, actually going back to that, there is a legendary scene in Evangelion where, sorry to get spoilers for Twilight whenever we get around to watching it, and it's a great scene. Shinji walks in on Rei changing. And normally you expect, like, the typical anime thing of, like, oh, I'm so sorry, or, like, the guy gawking at her or whatever. But it's literally just a moment of these two, like, awkwardly meeting eyes, not entirely sure what to say, and then, like, Shinji just kind of awkwardly turning around and apologizing, and she finishes changing. And, like, it's, like, not really... It's like an anti...
Rei barely even cares in regards to
It's
that.
like anti-fan service. It's like... And it does it all naturally through the interactions of the characters. Because, well, I think it actually would be believable to have characters that are a little more over the top and a little more exaggerated in their motions. More often than not, you're also going to get people that are much more mild and much more like, oh, I'm sorry. I remember distinctly, God, this goes back to like the beginning of my career. And it's weird to refer to as a career. I was on set for Misfile Day 1, the TV pilot for the Misfile television series. And one of the female actresses who played Emily, she was actually just swapping costumes casually in the middle of this kitchen. That's where in the house that we were filming at. And I averted my eyes because, like, obviously I don't want to see her changing, not realizing I was looking right at the window of the kitchen. It was pitch black outside. The light was shining against it. So it was actually making a perfectly reflective surface. And I got called out for, like, still peek, like, in a good-natured way. It's like they were just teasing me. But, like, I still to this day don't know if people thought that I was actually, like, gawking at her when I was really legitimately trying not to look at her. And I just looked in the absolute wrong direction to do so. And it's like, I was so embarrassed. I'm like, no, I don't. And I was like, I realized the more I protest, the more I'm going to look guilty. It's like, it's one of those, guess what? That comedy happens. Unintentional comedy. Yeah. It comes from somewhere. Like, those situations come from a place of earnesty initially.
Guys, I think I had mentioned this on Team Jacked before, but I have literally twice gone through a scenario where somebody says something pervy and I happen to get a nosebleed because I suffer from them frequently.
Oh yeah, you did mention that.
Twice! Somebody makes a perverted joke at me, and then my nose just started bleeding.
You see,
and one time,
all of your latent, pent-up lewdness that, like, has been untapped over all these years. It's like, in these rare instances, it actually breaks free and just goes into overdrive.
Yeah. Like, the first time that it happened, I was,
it was in
like, physically with my roommates who were also otaku, so they knew what was going on, and they were literally on the floor laughing at me.
You see, I'm so glad I did not inherit my mother's penchant for nosebleeds, because holy shit.
I broke a blood vessel when I was a teenager, so
Rival, comedy
frequently
does not equal tragedy plus timing. That's no. Comedy, typically speaking, is just the violation of the norm. That's like the most, and like the typically unexpected, but even the expected can be funny. Sorry to rain on that parade, but like I don't like that. I don't like the definition of comedy, and I hold comedy in very high regard. So
yeah. I don't agree with it either, because there's a lot of things that I laugh at that has nothing to do with tragedy.
Yeah, that aren't tragic.
Also, come on, what? Why? Where's the stroke? You had the freaking stroke earlier. Where is it now?
God, dude, I was gonna say, because y'all mentioned that he did do it right earlier while I was gone. Is this like an Anthony situation where he made this shit in like 4 days?
I would not.
Maybe.
I would not believe. I would totally believe that.
I would not believe it.
Yes. I would not doubt it was where my brain wanted to go, but like my mouth wanted to go in another direction, so I just got tied up there.
Yeah, they saw a girl changing, and they were both looking in different directions. I understand.
Sorry, no, my mouth was just going in the direction of wherever the fuck his text design is going. Which is opposite ones.
Grosser ones. Reverse Harem is a gender-flipped harem anime, where instead of the anime being a bunch of girls that are for some reason really obsessed with this one dude at the same time, it is a bunch of dudes fawning over.
You have no. I can tell you what's happening in that scene, and I've never seen that fucking show. 5 girls who all love the same guy have overfed him. That's the joke that was like on the face of it. How did you? Why? Like, okay, so either A, that was a genuine, I don't know what's happening here, but I doubt that. So on the other hand, why would you make that if not to be laughing at yourself? I don't. As a joke, I don't get it, and as like a genuine observation, I don't get it. Unless you're just stupid.
which I don't want to think about you, but your text placement and work has not really done much in your favor. So,
over a single lady. This allows Oran to cover the most ground when making fun of as many types of character stereotype as possible, with Haruhi herself being a super interesting case as far as feminine leads go. For one, she's not terribly feminine. Her rather androgynous looks allow her...
Wait, no. You're suddenly pulled a thing in my brain. For one, if it were a pure satire, and it was going to attack all these different types, what types are you describing exactly? Like, what?
It's supposed to be the Megane, the Shota, the twins, the prince,
the stoic guy.
Well, so is it saying that it's supposed to be the gender inverse, effectively, of like the typical things? Okay.
Yeah.
But like
he didn't make that clear.
It's literally meant to be set up that the host club is taking advantage of the guys' personalities in order to please the female customers. Like it's literally a reverse maid cafe.
Yeah.
A themed maid cafe.
Yeah, it's a butler cafe.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's
and
like, I've seen the host clubs. I know women love those host clubs.
yeah. And like as this goes, this is also not the only character in these types of stories that I've seen that had fucking short hair. Like Haruhi admittedly does specify that she literally doesn't really care whether she gets seen as a guy or a girl because that's not important to her. Also, her father is a drag queen. So that doesn't matter to her.
I was going to say, like, is it likely that it's a parody of all the other, like, of traditional harems? Or is it more likely that it's a host club, but what if we set it at a high school and we made one of the characters a girl in disguise? Like,
yeah.
What is more likely there? Because host clubs are actually, this is where like having knowledge of Japan comes in handy, because host clubs are very popular in Japan for a number of reasons. Right. It goes back to, hey, maybe doing a little research on the declining birth rates might help. And like the failing relationship dynamics that are going on. And you know, why our Lord and Savior Shinzo Abe died for our sins.
It has literally gotten so bad in Japan that you can now make a very good living by being a rent-a-family.
Wait, what?
Yes, you can literally rent a family if you are lonely.
Oh.
Dude, what the shit?
So I'm moving to
Japan. You didn't know
that? Not that part.
Like,
I've heard some other aspects of Japan in regards to that sort of thing, like how common cheating is there. But like
if you are a person who has like moved away from home to go like to school or to work in the big city or whatever, and you get lonely because you can't really afford to go home and visit your family or whatever, you can spend your money renting a family who will pretend to be your actual family for like a day or whatever.
I heard Rent a Girlfriend, but Rent a Family, that's the sequel series.
Yeah.
Or to work with one of the hosts, but this work arrangement also fits in with her feelings on the matter.
Listen, Senpai, I don't really care whether you guys recognize me as a boy or a girl. In my opinion, it's more important for a person to be recognized for who they are rather than for what sex they are.
Haruhi is an exceptionally genderqueer character, all the way back in 2006. And while not everything about its representation has aged well, it was very ahead of its time in terms of genderqueer expression.
What are you talking about?
Her father's a drag queen. There is nothing wrong with being a drag queen. Can you please not?
Also, I hesitate to call that genderqueer. Like, just the fact that someone has more androgyny to themselves, that doesn't make you special.
Maybe it's gender queer in the sense that it's like, you know, she's in some way non-conforming, but I would call it gender non-conforming than anything.
Yeah, that's probably where I go towards, and like this implies an element of like, I mean, I guess it does imply an element of sexuality, but is there any indication that she's like leaning towards the fairer sex at all? Like, does she
woo any women.
She only does in the context of the hosting club that they have, but
not seriously.
When you go past the anime, because I don't know if he's ever going to talk about the manga, it does become a typical romance manga after you get into the series, after you go way past where the anime left off. Because the anime had to force a definitive ending to the show, whereas the manga actually went on a lot longer in the same way that Skip Beat kind of did, except for Skip Beat left in the middle of a fucking arc, which pissed a lot of people off.
It'll come back someday, I'm sure.
Someday. I hope that it gets its Fruits Basket 2019 revival. Right. But
and also
the problem that I usually have with people who talk about characters like Haruhi as being queer in some way is that you are putting men and women who conform to stereotypes of their gender into very, very restricted boxes.
Yeah. I mean, I talk about this all the time. I am not the most traditionally masculine guy. I had I have long, curly, luscious hair that I take very good care of. I get mistaken for a woman, not infrequently. It happens. People will say ma'am when they're looking at me from behind. It hasn't happened very recently, but that's just because I don't go out as much anymore. It's
my friend doesn't care either, and she has short hair and she rarely wears dresses or anything like that, but she still considers herself a woman.
Kaiser, your stream is paused.
And
you would. Oh, okay. I'll do that in a sec after I make my point.
And quickly. I'm also not the most gender conforming either. Yeah, I have long hair, but I can't remember the last time that I wore an actual dress. I think it was maybe 2013, and literally the only reason why I did that was because it was Doctor Who themed.
I literally had gotten, I mean, in regards to me, I'm definitely not some people thought I was a woman because what was it?
Well, mostly the breasts.
I'm a very But my freaking bazongas, you couldn't resist them. I had normal of those. But it's mostly because of how thin I am, right? Just because I have a freaking high metabolism. People have thought that I was a trans guy or something like that before. Legitimately. It doesn't happen super often, but it's the point is just that you're trying to describe gender nonconformity, and gender queer, as far as I'm aware, is a different thing entirely.
Kaiser the fembot. Oh,
fuck that, no way.
She had machine guns in her titties. Yes, we knew about that.
You know what? Hey, listen, as long as it's the way that fucking Go Nagai draws them, I'm all in.
But I was going to say, it's I think it's a very unhealthy way to look at conformity, and you can go back and forth about who's the progenitor of it. Is it the people that want people to conform more, or the people that don't want people to conform more? They're doing most of the damage. And it's I think everyone's doing a lot of fucking damage. Just let people be who they are, and just let male and female just be the thing that you are biologically. That's that's kind of my mentality on a lot of this stuff. It's just it doesn't matter if you're a guy or a girl. Be as effeminate as you want as a guy. Be as masculine as you want as a woman. Be what matches you. Try and figure out what fits for you in your life and what makes you most comfortable, and just do that. But don't neglect that you are still something that I don't know how to describe it. Oh, this is just such a struggle here with this.
It is, because it's
just stop trying to make gender into a cartoonish stereotype of the 1950s. Please, I beg you. It has never been that way ever in the history of literally ever. Please stop. We stop consuming 1950s media. Please. That's all I have to say.
As the show progresses, the one-note personalities of the boys expands until each character has more expansive motivations and character traits. So by the end of the show, we have characters genuinely butting heads over minutiae of their characters that simply did not exist in the beginning. By the wrap of the season, there was no concrete romance, but a great list of episodes with heartfelt moments, some sentimental, and some romantic, pointing towards relationships that may be possible in the future. And then no season 2. And I dare say there never will be. Which honestly may be the reason why the show has maintained a following all these years later. Do you want Haruhi to get with tall blonde man? How about mischievous red-haired man?
Whoa.
How about the walking bag or any...
What was that editing?
Maybe the reason why the show has maintained a following
He's saying
yes
later. Or no.
Do you want Haruhi
using
to get
gifs.
with tall blonde man?
Oh.
How about mischievous red-haired man? How about the walking
what's wrong with
bag
him?
or any of the other less
What's
plausible
wrong
answers?
with
You
Kyoya?
can theorize about...
Kyoya's freaking cool.
I
there
know
was
nothing.
that scene that was clearly shitty, but like...
But like his whole thing is that he is kind of the dark horse. He's the dangerous one, and that is appealing to a lot of women. Like that is his whole thing.
Also, Skull the Kid. Yes, I got the Shaggy Rogers build. There have been people who have met me, saw my freaking build, and literally asked if I smoked. I never smoked a day in my life.
I was gonna say, wouldn't you mean the Norville Rogers build?
Yes. Shut up. We don't use that name.
No, there is a Scooby-Doo property that does use that name and exclusively
fuck,
that name.
No.
The only one where Shaggy's black.
Also, just to piss this guy off, because I've actually read the Ouran High School Host Club manga, which I guess this guy hasn't because he's only an anime girly. Haruhi does get with the blonde one. So,
Just wherever if you want. Though the manga did finish, and therefore there is a definitive answer if you want to look it up.
Oh.
Though this is obviously very comedic in comparison to a lot of the
There you
classics
go.
of the period, it still exhibits a lot of the common notes of feminine rom-coms. A flirtation with romance, but nothing really set in stone. The one-note characters developing complexity as the show progresses. The hug or indirect kiss that acts as our romantic climax.
That's not a
and the lack
that's
of
not a
more
shoujo
seasons are all
thing.
hallmarks of the original shoujo run of anime rom-coms.
Okay, first of all, note that several of those got a season 2 apparently. Second of all, those are all still very much present in modern romantic anime. My god, man.
Yeah.
Holy shit, I can't go a fucking mile without running into an anime that has any of those tropes.
Yeah, seriously. Kaguya-sama has it. I know freaking what was it? Oragairu has it, one of my favorites. Fucking that Fruits Basket.
yeah.
Also, holy shit. Like, dude, what about like Spice and Wolf? Come on.
God,
Spice and Wolf has like they actually acknowledge their romantic intent for one another really, really early on.
Yeah.
Also, Twilight the Necro Foodie.
What?
This one I don't know if I don't know if I get this one.
They're going for round 2. Oh, maybe it's because that thing about the dead horse we talked about earlier.
Yeah, because it's nutritious. Oh my god, why? You're just getting roasted over here over an open flame because it's nutritious.
See, the reason why I was hugging it was because I knew that I could trap it and then put it in my cauldron for later.
I feel like we would all have a lot of fun time playing Power World together. Eating all the animals out there.
I actually don't think that I would enjoy Pal World.
You leave that to me and Kaiser. You just do the cooking. like the good stereotypical woman.
Yeah, you'll be the cook.
I like that. I was like, oh wait, no, I'm leaning myself right into a joke. Time to lean right into it.
Yeah. I actually can't cook very well.
I know. I
won't
do cooking.
Yeah, he's the one that does the cooking and the baking and stuff. I mean, I'll bake. Yeah, I haven't baked in like years. I miss baking so much actually. But
cooking,
I guess
I'll be the one hunting like the manly man.
Yeah, okay, but you have to do it like a Hugh Neutron. Oh, good, look, yeah. Oh, good, look, yeah. Oh, good, look, yeah. Oh, good, look, yeah. Ooh, caribou.
Oh my god, it was from Jimmy Neutron.
That's from like episode 1 of Jimmy Neutron.
Holy shit.
Oh,
How
man.
the fuck did I remember that?
But yeah, okay, so all these tropes are still present. So like, okay, I'm gonna roll him back, and this is how he is defining romance anime traditionally. So let's go over this.
Classics of the period, it still exhibits a lot of the common notes of feminine rom-coms. A flirtation with romance, but nothing really set in stone.
A flirtation with romance, but nothing set in stone.
The one-note characters developing complexity as the show progresses.
One-note characters developing complexity.
That's just stories.
That's just storytelling.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That's literally just storytelling.
The hug,
dude, this is some Miles and Carrie ass
climax.
The hug or indirect kiss. Yes.
What?
That is typically how those work. What?
Hugging is a very significant thing in Japan.
I'm sorry. My brain is like, okay, so the first one is a pacing thing where you dance around the romance but don't confirm it, which only I think is the result of this last point, which is they didn't get further down the series. So you combine those two into, we just didn't get to the end where they confirmed the romance, because almost all these stories, I think, confirm it at the end. Then the other one is the thing that typically happens during a story and something that happens in every romance regardless.
Yeah.
Character development is a female. Character development is an invention of the female Jedi. Don't you know? I don't even know how to spell it. I will now use the femoid to heal my broken body.
The feminine romance is a pathway to many things.
The men would consider unnatural.
Unnatural.
Oh, no. Okay, so I'm sorry to say, man, right now this is not a good starting point at all, because
no.
The one thing about this is, oh, they didn't finish, and it's like, yeah, shows get canceled. It kind of sucks.
I mean,
you want to cover Yuri anime? You want to talk pain, motherfucker? You want to? Okay, Yuri is my job. Not getting a season 2. Fucking Aoi Hana not getting a season 2. Bloom Into You not getting a season 2. Motherfucker, I could go down the list of Yuri. I Fell in Love with the Villainess not getting a season 2. Fucking Witch from Mercury needed a season fucking 3. I can go down the fucking list. I can go down my fucking manga watch list, good sir, and I can give you female-oriented, female-directed romances that have not gotten season 2s because they were not popular enough, and they are still current day present. And in fact, they're only getting more popular now as the fandom expands through the internet.
I think
and that's not even touching all the shonen that went on without a season 2 for the longest fucking time. Looking at you, Soul Eater. Looking at you, Blue Exorcist.
I think that this might have been what he was talking about in the comment section, or in his summary section, where he was saying, like, I couldn't go into the reason why this happens, which is the monetary reason. Like, the monetary... A lot of the reason why these anime don't get like season 2 or 3 or whatever is money, but also a lot of people do say that like anime, unless if it's an incredibly popular thing like One Piece or MHA, they typically don't finish because they're advertisements for the manga.
Yes.
And shoujo is usually not as popular, so there is the monetary incentive to not continue on and just treat it as a promotion for the manga. But
right,
like it's just kind of frustrating that he is mostly talking about just the anime in regards to these series.
Yeah, because unlike, of course, obviously, certain media similar to that in the West, like both are inextricably linked in Japan, and a lot of the how they go further into their stories or the way that they portray themselves is very much dictated by those dynamics.
Yeah. And like the some of the stuff that he is complaining about here, like the hug and whatever, like that is inherently a Japanese culture thing. And it's supposed to be a lot bigger in Japan, like a bigger deal in Japan than it is in the West. So like if you're a Westerner who doesn't really care about the Japanese culture aspect of it, then of course you're going to get kind of frustrated because hugs are not a big deal here, but it's a big deal in Japan.
Phantom of the Night. Merchandising, that's how the real money for anime is made. That is true. Yes.
Yep.
And I was going to add, like, the climax for the romance between Deku and Uraraka is a fucking handshake. And it's actually fucking awesome. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know.
These are all hallmarks of the original shoujo run of anime rom-coms. To put it short and sweet, this show is great, and everyone should watch it, obviously. Now on to the next show on the list, Kaguya-sama Love is War, written by Aka Akasaka, animated by A1
Why did you say it like that? Sama.
This show is great, and everyone should watch it, obviously. Now on to the next show on the list, Kaguya-sama Love is War, written by Aka Akasaka.
Sama.
Yeah.
I also wrote Oshino.
You might
by
want to
A1
re-record
Pictures,
that.
and the reason why this video exists. Kaguya-sama centers both of our prospective paramours as main characters, Kaguya Shinomiya and Miyuki Shirogane, as they attempt to court the other. Their method of courtship, however, isn't a particularly sane one. Before we even see the main characters of our tale, the narrator established the terms of the war the title references. Whoever gives their heart first will be conquered. To confess is to lose, therefore, a confession must be coaxed from the other to win. That is the framing for most of the show's standard conflicts. There will be some inciting incident, then the narrator interjects to act as referee, explaining the terms of the game and how to win. Then the battle commences, with the narrator marking moments like an announcer before declaring the results at the end of the match. Who are our fighters? Kaguya is an heiress to a very...
I already see where he's going with this. It's very much structured like a game anime, a game shonen.
Yeah, the best way, like, I would describe Kaguya-sama Love is War is if you have a typical romance, but you add a sort of like near Death Note style of dramatization for comedic effect. Right? That's the best way I can really describe it, like, just the general presentation. And it's freaking hilarious because of it.
I'm hoping we get a second season of I'm a Spider, So What? Is that the Spider Isekai? And if so, why?
Yeah, that's the Spider one.
Why? I saw bits of that from Floof, and that looked awful.
Yeah, it looks fucking terrible.
So what I'm getting so far from this is if the romance has a gimmick aspect to the plot, it is therefore geared towards men.
I don't know, man. If it's geared towards, I don't know why it's called Kaguya-sama then. Because
very successful business conglomerate and is therefore exceptionally trained in order to take over that empire, both in terms of business and manipulation, as well as more well-rounded pursuits such as music and art. She has the pedigree, but she also works hard to live up to the name. Miyuki is no pushover himself, being a transfer student that is both #1 in the school's exams and president of said school, despite being an outsider. He demonstrates exceptional intelligence, charisma, and work ethic by immediately arriving and placing himself on top of the school hierarchy, both in academics and administration. These are the rival intelligences that are pitted against each other episode over episode, and is the source from which the comedy flows. At first,
these two also have Jesus Christ in the text
academics
again.
and
Dude,
administration.
what the fuck?
These are the rival intelligences that are pitted against
tried
each other
reading
episode
that, but
over
it's just like
episode, and is the
whatever.
source from which the comedy flows.
They also have a wild
imagination.
Why
couldn't you just say that in the script?
Flows. At first, only one other.
Fun fact: Kaguya-sama is a seinen manga. Yeah, that's his point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to be his point. Is that somehow this is bad?
Well, I'm not even sure if he's saying it's good or bad.
Well,
like,
the
maybe we'll
gentrification,
highlight
the original title indicates that it was like a negative.
Oh, right, yeah.
Other character exists between these two, and that's Chika Fujiwara. Chika is naive and pure of heart, leading her to assume the best in everyone and say exactly what she means, with no hint of malice nor double entendre, which serves as a chaos element to their well-placed manipulations and wildly throw things out of whack. This is the formula for a while, until more and more characters are introduced, spinning their own side narratives, sometimes their own love stories, and introducing even further chaos into the mix.
Would you say that they start simple and become more complex as they go on?
Oh my god!
Let's consider for a moment the balance of romance to comedy in any of these rom-coms. The further we lean in comedy, the less meat the plot will really have, but the more romantic, the greater the risk that we frighten those that fear sincerity.
No, that's...
No.
What?
What the hell? No.
What? What?
Comedy slapstick
Dude,
can be
if
fucking
people-
the heart of things.
Like,
Yeah.
if you're I can't talk about, like, romantic comedy in seinen in specific, but, like, again, I want to go to Skip Beat because it's a good example. It is incredibly fucking funny. Like, if I took a screenshot of every single fucking joke, Raymond, I might as well just send you the entire manga.
I was going to say, at this point, you already have. You guys don't understand it. I wake up and I've gone to bed like an hour before she does, and then I wake up and I see my DMs, and it's just like, oh, I have 20 messages from Twilight. I see that one of them actually pertains to anything relevant. The rest of her just gushing about Skip Beat. And I'm like, I'm going to read half of this and then just say that I read all of it.
But yeah,
That's a lie. I don't lie to her. I tell her outright how much I read of that.
Yeah, but in a lot of ways, the comedy for Kaguya-sama in particular is often like a good selling, the main selling point of the story, but it's a dramatization of the fact that both of these two, as he described, are just hyper-intelligent people,
boneheaded people
barely
that
have any experience.
Yeah,
in romance at all.
What he is ignoring is that as I understand it, because I've always been sold this is a romantic comedy with emphasis on the romance. This is two people who are both incredibly stubborn. The only reason that they think that confessing means enslavement is because these both are immature people that don't understand it, and they're in love with one another, and they can't admit it. And it's like I'm trying to struggle.
And as the
entire
goes
viewboth
on,
of
it
the
becomes
series
more and
is
more
their
like a
wild
romance.
imagination. Like, it's like, oh, they both have a wild imagination. They both have a wild imagination. That's the point. They both over dramatize their own needs to confess and be confessed to. Like they like I haven't even seen this fucking show, and I know this. It's a character
that's
design.
not even scaring people away. Yeah, it's not even scaring people, like keeping people like paying attention to the show because of too much sincerity. Part of this is because of how sincerely messed up both of these, Shirogane and Kaguya's mindsets are when it comes to romance.
This guy should have just
peeling
stuck
back more and more of the layers.
Number one rival says this guy should have just stuck to talking about video games, and I'm saying that on the assumption that he knows what he's saying about that form of media. This is not a good first impression. I'm gonna stop you there. I actually think video games are a far more complicated form of discussion because you're adding the facet of interactivity. Like that is a much different field. To the point that like if he can't get basic storytelling shit right, I do not have faith for him when it comes down to how that interacts with an interactive game. Maybe you can talk about the pure mechanics of something very well, but like, if it has anything to touch on story, I do not trust this man at this point. Phantom of the Night says, man, I really want to know what he thinks of romance webtoons now. That's a good question. I have a couple of really good webtoons. There's one that's actually an alternate universe, or I guess just a random Zelda spinoff, where Princess Zelda gets married to Ganondorf, and it's about it's like a political marriage at first, but they have to consummate. But like it's like them actually building a genuine relationship together, and like you have Link as a kid there. Like Link is Zelda's child under disguise, and like they can't let Ganondorf know that Link is Link. They have to call her something else. Like it's actually a really well written webtoon. I really recommend it. Oh, what is it called?
Okay, I never heard of it. That sounds interesting.
I did not mean to open that. Shice. I will have to give you it later. Someone remind me.
Okay, sure.
Because I forgot I closed my Brave tabs, and I don't want to open them all now and lag my entire computer.
Well, yeah. This is why I have multiple browsers, so that one can be the one with all of the tabs, and then another one can have like only a couple of tabs, and then I open the one with a couple of tabs when I want to go look something up.
Let me look it up. There's a comic
chat.
Ooh, cool.
Chat, link it to us.
Well, I don't know if you can, but just let us know what the name is, and I can pull it up for you guys. Okay. It's a really good one, and it's not like the most in depth, but it's really interesting.
Okay.
This is all goofs, but builds towards romance like a pressure cooker as we continue through the show's run, with episode 3 giving us our first genuine romantic moment as Kaguya takes the day to walk to school, but finds herself getting late because she doesn't actually know the way, and gets rushed to school by an also late Shirogane, leading to this moment on the bike. The pressure continues to rise season over season until we reach episodes with no jokes, all drama, all romance. It's like it cashes in on those jokes to provide episodes of full romantic or dramatic context, further developing the mindsets of our protagonists or the characterization of the rest of the cast.
Hey, Twi, this is reminding me of something.
Yeah? What's it reminding you of, Raymond?
Oh, a certain anime, a certain manga that was written, I don't know, back near 2001, around that, in the 1990s. One about that starts off as a pretty lighthearted comedy that's all about slapstick and kind of a fantastical premise that gradually over time kind of cuts away the more comedic aspects and focuses more on the inherent drama and the romance at play until finally there is a grand confession at the very end and the realization the characters want to be together. I don't know. It's
really
there's some manga like that, some anime that was recently got a remake that was actually decently good, but no one's ever heard of it, I'm sure.
Of course.
Cody
no
in the
one's
house?
ever heard of it.
Dude, what the fuck are you smoking? Like, how is this any different than Fruits Basket? In terms of, like, how it's structured.
What?
Yeah. Jesus.
Like, of course, there's way more focus on comedy in Kaguya-sama comparatively, of course. But like we're just talking about the raw structure of both of these types of media.
Well, that's also because freaking Fruits Basket had a love triangle in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It did. And not only that, but it is one of the few media that is out there that does the love triangle well.
Yes. Cory in the House, 110%. Best rom-com anime in history.
Yeah.
Fuck, you got me. And no, it's not Ranma 1/2.
But like, I am over 200 chapters into Skip Beat. We are getting a lot more drama and a lot more of the romance aspect now that Kyoko has finally admitted that she is in love with Ren. Because that's been the whole premise of the story, is that she vows that she will never fall in love again, and she has went and done it. Damn it. How could she have betrayed herself in this way? But that doesn't mean that the comedy has necessarily become lesser just because they're adding in more of these elements to it. Because a lot of the elements is still the comedic aspect of both the fact that Ren and Kyoko don't know that the other likes them. So there is that aspect of, I am frustrated that they will never see me as a romantic partner. And then knowing that they don't want the other to know, and then scramble when they accidentally almost reveal it.
The main character of this tale is obviously Kaguya, it's in the name, but we get such insight to Miyuki's thoughts that we aren't made a stranger to his thought process either. They're both written in ways that are conceivable for their ages and also considers their gender dynamics.
Yeah.
What?
Spoilers for an early conflict in Season 1 upcoming. Kaguya is sick and bedridden, and Shirogane draws the short straw for going to drop off her homework at her house. Kaguya's maid and mischievous imp, Hayasaka, engineers a trap for Shirogane that leads to the two leads sleeping together. Literally sleeping, mind you, nothing sexual happens in the slightest. This is the catalyst for our first real conflict. Not our playful love battles from before.
Very weird.
They're mad at each other. And for different reasons. Kaguya feels she was taken advantage of since she was loopy from being sick, and is at once disgusted by the possibility of what he did, but also upset if he didn't do anything. She likes him, so she wants to seem alluring, but also not in those circumstances, so she both wants his attention and is disgusted by the possibility of her garnering that attention in that situation. Shirogane, by contrast, is aware of the trap he was placed in and thinks he was very upstanding. He did nothing sexual that night. He did not take advantage of Kaguya in any way. If anything,
he did not have sexual relations with that woman.
So why all this hostility? Both characters coming from understandable stances, especially for their ages. I mean, there are flaws in both of these logics.
We won't give out a reward for not assaulting someone. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Clearly. And once you understand their viewpoints, they make sense in a way, which I feel is a particular strength of the writer. This brings us to the first method that modern rom-coms use to put masculine butts in seats. The shift of POV. Mostly to the male perspective. Picture, if you will, your classic shoujo romance. Dainty little lady lead, likely with some bad boy of sorts as the masculine counterpart. A lot of the story is spent with the feminine lead wondering what the guy is thinking. Why does he sometimes spurn her affection and other times embrace it? What's his deal? These stories lean on the lack of interior voice from the masculine lead to feed that mystery, but that rarely happens in Love is War.
No, okay, no.
Skip beat again.
No,
Skip beat.
I'm fucking Peach Girl.
What?
Yeah, Peach Girl.
We follow what's his face? We follow Kairi on his whole journey, going on a self-discovery journey where he becomes a waiter.
This summer I literally watched freaking Fruits Basket for the very first time. We constantly see the other two guys' points of view.
Even in the original anime too. It wasn't.
Yeah, in the original anime too. And like I said with Skip Beat, Ren is the first one to fall in love with Kyoko. He almost falls in love with her as soon as he finds out that she is a childhood friend that he met when he was like 10 years old. And part of the thing that makes the comedy is that we hear his inner monologue and how he struggles with trying to keep their relationship a professional one because he knows her situation and he knows that it's going to be probably a lost cause. Like, we see his inner monologue so much in Skip Beat, and it's a shoujo. So why you can't say that this is a defining trait of male POV romances that gets male butts into seats? I don't believe that for a second. There are
I'm not sure if that's really that common, honestly.
Fool's Guild drinking game, take a shot whenever you hear Skip Beat. Well, that's going to be very easy to win because she's saying skip. There's a P, not a T there. Just putting that out there.
As in skip a beat.
But this is all. So point one, already off to a bad start.
Also, for all of the young ones out there, Skip Beat used to be the most popular shoujo out there for quite a while.
Also, I mean, just to throw this token in there, what about, because you actually care about gender queer representation, right? What about Yuri and Yaoi?
Yeah.
Where there is no gender dichotomy between the two characters. You have to focus on one female or one female character or one male and one male character. You're not addressing that, and those are typically targeted at women too.
Yeah.
Shirogane's interior voice is known, and his perspective is often shared with us, so we have a perfect view of the battlefield. Again, This show still leans more towards Kaguya's POV than Shirogane's, given the multiple mysteries where if Shirogane is wondering what Kaguya's feeling, it's a joke, whereas the other way around, it's treated as a genuine
Wouldn't
mystery.
Wouldn't it be
Shirogane?
No, it was also kind of a joke on her end most of the time
too. Animes. Time and again, we are shown the diagonal perspectives of our characters, how they reach similar conclusions from different beginnings or different conclusions from the same start based on their upbringings and backstories. Which includes the central question. Why are they doing this? Why are they fighting this stupid war of love anyway? The narrator gave us a reason of sorts, but that isn't their personal reasons. That's just the framing we, the audience, needed to understand the stakes and start the story. When we finally get their personal reasons for this, we find those reasons to be baked deep into their respective histories, gender dynamics, social standings, work ethic, and personal self-worth to create dynamic positions from dynamic characters. That initial reason for Kaguya's anger, the paradoxical, I don't want him to touch me, but I also want him to want to touch me, is itself of nuanced position, which is interesting for a character to hold. Kaguya and Miyuki are very dense characters and are both given equal attention, so we see the two grow into more multifaceted and interesting characters. But it doesn't just stop with these two. More characters are revealed, which all see a little development of their own as well, eventually leading to a forever more fractalizing cast of people who each have loads of nuance to their positions and understandings of the world and each other. Kaguya-sama...
Like the shows that came before that you described about the characters
I'm waiting for the part
I'm waiting for the butt here.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the part where the men, stormed in and changed the style to get more of us in the seats. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for when the patriarchy. Flavors this to make it.
When did we patriarchy all over? Like.
Yeah. Our Love is War is a super engaging rom-com which continually develops its characters as it progresses, continually developing your understanding of the game they play and their own positions on love
my fucking god.
Confession. Also, without getting into specifics, the Kaguya movie, The First Kiss That Never Ends, represents a paradigm shift that basically means we're entering an entirely different show with the next season, whenever that happens. A new perspective that you rarely see in romance fiction, so it's a great time to watch the preview.
Wait, what?
What?
I gotta hear that again.
Presents a paradigm shift that basically means we're entering an entirely different show with the next season, whenever that happens. A new perspective that you rarely see in romance fiction, so it's a great time to watch the previous season.
I've got to stop this. What he is talking about is the fact that in the movie, mild spoilers, the two confess their feelings to each other. So, naturally things are going to change after that point. How is that a thing that doesn't happen most of the time in romance? I'm so fucking confused.
It's the Lily Orchard complaint all over again. It's you shouldn't have them get together at the end, even though that's like a natural conclusion to a lot of romantic storylines, and that's fine. But there's a lot of romantic anime where they get together, or Lord help you, acknowledge they don't belong together or something. But fucking both. I know it's Aoi Hana is I love it because the main characters don't get together till the very end, but they actually do get together early on and then break at a certain point and then break up, and they're actually apart for a couple of chapters before getting to get back together at the end. Possibly it's kind of left a little bit vague. Like there's a lot of elements that go into it, but it's not a big surprise for characters to get together in the middle or like 2/3 of the way through the story. Like that's not the most surprising thing. I don't.
Sure.
There's
also
there's a manga.
We were promised patriarchy. Damn it.
There is a manga that I have read where the premise, like there are several shoujo manga that I've read where the premise of the story is the characters getting together and trying to navigate their relationships. But like the one that I was thinking of right off the bat was a short little manga called Fall in Love Like a Comic, where the premise of the story is a budding mangaka wants to write better romance stories and better smut stories for her budding career. And so a guy who is actually literally taught by his older sister to be like the perfect guy just says, okay, I'm going to be your boyfriend as reference material then.
And also, like, I'm thinking, like, don't Kyo and Toru kind of soft get together, or like near the in season 3?
Yeah, in season 3.
Like before the end of the series, they actually are kind of like dating. Like there is also the official like Yuki being like, yeah, no, she's totally yours kind of moment.
Sure.
Yeah.
There were like a couple more episodes, after that point.
Yeah, there is. And like it's the thing that really baffles me, because people who say this kind of stuff act as though there are no exceptions to that, or that in romance stories there are no stories where the whole point is the being in the actual relationship. Another one that I can mention, I don't like this manga. It is the one that she did right after finishing Peach Girl. It's Papillon, which is about twins who are basically Momo and Sai, kind of.
Papillon? Like the butterfly?
Papillon? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if there's like an extra I in there, so whatever. Like it's Papillon, Hana, Tuchol, because their names are Flower and Butterfly. Ageha is the main character, and she pines after a childhood friend of hers, but then very quickly starts dating this other guy who has he's a school counselor to her high school, so he technically has a power dynamic over her, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Sure.
But like the whole thing is them navigating their relationship and falling more in love with each other. So it's like, what are you talking about?
Also,
not every story is like this.
Which granted, I would, I guess, maybe throw him a bone a little bit here. Sure. I would presume that if he were here, you'd probably say, of course, there are exceptions to the rule. What I'm sort of fighting him on a bit more here is that it's really that much of a rule at all that this happens. Like, I'm not super familiar with shoujo, okay? So full transparency here. Oh. Is it really that uncommon for the characters, I guess the two main characters or whatever characters, getting together during the story and not have the story immediately end after that?
I mean, okay, so there's a gradients to it. I would argue something like, I would probably say it's a 30-70 split, and like at some point delineated, there's like there's
another one. I can't. I was thinking about this one earlier. I'm sorry, Raymond. I interrupted you. Snow White with the red hair. Zen and Shirayuki get together in like the second episode or third episode or whatever.
Magus's bride. Ancient Magus's bride. They get together like in the very first episode. They're married. Now romantically, there's like a whole romance thing that needs to build apparently. But like, I didn't even like that show, but I think it's a good argument. But this Arotic says, I think he only knows about Sailor Moon or Rent a Girlfriend. One, I don't know about Rent a Girlfriend, but in Sailor Moon, I'm pretty sure she starts dating Mamoru like about like in like the season 3-ish area, and that's only like halfway through the entire manga. I'm pretty sure. Like I'm pretty sure they actually have a relationship for a good chunk of the manga, and that creates its own level of stress. Like that's bizarre to me. Like I know the ending of Sailor Moon is them like in bed together. Like that's their finale is like them like leading up to their wedding day.
I don't think that he only knows about Sailor Moon or Rent a Girlfriend, because obviously he's talking about other shows, but like I again, he's only mentioned the manga for Ouran High School Host Club, so I don't know how much he actually reads manga. So I feel like he's talking specifically about just anime. And we were talking about this earlier, Kaiser, about how a lot of anime is just advertisement for the manga.
Right.
Yep.
No, that's why that's what's really confusing me again, because like I don't know how common this is, and it would have really helped his argument if he had like showed a bit more examples of manga that are structured in this particular way or a different particular way, and also did a better job making a better distinction between the way, you know, romances aimed towards women are written and how romances aimed towards men are written. And he has not done that job.
He has yeah, so far we're halfway through and he has failed miserably at any kind of explanation.
Yeah. Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
To catch up. Though I am not certain, I feel like the movie is such a turning point that we will someday consider the story of Love is War as a pre-Christmas and post-Christmas sort of deal. So it's kind of the perfect time to begin. All the setup without the need to wait. And no, I haven't read the manga. My fiance doesn't like me to look ahead, so to speak, so I'm trapped here with her. So that's Kaguya. My favorite anime rom-com, and the most accommodating to both sides of the false gender binary. Still very consumable for girls, but with some added dimension and perspective from Yuki, giving more for men to identify with.
No, you have not elaborated on that at all. I happen to like actually relate to girls quite well. Thank you very much. I can do that.
It's this thing that really pisses me off about a lot of mentality that guys have, where it's like, oh, well, like the reason why girls can watch a lot of guy shows and why guy shows are a lot more popular than girl shows is because girls can just enjoy shows that are not meant for them, but if a guy watches a girl show, a show that's not meant for them, then oh my god, they have to like watch it in secret and they have to keep it hidden.
Kaiser bulb yeah. Right now. That's literally what Norality said. Like there's like a weird implication in one of the videos where she said almost exactly that. Like women are much more able to empathize with characters or people that are different from them, which is why it's easy. She says it's easier for them to be interested in like non-female.
Well, no, like it's not that it's necessarily easier. It's more socially accepted that is a thing. And that for some reason guys just need to hide the fact that they are just as flexible as girls in terms of who they enjoy watching in terms of media for POV characters. And I think that that's ridiculous. And this guy is kind of just admitting that is a thing because guys apparently only like romance stories as long as there is a male POV to insert themselves into.
That's weird because he says that, well, Ed Stavinsky says, or Stavinsky says, clearly this wasn't meant to be seen by people with a wide watch list of shoujo. Apparently not.
Yeah.
See,
I don't have a wide list of shoujo, and I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Unknown XL says, I mean, I like Totally Spies, so okay, look, let's be honest why you like Totally Spies. All right, that's why we all like Totally Spies. All right. It ain't because of the compelling plots, I'll tell you that. Arotix Tenar
I liked it because it was wacky.
Oh, that too. The fucking mirror thing still gets me every single fucking time. The mirror lasers. Arotix Tenar, if I can add anything, My Little Pony G4 was popular with both guys and girls. Okay, look, but the guys that really liked it, and I mean really liked it, were not comfortable for anyone.
I guess also of boob jokes, but we'll get back to that. Binary, still very consumable for girls, but with some added dimension and perspective from Yuki, giving more for men to identify with. I guess also the inclusion of boob jokes, but we'll get back to that. Komi Can't Communicate is a slice of life romantic comedy written by Tomohito Oda and adapted to anime by OLM. Komi CC centers Hitohito Tadano, a perfectly average guy who just wants to make it through high school without making waves. Definitely not based on any past drama. Though the show won't comment on this, his wallflower nature gives him fantastic observational skills, which are put to the test when he meets Komi. Komi is a nonverbal autistic. Komi is a bombshell who basically sweeps everyone off their feet and immediately gains the respect and adoration of everyone she meets without saying a word. But that's the thing. She has such a powerful shyness that she is incapable of speaking to anyone, even indirectly, and misunderstands this adoration as they're mocking her disability. Tadano notices this, and through the first episode, they devise a communication method that allows Komi to get her words across, through writing. She tells Tadano that her wish is to overcome this disability and make 100 friends, a goal which Tadano admires and sets out to help her complete. Antics and hijinks commence when they realize the school is filled with exceptional weirdos, which serves as the basis for most of the slice of life stuff. This is high comedy, low romance, a light romp with loads of goose.
It's a gag comedy. Literally 90% of the cast, actually I think it might be 100% of the cast if I'm being completely honest, are all just puns. There is literally a guy who looks like Buddha, and do you want to know what his name is? Buddha! And now, admittedly, there are some surprisingly compelling characters in here. In fact, I would argue the most compelling character in the entire show is a gal that shows up about halfway through and has probably the most tragic romantic arc, because she falls in love with Tadano, but realizes she's also best friends with Komi, and like she's like got that like torn heart where she gives up her chase of Tadano. It's like it's really cute, but like 90 to like 95% of this anime, of this manga, I should say, because I am caught up on it, although I've started to glaze out a lot of it because it has gotten tedious, is gag comedy. A lot of it is just joke after joke after joke. In fact, it's one of my chief complaints. It doesn't, like, when it gets serious, it's a breath of fucking fresh air, but it's like coming up from being drowned.
No, well, you're just a male traitor then.
She's a shy character, not autistic.
If a show has a lot of yucks, that's meant to keep you in your fucking seat.
See, I really don't see what about Komi comes off as particularly autistic, speaking as one, by the way. First of all, there's a lot of different types of autistics. It's called a spectrum for a reason. I could see her being a pseudo nonverbal type. I could see that. I could see people analyzing it from that perspective. But at the end of the day, the core concept, I don't think that the author was thinking that deeply about it. I think it was more, this girl is incredibly shy. I'm going to build into that naturally and just play it for the comedy that it is. And I think that's fair. But
how prevalent even is autism and autistic representation and awareness in Japan in the first place? Because, like,
not very.
Yes, exactly. Because a lot of these characters that we recognize as being potentially autistic could be subconscious to a lot of the writers, that they see somebody who is awkward in real life and then they just exaggerate those traits, not knowing that that person, while undiagnosed, might be autistic.
Yeah. Awareness of that, from what I've heard, is much lower in regards to that than it is in the West.
Dederex also has a good point. Everyone is autistic these days with how much the label is slapped around. Yep, that's true.
110%.
Now,
like,
admittedly,
that's why,
like,
again,
I would
West,
say,
where people call this character autistic code, that character
70% of it, like, I would say, is people just joking around. I don't take it too super seriously. But like there is a minority of people that really get super serious about, like, oh, this character is totally autistic for this reason.
Like we have adopted every single robot in existence in media as being autistic. Like if it's a robot, it is autistic.
They are ours now.
Yeah.
We don't make the rules, they just are.
In fact, I've recently come in to appreciate the Big Bang Theory more and more. Like I've seen the shorts when I was scrolling by, and I realized that show is actually kind of fun when they're not doing anything like directly nerdy. Because if you have any knowledge of nerd culture, there's a lot about it that you're just like, ugh, you're getting this so fucking wrong, and it's annoying. It's like it's not being fun about it. It's sometimes just kind of mean. But when it's just the characters being characters, it's like, oh, that's actually, that's fine. That's actually kind of fun. So yeah, it's like that's
so light, in fact, that one of the common criticisms of the show is just how long it takes for the plot to go anywhere. Just letting you know that up front. The romance is background radiation to the comedy, okay? It's
a gag comedy from the outset. It is a 4 coma.
It knows what it is, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Like
at least that's
the only reason you think this is because you're consuming it purely through the anime, which admittedly is probably on the animators at this point for having to adapt that. But the fact of the matter is, the source material is not going to conform to what you traditionally think of a romantic comedy. It's a different style.
Regardless of all of that, I found the show to be fun, the animation crisp and clean, and Komi herself to be an interesting person. This is a character with a disability, and while it is definitely the source of many a joke in the show, being basically the origin point of most of the comedy, I don't personally feel it as a punchdown, so to speak. Her struggles are understandable to anyone suffering from social anxiety, and her friends try their best to understand her and help her to come out of their shells in their own ways. Tadano through complete support and baby steps, Najimi by throwing her into chaos for their own amusement, and the side characters through being themselves and giving Komi space to be herself as well. I know that's just my personal take on the disability question, that's gonna be different from person to person, but I think the show does a good job representing Komi's autism as just an aspect of her that she lives with. She wants to improve socially so she can feel comfortable around those she likes, but no one judges and in fact adores her for who she is regardless of this.
I really hate how you're just like taking the presumption of autism and just running with it. The show makes absolutely no motions towards autism in any way, shape, or form in terms of any kind of verbal acknowledgement. Like, these characters do not acknowledge her as autistic at all. They don't acknowledge, like, the whole thing is helping her get over her shyness, and by the end of the manga, she has reached a point where she can actually communicate. Like, she actually Komi-san can communicate by the end of the story, because we're wrapping up. Yeah, it's like it's the whole point of it is like it's her getting over this one facet of her inability to talk. It's a speech disorder. Like, it could be autism, but it could also just be a speech disorder, or it could just be anxiety. It could be any number of things. It's like, he's immediately singling it down to autism when I'm sorry, I don't believe autism exists in Komi's world because everyone is fucking insane.
Yeah.
Like, there is a there is a growing movement in the psychological community that says that autism and ADHD are actually the default to humanity, and that quote unquote normal people are the aberrations in this sense. So, like, to be able to point out a character without author acknowledgement and say that character is autistic, it's kind of difficult to do that, because in a sense autism is so varied and prevalent and just misunderstood and just prevalent throughout humanity in general, that you won't really be able to pick that out unless if you're doing heavy stereotyping.
I was going to say,
pretty much. And that's not even getting into the cultural differences involved in, how anime and just Japanese media in general characterizes and, hyper stylizes characters and their quirks.
It's also, there's also the Japanese component of, like, Japanese society is so much different than ours, and we have so many different social paradigms that, like, some normal things in Japan are actually relatively autistic, like some of their, like, in terms of, like, what we consider autistic. It's like just like it comes across that way. I think this is Arotic says, I feel insulted why at the beginning as a guy with ADHD. Well, don't worry, you're well presented up here. You got an ADHD guy, you have someone with autism, and you have a robot, so you're good to go. Don't worry, we got you covered.
An autistic robot,
a diagnosed autistic robot.
Yeah. So, like, this is why I said at the beginning of our podcast that it's very difficult to separate the anime from the culture of Japan, and why if you're only looking at anime through a purely Western lens, specifically an American lens, you are not going to understand a lot of it due to that. It is through cultural differences a completely different language.
I pictured the class voting Komi for class god. Do you think maybe it might be a pun in Japanese, because the word for god in Japanese is Kami? Do you think maybe the similarities in those words, her name and the word for God in Japanese, might be the source of the fucking gag?
Can essayists stop thrusting mental diagnosis on the characters if it's just their headcanon, please? Especially
otherwise, make it like, if you want, make it a focus of study. Make it like, I hypothesize this character is autistic, and here's my reasoning why, and actually go in depth on it. Don't just assert it as fact like this. This is stupid.
Yeah, like, acknowledge that it is your headcanon, and that there is nothing by word of the author, like word of God or anything like that, to justify your presumption of it. This is why I feel a lot of frustration with a lot of people in fandom, is that they stop saying headcanon and they just see what they see and then they state it as fact. It's like, no, it is your headcanon. No. Yeah.
Also, Happy New Year, the Atlantic Ocean.
Ooh.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
Happy New
my
Year.
Atlantics out there.
My Atlantics.
Atlantics.
I'm gonna use that in like the traditional place of like the N-word in like it's like all my Atlantics.
Hold on a sec.
Hello, my Atlantics.
No,
yeah. Okay. I can't use the hard C. My Atlantis.
There we go.
And I know pretty much all of that grace exists because she's the hottest girl in school, but this is wish fulfillment anime, so things are gonna be idealized. Like,
as she's not. There's actually like I think 3 or 4 gag characters that are the hottest characters in the school, quote unquote. So she is the prettiest. She's like the most beautiful girl in school. She's like she's styled after the Japanese concept of beauty, like the traditional.
Right.
Oh, she's a Yamato Nadeshiko?
I think she's styled after that because she falls into a lot of the similar camps, and that's why a lot of people admire her.
Like, that's just gonna happen. I'm sorry. Speaking of wish fulfillment, one of the major elements of boy-oriented romances is that wish fulfillment factor. I mean, all romance fiction is wish fulfillment of a sort. Most people on the planet are chasing that feeling. Shout out to the aromantics who broke free the cycle. Perhaps it's because this wish fulfillment...
I have not.
Got something to say, Twilight.
But also, is that your headcanon that the main character of Demon Slayer is asexual?
I don't know.
Is it maybe he's just too busy right now to focus on having romance?
Yeah, trying to save his sister from being a demon. That probably takes up a lot of his time. You know,
how dare you say it with the hard C? Atlantics is our word. That should be. We'll name our chat the Atlantics from now on. How are you doing, my Atlantics?
I had no idea that the plot of Demon Slayer was that. I just know that there is a green kimono guy and a pink kimono girl, and sometimes she does the demon face thing, and then there is a guy with a pig face, unless if I'm getting the anime wrong.
No,
I
you're
have
right.
No idea.
No, you got it right.
Okay, that's literally all I know about Demon Slayer.
Is pointed at me that I notice it more, but it feels like it's more prominent in masculine media, and one of the ways it manifests is in the
so this is just a feeling.
Tadano is a parody of the audience stand-in. Scamboli Reviews is a video about Monster Musume that does a perfect job pointing us out for that series.
Scamboli Reviews,
Monster's
that
main
freaking
character
hack.
is so empty and only performs the most good-natured and banal actions that he could honestly just be brainless, like a cup. He exists for you to pour yourself into him and watch the events of Monster Musume as if you were the one in the driver's seat. Which it's fine, I guess. I mean, it's hentai. We all know it's hentai. Like, you turn it on and you know what it is, so it's fine. It might as well be honest. Tadano.
Okay, first of all, it's ecchi, not hentai. Motherfucker,
Yeah.
There is a difference. It's a hard ecchi. There is an uncensored version of it. That's awesome. But but no, it is one thing. Secondly, it's a harem. Yes. But I will also he is a harem protagonist, but he also does have personality. He is often shown being very frustrated with a lot of the girls and a lot of the situations he gets put in. Like he doesn't just sit there and take it. He's a relatively reasonable person that doesn't like being pushed around all the time, but he keeps getting drawn into more and more bizarre situations.
And I would imagine if we look, flip it the other way and we look at freaking reverse harem shoujo manga and anime and light novels, we would see the exact same thing. Oh, this bland, milquetoast girl being surrounded by all of these crazy, interesting guys.
Oh, apparently Tenshiro from Demon Slayer does actually get together with someone by the end of the manga.
Oh, okay.
He has a kid. He has kids apparently in the episode.
Wait, the manga's finished?
Yeah,
it's been finished for like 4 years.
It was one of those anime that just one of those series that just came and went.
Yeah.
It was everywhere, but I haven't gotten into it yet. My backlog for watching anime is the size of Mount Everest.
Fair.
As I continue watching the same 50 anime that I watched in my teenage years
for the fourth time.
Yes, literally, not even joking. Skip beat for the fifth, sixth time, maybe.
If I can complete what I was coming to, is like the main character of Monster Musume is a harem protagonist. Tadano is a character all on his own. And even if I can make an argument for the Monster Musume character having actual personality, as light as it is on that, Tadano is not a parody of anything. He's actually just a really good guy who genuinely just doesn't want to shake waves. He actually has depth. He's not a parody of anything. I don't know where you're coming at this from. In fact, he's just there to facilitate the straight man role most of the time.
He really comes off as a guy who, I didn't want to say this at the beginning of the video, but the moment that he mentioned that he got this idea from AniTubers, I was like, oh, so this is an opinion that you literally got from a YouTuber. You have a YouTuber opinion.
It's even worse because he says in this section that the whole thing about audience surrogates or whatever the fuck in these romance stories, it feels more common in male stories. You're feeling. This is a feeling then.
Yeah.
It's like
it's not based on anything.
I think what is happening here, he sees an opinion from a bunch of AniTubers he respects, and he's trying to figure out the root cause of it on his own. And he's not really done any research. Again, I think he walked into a premise without even a starting hypothesis. He started with a conclusion and is working his way backwards. And it's really bad.
Yeah, that's not the way to go.
It's very frustrating because the trend for a lot of self-insert stuff, at least for the female aspect of it, where you have the female self-insert and all that kind of stuff, for Otome, for instance, they've been going against what he's talking about, where the girls have personality. You don't see their faces very often, except for in the CGs when those things rarely pop up, but they have very clear and distinct personalities, even if they are genuinely or generally hardworking, nice, all this kind of stuff. They
demure,
have depth.
No.
Yeah. Well, no, not all of them are demure.
Okay.
I'm just thinking purely of Ikemen because I'm going through those at the moment. But the protagonist for Sengoku, she's very media heavy with a lot of her references, whereas none of the other Ikemen girls are. The vampire girl is generally kind of plain, but then sometimes she makes a really funny. She says a really funny line, when Isaac, because he has a fever, he collapses on her, and she's like, "Oh no, too heavy, down I go." But there is depth to a lot of these girls in different ways, and and not every aspect of the girl is shown in every single route. Different aspects of the girls are shown depending on who they're interacting with. So you can only get a full rounded character by going through each and every single route and interacting with different guys. So they're only bland if you only go through one route. And that's what I think is with a lot of these kinds of stories, where with the everyman, with the harem protagonist, you need to have the character interact with every single character in order to see every facet of their personality.
That brings me to this. I feel like people tend to overstate how quote unquote bland most harem protagonists are. Like, I don't really watch a whole lot of that stuff anymore, but back in the day, when I just got into anime, I thought harems were like the best things in the universe. Now I think differently, but in retrospect, a lot of the shows with the harem protagonists that I've seen, they tend to have like a decent amount of personality. Sure, it's not like the most compelling thing in the world, but they are pretty distinct, often being the straight man to all the craziness. So it's like, what the hell are you talking about here, dude? I don't know.
Yeah.
Full transparency. I haven't seen every single harem in the world, so there's a chance that there might be a whole lot of bland freaking protagonists.
Well, yeah, but like that,
most of the time
that
it's
goes
an
for
E-list
almost
anime
everything
that nobody cares about.
Almost everything, like 90% of everything is crap. So it's like I don't.
Yeah.
You gotta really look for the cream of the crop, where the gems hidden in the coal.
Except in the isekai, where that's 99% of it. Anyway.
The diamond in the rough.
No's version of this trope intentionally draws attention to itself, pointing out how he's quite literally the perfect average in everything he does. His name is a play on the Japanese phrase for just a guy, and his entire design. Moments where he's brought into contrast with Komi shows how ridiculous he is. Later episodes also show us why Tadano is this perfectly average character, which is a no-no if you want him to be a good stand-in. It's like Byleth from Fire Emblem Three Houses. They're an audience stand-in character as well, but because it keeps drawing attention to itself, it turns out the narrative's doing something a little bit different than just wanting you to fill up their void. Why did I say it like that? For Byleth, I won't say what that is.
Why'd you say anything
for
like
Tadano,
this?
It's because it's a joke. He is an average caricature, filling the role of audience stand-in with his tongue firmly in cheek.
Okay, and?
It is still a wish fulfillment anime.
How is that?
It's a gag anime.
Male?
It's a gag manga. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if this were a female-focused gag series, we would see the same thing with a female protagonist.
We do see it. Komi is not exactly the most standout character. The most defining character trait about her is her shyness. Like, and that's part of her being a what is it? The most
Yamato no Deshiko.
Yamato no Deshiko. Like, that's part of it, is being quiet and demure. Like,
so you can say they're both sort of audience standards.
They are both supposed to be like the average, or the perfect average, or whatever you want to say. Like,
they are two main characters in an anime who are going to end up together.
Yes.
So they're deuteragonists, just like in Kaguya-sama. What the fuck?
It's like in Harvest Moon, Sunshine Islands, I think it is, or Island of Happiness, where you have the player characters, and then the other player character that you don't choose is also a romanceable character.
There are entire arcs of Kaguya. My brain is kind of scrambled now by this video. There are entire arcs of Komi-san where Tadano's not even present. Komi's just off on her own having adventures, like at her grandma's house or something. Like, and it's just cute times. One of my favorite dynamics is with her befriending this country bumpkin girl that's really embarrassed about being a country bumpkin, so she hides her accent and everything. And yet, one of the cutest things about it is that everyone kind of knows she's a country bumpkin, but they understand that she wants to be viewed as like a normal person, so they just like very kind. Like, they don't tease her or anything about it. They understand like she's embarrassed about it, so they just treat her very nicely. And then when finally she like it starts to slip, they're like, "Oh, we didn't know. well, that's so cool. You have such a pretty voice. And they start like encouraging her. It's like, it's a very feel good gag comedy, but it's not like it's, I don't know why you're elevating this on anything like any of the, like Orin High School Host Club. I don't know why you're putting that there. They're not equitable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does still have the attention of the hottest girl in school, though that's probably earned through spending significant time learning about each other and assisting Komi with her disability.
No shit. Becoming friends and helping someone with a problem means you're closer to them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sherlock. I'm so glad I have you on the case. I'm sure my missing brother will be found.
I'm staying together.
Spoiler alert, he died 3 years ago. I killed him.
The way love tends to go. I don't know, I personally love the way this show portrays the romance here, even if it's very scant. There are some other aspects of Komi CC that I don't like. This show has a yandere in it, and she sucks. A lot. She gets less suck as the
I mean, in season 2, she sucks less. She is still objectionable. She's a gag
Why?
character.
show progresses, but she's given a lot of screen time, so I can understand if that's a deal breaker for you. Overall, though,
Do you
an
just
easy-
not like yanderes?
No,
What's wrong
I
with
remember,
yandere?
who was it? Tonkatsu Sinclair, of all people, Dashi's co-host over on their podcast,
okay.
complained about this particular character because Tonkatsu really loves how wholesome Komi is, and then this yandere character comes in and she is a complete and utter perv. And it's sort of like, she's sort of the Mineta equivalent in this show. Where it's like she really, really ratchets up the raunchy comedy whenever she's in a scene. And I kind of get it, but it's like, I think it's a difference with like anime versus manga. In the manga, again, it's a 4-panel comic. It's like you scroll down or you read it or whatever, you just go right past it. It breezes by and it's a gag. It's literally there for joke after joke after joke in a bite-sized digestible package. But in an anime, it's a different format and it really ruins the pacing of things. I don't even particularly like this character. I don't actually think she's all that interesting, if I'm being completely fair, but like I don't think she's as annoying in the manga versus maybe even the anime. So
Right.
Okay.
watch that seeks to poke fun at some of anime rom-com's creature comforts while being a genuinely good show, if chronically slow. 5 out of 7, moving on. For the final anime,
maybe
I must
qualify
warn you,
any of that.
I wasn't really a fan.
Yeah.
If anything I've spoken about thus far grabbed your attention, please go see it for yourself. They're all great in their own ways, and while the same is true for the next show, its central problem I find much more grating. I say problem in quotes because, well, it's more of a me problem than a technical issue. The final anime of the day is My Dress Up Darling, a slice-of-life rom-com from early 2022, written by Shinichi Fukuda and animated by Cloverworks. So
I was half paying attention.
then a
What?
technical
Yeah, I
issue.
was like,
The final anime of the day is My Dress Up Darling, a slice-of-life rom-com.
oh, ecchi.
Can't say ecchi on YouTube. What?
You can say ecchi on YouTube. This guy is. I'm getting very much. This is a prude energy from this guy.
Yeah, just a little bit. Also, you can tell that he really doesn't like this anime because it's like half the runtime of the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From early 2022, written by Shinichi Fukuda and animated by Cloverworks. So far on this channel, I've never really done what I'd call a full-blown review of anything, because I'm trying to tease out your interest in the topic and hopefully convince you to experience that piece of media for yourself.
Or you're lazy.
Yeah.
I mean, if anything, you've done absolutely no research into any of this. You haven't looked into alternatives.
None.
You haven't done anything. Like, there's a
You
reason.
haven't
Here's
even
the thing.
defined.
I'm a lazy person. I completely recognize that. You know, it's very interesting. I actually got a comment on our on my Hero video, my one covering Ocean Is, and it was a person like that was like immediately going to be like, oh well, the naval marine subplot in One Piece does what they wanted to do with the HPSC so much better than My Hero Academia does, and I still need to respond to it directly, but my immediate thought is, yeah, but I wasn't trying to compare it to anything. I was trying to analyze what they wanted to do in the story and then see how well they executed it. And I thought it was okay. And also, What?
Who the hell cares about One Piece? We're talking about My Hero.
Yeah, it's like
yeah, we're talking two different series.
It's a whataboutism. It's like that's what it is. I'm like, okay, great. I'm glad you like One Piece. I'm talking about My Hero now. Can you cite some sources here? Can you maybe point to what's wrong with the HPSC subplot? Because I'm not saying it's not broken in some way, but because I didn't really even touch on it.
I don't know.
Anyway, it was just like a weird thing. It's like, if you're going to use outside sources, use outside sources. If you're going to talk about things mechanically on the inside of the story, try and measure it up. And if you're like, you got to actually do the digging. You can't just leave it off on this lazy point.
If you're going to say that there is a distinction between the way romances written for women are done and the difference between how they are done for male-centric stories, quote, you actually have to fucking define these things. Because every single thing that you have named across this video, we have named several other series that are made for women, quote unquote,
that completely match the criteria that we can at best determine that you think that men like, because you haven't even laid that much out. Like, you're actually doing a terrible job of this right now. I don't know what your criteria for female oriented show series are versus male oriented. Like like
the weird thing about this is that I think that you guys are right in that he was using Ouran as like the quintessential both the quintessential female oriented shoujo series, but also he had to preface that it was also outside of the norm because it according to him broke a lot of barriers, even though that it really didn't, because he hasn't watched anything that is older than himself, apparently. So like, how could he even say that? But if he is going to, all he is doing so far is just making a bunch of unsubstantiated claims and then treating that as its fact without actually proving to us that this is the case. How do we even know that any of these series that he has been talking about in relation to the male-oriented romance comedy shows is even a mostly male audience? How does he know that? Where's the evidence for that? I don't see it. He hasn't shown it to me.
On my point about how it's probably based on host clubs, the first host club was opened in Tokyo in 1966. It has been around by 1996. The estimated number of Tokyo host clubs was estimated to be 200.
Wow.
And a night of non-sexual entertainment could cost US $500 to $600.
Wow.
Yeah.
Also, Blade Charge for $2 says he let us down, guys.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. There is no information on here about a night of sexual entertainment, unfortunately. So I'm sorry, ladies, if you were looking for that.
There was actually...
There probably is.
There was actually a, like, thing that I was looking into for us to possibly go and hang out at and like spend our time, but then I realized it was in Vancouver for when you were gonna hang out with me, and then I realized that it was basically like a brothel, and I'm like, no.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't have said no. I would have been, well, that's a left turn, but I'm not against it. we'll just make sure we set down the ground rules before we go there.
Not that we were able to do a whole lot because being at the con ruined my feet.
Yeah, that was this is the Zell writer approach to praise, where it's praising something as boundary breaking or revolutionary because they haven't seen anything before that. Boundary breaking, new, or unique. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's because I've always liked what I was talking about in some capacity. This will be a bit different. A genuine review to accurately share how the show sat with me, because that's the only fair way to talk about something that you didn't like. This anime has a lot of excellent qualities to it. And
No, that's not the only fair way. You can have an objective standard and actually measure it against the different things inside the show, like whether or not it stays consistent to its own premise, characters, and concepts. Like you can measure it on those qualities, and like, because you said earlier that it's not a bad show, but you didn't like it. But now you're like that the only fair way to talk about it is because you didn't. I'm I'm kind of
also,
lost.
Why are you trying to review it? The whole point of this video is to break down how it fits or doesn't fit into fucking tropes in female-centric
this is a left
romance
turn.
anime. What the fuck is going on?
You're stealthing in a review of this when the first title for this was The Gentrification of Anime Romance, which I feel so far has been woefully unexplored.
And we haven't really talked about the actual gentrification of it.
You haven't defined what gentrification means here.
Yeah, where does the patriarchy come in?
That it really implies that there is a degradation of the concept of a romance comedy because of what the male-oriented romance comedy is doing. Because that is what I would imagine gentrification to mean in this instance.
Magician of D, implying that those weren't your genuine thoughts on host club Kaguya-sama and Komi-san?
Oh yeah, bro.
Oh,
fishing mail again.
That is, dude. You are like I don't think this was intentional, but you just slipped on a fucking banana peel, man. I wish you squealed like Twilight when she tripped on something. It would tell us that something went wrong.
Yeah, maybe we could catch you.
Depending on the tone, you can tell what happened. We went over this on Sunday.
Yeah, if it's a high-pitched squeak, I have dropped something. If I sound more like a parrot, then I have hurt myself.
Right.
Bit different. A genuine review to accurately share how the show sat with me, because that's the only fair way to talk about something that you didn't like. This anime has a lot of excellent qualities to it, and a lot of stuff that I also didn't enjoy throughout its run, so just like with anything else, if this sounds good, even the stuff I hated, go check it yourself. It's just my taste, and everyone has a different one. My dress-up darling
But what does this have to do?
Yeah.
What does this have to do with anything?
Also, I will be right back again. I'm sorry about that.
Maybe this is the reason why he changed it from the gentrification of romance anime or whatever, because he's not really talking about that.
Yeah, he after the Kaguya point as well, like it start. Oh my fucking god!
Oh,
Deaderex strikes again. Holy shit! Kaiser. And he uses the Leviathan design from Mega Man Zero too. What in the fuck?
Yeah, Sky Slasher, Deaderex works fast. He listens to the jokes. He comes up with an idea. He spends a portion of the stream drawing it.
Probably not as fast. I wonder at times who is faster, him or Lightning?
Well,
you gotta wonder.
Lightning is definitely faster with memes because he can do it like almost instantaneously. But Deaderex makes full images faster. I think like full art, original art from scratch, faster. I think.
Yeah.
God, that is good.
Their eyes are up there, Raymond.
No, I know what I'm looking at. I know what I'm about.
I love those glasses. I can't stop staring at them.
They are actually really fun. It's great.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of the love discs from Pokemon.
That's not a flattering comparison.
They're kissing love discs.
Gojo, a first-year high school student whose sole ambition is to craft Hina dolls, which are dolls used for the Shinto holiday of Hina Matsuri. He greatly looks up to his grandfather and his craft.
A great anime that Twilight doesn't like. Highly recommend.
To an obsessive degree, but is a bit too hard on himself, so his own work suffers as a result. For now, he just crafts the clothing for the dolls to contribute in any way he can to his grandfather's work, but even here he pushes too hard. Outside of his craft, he's reserved, traditional in dress and decorum, and due to some past traumas, shares none of his passions with others. Sharply contrasting with the show's cover character, Marin Kitagawa, a bubbly, poppy, outgoing girl in fashionable dress, someone who always speaks their mind and hides none of their passions, one of the most popular girls in school and everyone wants to date her, blah blah blah.
She also seems to be a gal. by my
yeah,
observation.
she's a gyaru.
She's
like
particularly
as soon
she's
as
a
I saw
gato
her,
gyaru.
I was like, oh, she's a gyaru.
Yeah, like almost immediately, which is a particular social thing in Japan, which may be missing in your observations. I'm wondering.
Yeah. I don't even think that gyaru are really that much of a thing in Japan anymore, they are such a staple of anime that they stay in anime just because they are so unique and fun to write as characters.
Mm-hmm.
You know, keep Komi in mind when we discuss fashionable dress. Someone who always speaks their mind and hides none of their passions. One of the most popular girls in school and everyone wants to date her, blah, blah, blah. You know the type. Keep Komi...
I'm sorry, you're just gonna dismiss the core character traits of her? Like...
Why would you blah, blah, blah that?
I was gonna say, like, usually there's a lot of romance about the shy, quiet girl. There's a lot of romances about the sporty girl. There's a lot of romances about every different type of girl. Why are you suddenly dismissing that this one's a bubbly, outgoing one? What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What
are
is
you gonna
wrong?
touch on like Nagatoro here, who bullies her main romantic interest?
Yo.
What about
what
Takage,
is
who
wrong
teases them?
with a girl who is not demure and who knows what she wants and how to get it? Are you being a little bit...
Did we find an alt for Jello Apocalypse?
Oh dear.
Oh my god, okay, wait a minute.
I don't think he's quite that bad, but I'm getting, getting the similar smell.
But like, yeah, I'm still waiting for the part where...
I feel like they might use the same type of baby powder.
Oh.
What?
in mind when we discuss this show, because where Komi lampshades a lot of its male stand-in wish fulfillment plot, dress up will do it earnestly. Anyway, Marin demonstrates the...
Is that a problem?
You're making the assumption... You're also making the assumption that because he is the male lead that he has to be a stand-in.
Yeah, that's an assumption. I can't I've never I have works and crafts that I can do with fine work with my hands. I do my gunpla work, and that's a lot of fun. But I don't know what it's like to be a guy making Hina dolls. That seems like a very tedious, very time-consuming thing. And this guy seems to take pride in it. Like, that's an interesting character trait, but he also hides it because it's apparently got him in trouble or it's led to some negative things in the past.
This does not sound like a male stand-in.
Yeah, it sounds like someone who's a very unique character.
Yeah, right. Why is it
Gojo
that
is
because
a unique character in his own right?
Why is it that because a male lead exists in a romance where a lot of his personality is on display and isn't shown to just be a wad of meat for the female character to come claim as her own, that he must be a stand-in for the male audience?
Sean Foldark is like, okay, this definitely sounds like someone who's never sat down and talked with a girl saying, I'm jealous about her rack.
Oh, shit.
It's not even close to a male stand-in at all. I never got the read that he was close to a male stand-in. He seemed
he has too much going on to be a male stand-in.
And she has too much going on to not be an interesting... What's the problem here?
Keep Komi in mind when we discuss this show, because where Komi lampshades a lot of its male stand-in wish fulfillment plot, dress up will do it.
I'm going to get angry at you.
Anyway, Marin demonstrates the
I'm going to get very angry at you.
herself and our lead when they both happen upon the home ec room, and she discovers his passion/obsession with Hina dolls, and accepts it heartily. In fact, she goes so far as to show something she's passionate about with him as well: cosplay, though she's terrible at it, which is where Gojo comes in. With his wealth of tailoring experience and his meticulous nature, he could make a cosplay far better than anything she could come up with. So she asks
Okay,
for
this
his help,
sounds like Phoebe
and
Rose.
This sounds really fucking cute.
Yeah, it does sound cute.
Yeah.
How is this any different?
Two people with similar interests get together and become friends because of their shared interests. That doesn't sound like an audience stand-in thing. Like, if you're trying to accuse this show of being of pulling like a manic pixie dream girl type beat, which I'm guessing that's the direction you're going under, this is not it.
She's Mimi.
I was going to say, cosplay is a very complicated thing when it comes down to social acceptability. I'm just going to put that out there. In America, it's kind of a quirky thing you might do on the weekends, but it's not really like, unless you're going to become a pro cosplayer, it's not generally seen as like anything like a genuinely true hobby, quote unquote. It's seen as weird or nerdy.
I actually have a friend who's in who does professional cosplay.
Well, my point being that, like, in Japan, I can only imagine it's just as complicated, where the social acceptability, because of the paradigm in Japanese social circles, is to fit in. Someone who wants to dress up like a fictional character that's like out there and wild, especially skimpy, like what she does in some things, I imagine there is some social trauma that comes with trying to keep that a secret that she could probably relate to him in some way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah.
So there might be some social context this guy is fucking missing, and it's very much frustrating me.
Yeah, this sounds like a very good setup to a deep romance between these two characters, and a complex one as well. And like I was saying, was the reason why I interrupted was, how is this any different than the shoujo manga VB Rose, where the whole concept of that manga is that the girl starts working at a bridal shop because she likes making dresses, but she wanted to go in there initially to sabotage her sister's wedding dress because she didn't like the fact that her precious sister was going to be wed to a guy that she didn't like because she has a sister complex. But then she discovers that she enjoys working at the shop legitimately.
Yeah, it's
like...
What about the romance between
not very much different.
Yuki's brother and what's her face?
Ayame and oh gosh, yeah.
Why am I blanking on his name?
Yeah, it's on his name or her name?
Either of them.
I'm blanking on her name. I said Ayame.
Right. It's like they're fucking adorable. Although he is he's a crazy madman. Admittedly.
Yes, he is.
Accepts, thus thrusting the show into action. So let's start with the good. Dress Up has fantastic art, both in still and in motion. You could tell a lot.
Was that a fucking Texas Chainsaw reference?
Oh yeah, they were watching a horror movie. And the anime went really ham on that scene.
That's wonderful.
Of care went
her name is Mine.
I've seen rumors that Cloverworks wasn't prepared for the success of this show, but with how much detail work went into this, I don't know. It tell a lot of care went into this show. I've seen rumors that Cloverworks wasn't prepared for the success of this show, but with how much detail work went into this, I don't know. It just seems like something you had to know that this was going to be big.
Yeah, I was going to say, people had faith in
art.
This.
Look at the amount of frames in Gojo's movement. The same holds true for Marin, but we'll get back to this. Dress Up is very good with setup and payoff.
Shidolf protests too much. Also notice how empty the frame is. Great framing hinted at her mental state. Okay,
if there's a loose thread, it will be pulled in 2 episodes' time or so. Quick spoilers for the first romantic development in the show. Skip ahead to here if you want to miss it. In episode 3, Gojo explains that he does not say anything is beautiful or pretty unless it comes from the heart. Cut to episode 5, where he starts dozing off after a long day of work, and in his drowsiness, he calls Marin beautiful, and she makes the connection. She recognizes the work he put into this for her, the passion, and she completely falls for him. And that's to say nothing of the other gun they place on the mantle in episode 3. The plot is tight, and you can guarantee screen time is being used effectively to set up something later or explore the topic at hand. Speaking of the topic, Dress Up has complete reverence for cosplay as a craft and passion. From taking time to discuss actually important points on making effective cosplays, to the multiple instances throughout the show's run where characters give their reasoning for wanting to embody certain characters, or the appreciation of the work Gojo does to make their cosplays a reality. Episode 9 is a particular standout here, and is the highlight of the series for me as a result, though that may be because of how much I identify with this little one. I've always wanted to cosplay a particular character from a certain Pope Steam catalog, but I've never had the skills nor the confidence to try it out. This character spoke to why I wanted to do that, my concerns with not doing it, but they pushed through that feeling to actually do it, unlike myself. This episode was tailor-made to me up. My Dress Up Darling is fundamentally a show about passion, and when it is speaking to those passions, both through the myriad cosplay characters and Gojo's...
I'm sorry, I think I know where this is going, and dude, you are setting yourself up for a hard fucking fall if you're going the route I think you are.
Also,
what's the route that you think
if
that
he's going
down?
to go, it's too lewd for me, and you're setting up that passion is the heart of the fucking show. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Also the lewdness. That is where the patriarchy comes.
Yeah, I'm suspecting this.
Also, Magician D says, I don't know the source, but the author has apparently been on record saying that Gojo was written what her ideal boyfriend would be like. Marn isn't a wish fulfillment girlfriend. Gojo.
Oh, I'm sorry. The author is a woman? Interesting.
Wow, it's almost like women can still do the things that people criticize anime for being like perverted and stuff. It's almost like it's almost like it's almost like we're all human, but it's also like girls do like showing off their bodies to guys that they like to a certain extent.
Yes.
And like it's a feedback loop.
Love and care.
Wait, no, it seems like the author's a guy.
It could be.
Oh, is it?
Maybe, but there's a picture.
Could be an artist. It could be the artist.
Stand-in. Yeah, it could
be other. It could be other authors too. I mean, like
the show's focus on helping others. Gojo is shy. Marin is a terrible seamstress, but they cover for each other's weaknesses and encourage.
Wow, he's a terrible stand-in for me. I'm not exactly a shy person. Man, I can't relate to him at all, can I? Terrible standing character, 0 out of 10.
I relate more to him than I do to her.
Each other to become better. Marin is super excited to contribute in whatever way she can, and loves when she gets to be useful in the later cosplays, which helps Gojo put into perspective his own feelings about helping his grandfather with his work, which is a lesson he passes on to the younger cosplayer he meets later. These messages run through the entirety of the show, and is a lot of the reason why I continue to enjoy it through the cruft. But the show is last on the younger cosplayer he meets later. These messages run through the entirety of the show, and is a lot of the reason why I continue to enjoy it through the cruft.
Cruft, computer science jargon meaning anything left over redundant, getting in the way. I'm using that here to mean the junk that I wish wasn't in the show. It just use, I don't know, use chaff.
Yeah, but like also,
I guess it's fine. Thanks for introducing me to that word.
Yeah. You're basically saying that you wish that this series was just utilitarian and had nothing extra in it.
Well, let's see what his argument is, because he's like, okay, there's a lot of strong points, and he's made a lot of.
Well, no, he's literally saying I'm using it here to mean the junk that I wish wasn't in the show, and it was alluded to that he doesn't like the fan service aspect to it, among other things.
I'm giving, as much as I suspect that, I'm giving him benefit of the doubt in this.
Right.
And like, I think so far he's actually done a pretty good job of selling me on the show on a lot of very good merits. So we'll see. We'll see, because this is all going to be cruft after this, and we'll see why he defines it that way.
But the show is last on the list because, as I said, this is the strongest presentation of masculine romance we've seen so far. So let me...
Which you haven't just...
Oh. Are you okay?
No, did you see?
Twilight, no, it's 365 all over again.
Oh no!
That was unintentional. Also, you haven't defined what you mean masculine. You haven't defined any of that yet.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I guess you're going to now.
Masculine is
the point
when
of
you
view
give male POV.
Is fully male in this show. Though we do sometimes get Marin's internal voice, the things she's saying with that internal voice are gooey, gushy, head over ears, oh my gosh, I love him, I love him, I love him sort of stuff.
Yeah, because she speaks her mind all the time.
Yeah.
This is the only these are the only inner feelings that she has to hide, because she's unfamiliar with feeling this strongly towards someone.
Powerfully smitten for Gojo. And why is that? Gojo is another audience surrogate, but not one that draws attention to himself like Tadano. A comfortable one.
So?
He has very few identifying features. This mole and his height, I guess,
What?
though most guys are taller than most girls.
That
Oh,
is
you
fucking
going purely
bullshit.
on physicality? He is
Oh
a
my God,
tall,
like-
built Japanese guy with short hair, and I admire him for his dedication to his craft and the effort he goes through to take pride in it and take inspiration for it.
Yeah.
You've described him so well to me. I get a very good picture of what this guy is and who he is and why he does what he
Yeah,
does.
he's an earnest goofball.
Also, distinguishing trait if you're complaining and bitching and whining and crying and all that kind of stuff about his physical appearance. I don't see a lot of protagonists and surrogates and self-inserts and all that kind of stuff in anime who wear primarily Japanese clothing unless if it's a period piece.
Unless it's a period piece or it's like a festival or something. This guy seems to wear it regularly as his everyday clothing.
Yeah, he
does. I was about to note that.
That is a very unique thing.
Even in Japan, trust me, been there, motherfucker. Did not see many people walking around dressed like that outside of Kyoto, all right?
Draws attention to himself like Tadano, a comfortable one. He has very few identifying features. This mole, and his height, I guess, though most guys are taller than most girls, so that's
And I don't know, the way he fucking dresses.
His eyes
are
and
you
hair
serious?
have no color to them. They're just blank. And that
Because
includes-
Japanese people have black hair and dark eyes. How dare
oh my god, how dare he be the average Japanese person when it comes down to some basic characteristics. Like, oh my god. Have you noticed that Marin seems to be one of the few people with colored hair?
Yeah, it's almost like she's a gyaru or something like that.
Up here, Gojo has two memories that happened outside of the show's run to call back to. His adoration of his grandfather's Hina dolls, and that one time a girl called him a creep for liking those dolls. If anything bad
Because it's relevant to the plot.
Yeah.
It's relevant
why would they
to the
bring
plot.
up stuff that wouldn't be relevant to the fucking story?
Hey, guys that are playing the drinking game, take a drink. Because, again, Skip Beat is the one where we don't see a whole lot of memories of Kyoko's past either. She has literally 3 memories of things that take place prior to the events of the start of the manga. And they're all plot relevant to different things. 1 is in relation to her main love interest. 2 is in relation to how she got into the situation that she is in the first place. And 3 is trauma over dealing with her abusive mother. That is literally all.
That's why Watchface his liver needs a break. He's begging you.
Also,
I'm sorry, I'm annoying everybody by talking about Skip Beat.
Seriously, he was treated like crap over a girl he had a crush on. It's like, that's...
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's actually a lot of context. Maybe you should have fucking told us that.
Yeah, maybe that's kind of why he doesn't want to have any, like, distinguishing, like, physical features. Because he doesn't want to stand out and be called a fucking weirdo again. Damn, it's like this shit informs his freaking character and you're shitting all over it.
Who would win the Skip Beat counter or the White Rose counter?
Well, in fairness, I have not mentioned White Rose once except for this moment, which I don't count because it was prompted by someone else. So,
also, to be fair, this is the first time that I've mentioned Skip Beat. It's only for this, probably for this one episode.
You've mentioned it before. I think a couple. I'm pretty sure you've mentioned it once or twice.
Maybe not as frequently.
No, nowhere near as frequently as this episode,
stuff,
but you certainly have mentioned
it.
But
like, mainly the reason why I'm mentioning it so much is because, like, it is relevant to the topic of the video.
Yes. Gojo's passion and work ethic are better examples of how he stands out as a male lead. Traits and insecurities actually make it easier to relate to, and the person
it feeds into like the fundamental, like, I guess, themes or developments in the show where it's not, about all of these characters and different people having to deal with, having to fit into the rest of the world and with friends and things like that and pursuing what makes them happy, right? Yeah, on the outset, Gojo seems like this sort of, like, I guess, milquetoast, regular Japanese kid, but he's actually a very earnest, hardworking, and dedicated fucking person.
Mm-hmm.
It's called it's not an audience surrogate thing. It's a subversion thing. You fucking feckle. Oh man,
of his grandfather's Hina dolls, and that one time a girl called him a creep for liking those dolls. If anything bad happens, he'll link it to the mean girl memory. If he's trying to connect with someone else or do something nice, he'll think about the Hina dolls.
What if he's autistic and that's just a very formative memory for him? Did you ever think of that?
Yeah. Are you being ableist by this clearly autistic child who has an obsession with a strange and niche hobby and making fun of that? How dare you?
Yeah.
He's basically an empty husk filled with only Hina doll thoughts, and his horizons are greatly expanded by Marin's
that is an ableist comment.
Yeah,
Holy shit.
It's great. This woman comes into his life and actually pulls him out of his shell that he has put himself in for fear of being judged, and she gives him like the validation he needs. It's almost like there's a lot of guys that actually do value that, and like there's a lot of women that probably value that too. There's
yeah,
you know,
it's almost like
there's the I can fix him trope. That's a whole fucking thing, dumbass.
It's almost like
also,
the whole concept.
Oh.
Sorry? Oh. It's almost like the concept of a relationship is to make up for the other person's weaknesses and also try to help them out of their weaknesses and make them better people by virtue of covering for them and helping them blossom and be better people mutually. That is what a relationship is.
It's fucking this man.
Finds the more he works on her cosplays, the better his face work gets on Hina dolls, which is another important art lesson. If you want to get better at something, it pays to immerse yourself in other disciplines, or simply take a break to enjoy other things. But this leaves him empty, ready to be filled with Marin's otaku interests, or your own thoughts. I couldn't help but draw a comparison between his obsession with Hina dolls and how some people make anime their whole personality. Just take that, replace it with this, and he becomes actual humans I've known. The third
I'm trying to pause that. I'm trying to pay attention and also make sure the stream is fucking working. All right, 1 minute. There is a lot here that I just...
But this leaves him empty, ready to be filled with Marin's otaku interests, or your own thoughts.
God, I want...
Okay,
fucking...
First of all,
why are you...
You're saying that making him into a more well-rounded and robust person and a more skilled craftsman makes him emptier?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, he is improving himself, and thus it leaves him open to become filled with the obsessions of someone. I'm confused.
I'm
gonna scroll you back even further, and we're going to hear that all out because I think you might be a crazy person.
Greatly expanded by Marin's meddling. He finds the more he works on her cosplays, the better his face work gets on Hina dolls, which is another important art lesson. If you want to get better at something, it pays to immerse yourself in other disciplines, or simply take a break to enjoy other things.
That is good advice. I think that's fair,
yes,
and I think that's a great observation on the development of his character.
But this leaves him empty.
How?
Ready to be filled with Marin's otaku interests, or your own thoughts.
God, I want to play more Get the Fuck Out. Okay, whatever.
I couldn't help but draw a comparison between his obsession with Hina
oh my god, Skip and Loafer is such a...
dolls, and how some people make anime their whole...
Skip and Loafer is such a fantastic romance anime. Everyone should watch it. It's very cute, and I'm low-key pissed off at the dangers in my heart is essentially the same show structurally. Gets to keep going because it caters to masculine audience more than the feminine. Like, nothing against dangers, but they're both good, and I think both... Why aren't you talking about any of that shit?
I think he's trying to parody the kind of person that he's talking about here.
No, but he's saying it goes to the masculine. Like he's directly like if he was parodying someone, what the fuck is this?
Personality. Just take that, replace it with this, and he becomes actual humans I've known. The third and final way.
And
that's really offensive, dude. Like what the actual fuck?
I know several people like that, and you know what? They're generally nice people. Hi, Isa, how's it going?
Yeah.
I joke, of course. He has a lot more in his head, mostly about the things inspired by anime that he's looked up. But like, all the same, he has a lot of like. There's a lot of people that I know that have interests like this, that are like this, that are good people that genuinely mean well.
Sure.
Like, they might be socially awkward, but that's fine.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that
last
they're
I checked,
empty.
Gojo doesn't make Hinadol's personality. Doesn't seem like it. But we're being told
not really. Like, it's an interest. It's a large part of, like, you know, how he spends his time. But, like, that's clearly not just his personality. Other aspects of who he is gets played around a lot.
If Gojo is really meant to be a self-insert, why isn't he into anime instead of Hinadolls? You know, the super niche thing that no one in the audience is likely to be into. It's a good question.
You know what? That's true.
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Way the show makes itself more boy-oriented is its interest in the female form. You see,
there.
A long time ago,
there
was this aspect of anime that I've never gotten along with, and that is anime's propensity for being horny as hell. The final trick up a rom-com sleeves to bring men to the table is number 3. Tits. When I was a young man, I noticed
that patriarchy.
Oh my god! Okay. I need men to shut up about being like male feminists and all that kind of stuff. Like, if you are genuinely a prude and you don't care for a lot of ecchi stuff, that is fine. But I need you to stay away from the idea of, oh, I don't like it because it's offensive to women. I hope you don't go there.
I am all for equaling the battlefield. I am all for, give men a bunch of give women a bunch of the fan service they want too. Show off those abs, show off them six packs and pecs and all that good bara stuff that people like or whatever. I don't care what, show it off, fine. You're allowed to have sexualization in stories. It's fine.
And also,
there's nothing inherently wrong with it. Now,
it's almost like sexuality is really important to humans as a sexual species.
It's almost as if sexuality ties into something called passion, motherfucker.
And it's also almost like fucking. I'm pretty sure I would bet bottom dollar that there is male fan service that occurs almost as often
free
in shoujo manga and
free
manga.
alone.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Dude, it's why. How many times in Skip Beat are guys dressed down to the fucking like to show off their bodies?
On High School Host
that you
Club.
can see their disgusting giraffe necks.
Actually, not quite all that often. But Ren in particular is often dressed up in really handsome clothing. Like he often dresses up in suits. There are a couple of times where you do see him shirtless or partially shirtless and whatever. There are actually a couple of scenes during the Heel siblings arc where you see him in the shower.
I was gonna say, she was sitting on his torso, like filling up his chest at one point.
Yeah, that was part of the whole racy siblings thing that they had going on there for that act.
For the record, they're actors on Skip Beat. Just pointing that out.
Yes, they are actors who are unrelated to each other, who were given the assignment of being siblings who had a taboo close relationship to each other.
The MCU
that
was a lot of male
the whole
fan
dynamic.
Service. You can see a build of Captain America was building. Yeah, there's a lot of male fan service in that.
Yeah.
100%.
Like there's what I was saying with the shower scene, like full nudity there. You could see his bare butt.
I was gonna say
it's not very often, but it's still there.
I actually don't like fan service all that much. It's not really like what I don't like in particular. I don't like unnecessary or flagrant. Like I prefer if it's diegetic. Like a character through circumstances out of their control walks in on another character showering. Fine. That's actually, it's part of the plot to some degree. It's part of the building character dynamic. A character walking down the street and their boobs boobily, like that's a little more annoying. That's a little more like
especially when it contrasts with like the purpose of serious scenes like that. Like, I always say the same example over and over, where it's like I'm trying to find this anime too. In this anime, there's like this character who's like lamenting her brother getting killed or something like that, or kidnapped or some shit during a shower scene, right? And it's like, okay, this is compelling. I can get into this. And then the camera just zooms in on her ass while she's still talking seriously about this traumatic moment in her life. And I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you trying to make me feel here?
Yeah. Because, like, this is something that I find really frustrating with a lot of Western anime viewers, whether they be, well, let's face it, they are more or less the casual ones or the very politically charged ones that seem to hate Japanese culture for some reason. But there is a difference between fan service and somebody being naked. There is a clear, distinct difference there, because there is a concept in Japanese culture about baths and bathing and being naked being symbolism for vulnerability. You are being vulnerable in that moment. You are being naked. You are being put on, your emotions are being put on display figuratively, like your body is literally being put on display. That is the symbolism there. And people just say that the mere act of that is fan service, which I disagree with.
But I should also note, it also depends on what kind of show you're watching. Like, a good example, Monster Musume. Why am I watching Monster Musume? It's an ecchi. I'm here to see the sexy monster girls be sexily. Like, I don't make any bones about that. I actually really enjoy the story and characters. I actually think it's a surprisingly well-built world, but I know why I am there, and I'm having a good time with it, and I'm allowed to. It's fine. And if a show wants to be geared towards that in some way, shape, or form, it's okay, and it's not strictly aimed at the male gaze. Here's an interesting way, and I think there's a dichotomy in male and female perception of things, where, and you know, Twi can always call me out if I'm wrong on this, but there's a thing with men, when we see a naked dude, and he's like an Adonis, we see that as aspirational. We see that as very much like, I would love to be that guy. Whereas there's the perception, at least in some way, that when women see a naked woman, it's competitional. It's very much like I now have to measure up to that. And like, now you get mixtures of both. You get women who probably see other women and be like, I want to be like that. And you see guys that see other guys and be like, oh fuck, I'm intimidated by that. I'm not saying that like that isn't possible, but in a fictional context especially, like a lot of those are either amplified or measured in some way, shape, or form, and typically you can do a lot with that in terms of like with the camera angles, perception, context, all that kind of stuff. Like it's frustrating.
Well, this is why the argument for there's a lot of female-oriented fan service in Western comic books, especially the superhero ones, because there's a whole bunch of like really muscular guys. It's like, yeah, they're muscular because they're meant to be inspirational for the guys who read them, not they're meant to be in service of the women who read them.
Yeah, but it's like at the same time, they can be eye candy for the women that read them. Like,
yes,
it can be both.
It's a byproduct.
Many purposes.
Yeah,
it's a byproduct. It is an accidental bonus that happens.
Not feature.
Yes, exactly.
And this is why I think there's a lot of perception mixing with all this kind of stuff from different audience. It's very frustrating. It's like just let people be horny, man.
Which is why
also, this is an inherently male thing either.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
We'll get to it.
There's
there's actually a great scene that I've seen from My Dress Up Darling that I think is one of the arguably sexiest scenes ever put to print, and it's like it's so quick but like so well done. We'll get to it. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think we'll get to it. I don't know why he wouldn't address it.
Okay.
A bunch of animes tend to have a lot of random horniness sprinkled into them for humor.
That's not horny.
A boob window?
Yeah.
Why does strong have to be big titty? Because she has big titty. Some women have big titty. Is that a problem?
Well, not even
is
just
she
that.
not
like,
allowed?
She's growing. Yeah, she's growing. From demon power bullshit around to like a similar hyper physique that she had before she got turned into a demon.
I guess women are not allowed to be well endowed and also have musculature, I suppose.
Yeah, it wasn't even shown as like a fan servicey scene either. Like you don't have any like, I don't know, boob physics during that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
just kind of there.
I'm gonna pause the video there and just start whacking at it right there in the middle of this fight. No.
Yeah.
It's like
when I was a young man, I noticed that punch animes tend to have a lot of random horniness sprinkled into them for humor or to titillate the audience. I was never sure why that was the case. On Japanese forums, they took to calling this fan service, and the term has become widespread in the decades since. If you want to learn more about the topic, Lextorius has a history of fan service video, which is really
I got so turned on by that guy walking across the bridge. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Outside of the Japanese context, this term tends to mean cute nods to lore or characters outside of the focus of this story. Marvel movies.
No. Fan service is a derogatory word for things that overtake. Okay, in the Western context, it is something that like fan service is a very dangerous thing in a lot of modern films because it's just there to dangle keys and make people happy. Not necessarily with any kind of purpose, but
I think he's talking about the original definition of fan service before it got changed to that. So, like,
maybe
I mentioned before the fan service in the manga that I was telling about Ren watching the prisoner PV because the fans had like drowned Nakamura in letters requesting her to do it. She wasn't going to do anything with Prisoner after that, but people asked her to have Ren watch it because they were expecting Ren to have a really cute reaction, when if anyone had been paying attention to the manga, they would know that he wouldn't have a good mentality about it.
I wonder what this guy would say about Deku being shirtless during the finale of My Hero Academia and being, a ripped, shredded teenage boy.
I mean,
yeah.
Movies are an excellent example of this. They're riddled with fan service. For Japan, fan service means something included in the fiction that is intended to please the audience, and really only for that reason.
No, that's also basically what is in ours.
It's not in service to the plot. In fact, it may even be detrimental to the story being told.
This character was just getting beaten to death. And things are on fire? Why wouldn't her clothes? In fact, the fact that she has clothes covering her is actually less realistic.
Kaiser, remember when we were on your friend's channel reviewing Demon Slayer? This is the same argument.
Goblin Slayer?
Yeah, Goblin Slayer, sorry.
Oh yeah,
it's the same it's the same argument. The girl is in some sort of state of undress. It doesn't matter how she appears on screen without, like, with her ankles showing. It is therefore fan service.
Like, there are... If your clothes get burned away, you're naked. I'm sorry. That's just a fact. You should actually have not any skin, honestly, but I don't know how this works in Fire Force.
Yeah.
It's weird. But, like here, there are better scenes to demonstrate this this as a problem in regards to Fire Force, and especially involving this character. It's just that this moment doesn't really fit because she's actively being attacked. Like, there were some angles that were kind of weird from what little I remember, because I barely remember.
But then he should have showed those angles and not this one, because as somebody who hasn't watched Fire Force, because again, a lot of anime and manga that I either need to watch or just am not interested in watching ever for whatever reason, maybe the concept just doesn't interest me. I don't know anything about this scene, so you're showing it to me out of context. If you're trying to show me a scene of a character being unnecessarily looted, you should show that character being unnecessarily looted. Do I have to bring up that manga panel of the girl's panty shot when the guy is being chewed up by the Andrew Circus.
Andrew Circus. Actually, bring that up. That's a perfect example. We'll show it later.
Sure. Yeah.
Hold. It's for you alone.
I was gonna say people are saying that like, oh, their skin is impervious because it's Fire Force. They're all pyrokinetic, but their clothes aren't. Yeah, so she should be naked. Yeah. I'm actually thinking she should have less clothes, technically speaking. Like that would be my argument,
buddy boy.
You could actually have gone
Japanese example. The Citadel DLC for Mass Effect 3 is riddled with fan service, with characters taking on different personalities and humorous plots that are more in line with fan works of the characters than their typical in-game writing. Take this.
I'm sorry, you're citing Mass Effect 3 as some. I don't know why you're citing this, unless you're citing it as a bad example, because Mass Effect 3 was a mess.
Squad mates you love, dress them up, play with them like dolls. This form of fan service is typically sexual in nature, though the previous example showed.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you don't get to pull Kill la Kill, whose entire fucking point is about exposing yourself. Like, the nature of Kill la Kill is about being figuratively and literally naked. It's a metaphor. It's a visual metaphor for the state of the character's emotions. Like...
Yeah, it's used as a point for the story. It's not just there to be there.
It's like, it's one of the best fan service anime of all time, because none of it is technically fan service. And also, it's equal service. There's actually a guy that won't stop taking his fucking clothes off, and everyone is pissed at him regularly.
Yeah.
Shows this isn't a requirement, and I am not a fan. There are many reasons.
Because you're a cuck.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, I'm annoyed by this argument. This guy. Look, dude, I don't actually have any animosity against you as a person, but my God, I have no respect for you as a critic. You have not done any research. You have not done anything. And
we are intellectually annoyed.
We are intellectually annoyed, and I have been blue-balled on the core premise of your title this entire time, and you have not gotten anywhere except for fan service.
If the only meaningful difference between female rom-coms and male rom-coms is that males get more to TNA, really? Is it really that big of a significant difference?
Here,
Raymond. Worth having an entire video focusing on?
Oh man, I got pinged in art. I gotta see. Oh no, that was Dead Rex. That was Dead Rex earlier. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. But I found the manga panel.
Oh shit! I think I remember. Yeah, I remember trying to read Cage of Eden. I just stopped partway through just because it's
bad.
Yeah, this is
like
it's this.
It is one of those manga that would be like what he was complaining about. The fan service takes over and ruins the actual story because it just gets in the way of fucking everything. But
now, and it would be one thing if it was like part, kind of campy and goofy about like High School of the Dead.
Yeah.
But it's not doing
Multi-Blitz. No, Phoenix, you've been red-balled. You've got furious enough to cuck labels. I don't know about you, Aiden, but like I don't get happy when I'm blue-balled. Red-balled implies I don't know what that implies, but I don't want to think about it.
What you're trying to describe is purple ball.
No, it's anger.
I'm sorry, but my balls do not turn red with anger. I am not fucking Harrison Ford. All right. Oh man.
God damn, that wolf's jaw is gigantic. That's the real focus of the scene.
Rural-born typically sexual in nature, though the previous example shows this isn't a requirement. And I am not a fan. There are many reasons why I, a rural-born American, might have issues
Christian sex shaming.
This, but I can tell you where it started was watching Sergeant Frog and coming across an episode where the mom and the daughter imply they're gonna do sexy time with these two aliens before kicking their asses because of plot stuff they learned earlier. Issue is, my mother saw this episode, and she didn't like what was on display, so no more.
Oh, so you're saying that you don't like this stuff because of PTSD, because your mom caught you watching this scene.
Why the fuck do you
Clearly, I'm sorry guys, clearly this man is a self-insert character.
Uh-huh. Oh my god. How cringe of you to say that you don't like this stuff and you feel very uncomfortable with it because one time your mom happened to do the fucking stereotypical anime comedy thing that we were talking about earlier.
Also,
in real life.
You know what? I don't blame you for feeling this way on a personal level. What I take issue with is you painting all of anime and also all of these rom-coms with such a wide fucking brush as a result of this personal trauma. I don't care that you have an issue with it. That's fine. You're allowed to have an issue with whatever you want. I don't like cringe humor. That's fine. I'm allowed to have that.
Right.
I'm not going to say something is objectively bad because it's doing something in a way that I don't like. Like, I have to actually qualify and rate things on those qualities. I can't just say that willy-nilly. Motherfucker.
Well, also, like, it's just weird because it's like, okay, so this embarrassing thing happened to you when you were a child. You are now a 26-year-old grown-ass man. Can you please get over it? You are not a teenager
says,
anymore.
When I was 8, my aunt wouldn't let me watch The Simpsons. Now I hate it. I can't tell if that's a joke.
Like,
kicking their asses because of plot stuff they learned earlier. Issue is, my mother saw this episode, and she didn't like what was on display, so no more Sergeant Frog for me. In the years since, the original hypervigilance around anime that I had has transformed into a critical view of sex and narratives. If it doesn't serve the story, I don't really want to see it.
That's a you problem.
Asexuality makes sense for the genre. Beastar's horniness fits in fantastically with its themes and metaphors, and puts this direct link between sex and danger that means any scenes of traditional fan service are instead scenes where I'm sweating bullets. But that's me. If you like your anime hot and sweaty, you do you.
Okay.
You can think of fan service.
So what's the point of this?
Yeah, what is the point of this other than you are just displaying your weird hangups over sex and sexuality out for the world to see?
As a faucet. We have anime that drip fan service every now and then, and anime where it's a powerful stream. Animes where the fan service is kind of the point of the whole thing has another genre tag. Ecchi, or hentai if you push into the red zone. Dress Up is also an ecchi anime, so this stuff runs through the entire show. Even in episodes where there's no simple way to show some skin, they'll find a way.
And yet you still watched it.
And maybe...
And yet you still watched it.
It's possible he tried to get through it for a friend or something like that. I don't know. Also, we're seeing this world from this character's perspective, yeah? And he is sexually attracted to this girl?
It's the wiki effect Twilight was talking about earlier.
So what's the fucking problem? It's all part of the romance. Like, sexual attraction is part of romance, my dude. Are you okay?
Yeah, like...
Right.
I don't know, he's asexual, never mind, apparently, or whatever.
I'm not even sure if he's asexual, but he specified he grew up in the rural American South, which... The main thing that I know about the rural American South is how weird they are, like unnaturally weird they are about anything related to sex and sexuality, among other things. So, like, I get it, but at the same time, you don't need to show your trauma like this, my dude.
Yeah. Also, I mean, if you wanted to like have an expose on yourself, go right ahead. It'd be an interesting topic all its own. But now
I didn't ask for this.
Yeah, we asked for an analysis of the writing of masculine anime romance, and you have not qualified that whatsoever other than boobs.
Yeah. Like this whole video does seem to be just like the title of it, the topic of it.
The two titles.
Yeah, the two titles, both of them, are a smokescreen for what he actually wanted to talk about, which is what we are discussing right now, which is he feels personally uncomfortable with a lot of things in romance comedy, which he does like, that are geared towards males, because it features something that he personally finds squicky due to his upbringing and that he hasn't gotten past as an adult man.
Since this is an extremely contentious point, I will bring this up here. From every anime I've mentioned, or high school, a way to show some skin. They'll find a way. And since this is an extremely contentious point, I will bring this up here. All of the characters from every anime I've mentioned are high schoolers, which is one of anime's most pervasive writing choices.
God.
It is very rare to see truly adult characters, even in seinen and josei. But a consequence of this genre standard is that these characters are children, meaning Marin, Chika, Ino, Komi, Kaguya, all of these are sexualized minors. And for this, I won't mince words. This sucks.
Minors in America.
Making this about adults, please, for once. Well, for one, you don't know anything about Japanese culture, so you don't understand how important it is to actually relive the glory days of high school and to dramatize it. Like, that's one major factor. People like to think back on their own teenage romances and wonder if they could do something in one way, shape, or form. Teenagers happen to find each other attractive. There's a reason why shotgun weddings have persisted throughout all of history, long before shotguns were a thing.
Yep.
Do you want me to keep on fucking going? It is,
and let's
also not. It's also not due to the fact that, like, you know, teenagers sexualize themselves very regularly. I'm sorry, it's not the mothers putting them in the fucking bikinis when they go to the pool. So I'm not condoning people oogling them, for the record, but I am saying that they will do these types of things, and in a fully fictional context, go ham. I don't care.
Especially when those are the primary demographics that you are appealing to.
Yes.
I'm sorry. If a freaking 16-year-old wants to see another 16-year-old and have them be as attractive as freaking Raven from Teen Titans, am I supposed to say no?
Like, oh my god, there were a lot of really dirty fanfic back in the day in the Digimon fandom of children writing very sexually explicit things about the children characters of the show because they were children and they were roughly the same age as these fictional characters.
Yeah, I was
and they didn't know how to fucking write.
12-year-olds writing about, like, the characters from Digimon who are younger than that, I think. Some of them are.
The oldest is, I think, 14, but yeah, that's Joe.
It's like, that happens. I'm sorry, but, like, adolescents, they happen to have this thing going through them called hormones, and it makes them uncontrollably horny on the whole. So, I don't know, dude.
And you know what? I'm going to say very quickly, sorry, Kaiser, I will let you speak. I'm sorry. But on a whole, in the writing community, there is a lot of sexuality and sex going on in a lot of YA stuff geared towards teenagers because adults know what teenagers are like and what they desire to read about, and so they emulate that in the writing. And do you know the sole reason why that's not reflected in television? People like your mother would eviscerate the studios and put them into bankruptcy. That is why. That is the sole reason why.
Sean Foldark says, and we all know that TK and Corey were the big ships.
Oh, Lord.
I find that hilarious.
TK and Corey, yeah.
No, Corey. Remember, Corey in the house.
Corey in the house.
We found the...
not what we know about Kyle Massey, no.
But no,
but like...
Yeah,
I have...
let Kaiser speak.
Right.
Yeah,
I have 2 points in regards to this. Number one, there is a intelligent, conversation that you can have about the ethics of sexualizing, fiction, even fictional or animated teenage characters in media. Okay. Yeah, there's an absolutely good argument you can make for and against this kind of stuff. I'm not against that. You have not prefaced any of that in this video whatsoever. You are not coming at this from an intellectual or educated place. You are coming at it from raw raw emotion, and that's where you're fucking yourself up. That's number one. And number two, how the fuck can My Dress Up Darling, Kaguya-sama, or in High School Host Club work when all the characters are legal adults? The stories would have to be structurally.
They would have to be in
different.
university, but university
would
does
have to be different.
University does not function the same way that it does for high school, and B, not everyone in Japan goes to even fucking high school, man. Like Japan, it's actually relatively normal to, I'm not say relatively, but it's normal enough for people just not finish high school. There's no like mandate making them go to high school. They can just start.
There's social pressure, but
there's social pressure.
That's not the guarantee.
Now, it's not like here in the States where like you legally have to finish high school unless you are like in an extreme circumstance. Like the no child left behind thing.
The whole thing with specifically Japanese culture is you are effectively just not legally considered an adult by the time you are 16 years old. That is why girls can get married as young as 16 in Japan. And in some parts of the United States, which is why I find it kind of odd that some people get so weird about it, especially if they're in the states that's legal in. I find that very odd. But like, you are effectively in the culture considered more or less an adult, just not legally by the time you are this age.
And let's not ignore this. Going back to the whole, like, this is a content that is being made for teenagers. You are not the target demographic as a 26-year-old. The 14, 15, and 16-year-olds are. They are the target demographic. And you know what? Maybe that's your cue to step away and look for something more adult. But you know why? That's a hard thing to do.
Says in chat that he could just read. There are plenty of manga of male-focused and female-focused romance where the characters are adults. Just read those. Make videos about them.
People bring up Uzaki-chan.
But I don't think that he reads manga.
Uzaki-chan's in college.
I don't think that he reads manga because he has kind of implied in this video that he is frustrated that the anime doesn't continue. And he hasn't made any kind of reference except for in Oron, where he mentions having read the manga, and I'm not even sure if he read the manga or if he just spoiled himself through Wikipedia or whatever. But so like, it's frustrating.
Well, they only complain
because
about
they're
sorry. I wanted to respond to Robbie, but you go.
Right. Like, it's frustrating because like he seems to be deliberately wanting to only go for easy media, which is the anime, and then like he's ignoring what he should be enjoying, which is all of the stuff that probably isn't even popular enough to get manga or anime adaptations.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Raymond.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, Robbie was like, people still complain about Uzaki-chan despite that. Well, that's because everyone thinks that she's an opai loli, but she's a small person. Like, I love that there was an adult woman that came out and it's like, yeah, no, I'm the exact body type of Uzaki-chan.
Yes.
I'm a real fucking woman. It's hilarious. People, like, seeing people's brains short circuit. It's like, yeah, I actually have friends, I'm not gonna name who, but like, I have a friend who very much looks like a child, and she struggles to actually date. Her last boyfriend and her, both of them looked like children, but they're adults. And it's like, how do you have relationships like that? It's like, I feel bad for them. Like,
yeah,
it's just such a stupid argument, man. And it's none of it's informed.
Dumb.
Anime and manga are cultural products, with a vast and chaotic media machine dedicated to keeping the thing running month over month, which both informs and is informed by its greater culture. All that to say,
well, thank you for at least
systemic
acknowledging
and will
that.
take effort to change. But unlike most things,
stop!
Whoa!
Don't!
No! Fuck you!
We woo.
Okay, from one cultural Christian, to another. Fuck off. Let Japan be Japan. The loli stays.
Like, holy shit,
we just
my
escalated.
Dude.
Yeah, dude.
This
is what I'm saying. This
like,
is what I'm saying.
Jesus.
That like he should really preface all of this stuff. Like, why are you saying you're already jumping to the conclusion that this shit needs to be changed? This is an entire video in itself.
You are literally saying Japan's culture is wrong on a fundamental level and it needs to change. How about you shut the fuck up? You do not have anything to do with that country. Let the Japanese figure out what is wrong with the Japanese country and let them figure it out and fix it, because you have no say in it. Shut up, go away, never speak about it again. Bye.
God damn, dude.
It's worse than that. It's worse than that. Because not only is he saying that, is Japan wrong, he's saying that masculinity is wrong.
Yes.
Because he's saying, this is how it appeals to the masculine mandate. I'm sorry, Japan needs all the hot-blooded men it can fucking get right about now. It needs people that have the energy to get off the fucking couch and go bang some women and get some babies popped out, because their population is fucking crashing. All right? I know that's crude. I know that's probably misogynistic by someone's measure, almost certainly. But the fact of the matter is they are heading towards a massive fucking disaster when it comes to their population falling into the gutter. Like, this is an emergency for them. And, like, the idea of the culture encouraging young men to be active in a sexually social way, not necessarily the worst thing for them right now.
Yeah, sure. And, like, I get it. Because Japan, like, mainly the reason why Japan is in the state that it's in right now is due to a fundamental issue in their culture that they have to overcome. They are a deeply patriarchal society. They view women as the homemakers. And even though that they have allowed women to go into the workplace, there is still a lot of cultural things, baggage from the last couple of centuries and previous that still need to be overcome. So women do double duty. They are working a full-time job twice over their careers and also being a full-time housewife, because they have to look after their husband's family, including his parents. And that can lead to women prioritizing their career over getting married and having children, because having children is a third job that would literally send them to the grave. And so in order for Japan to get over the issue of the birth rate, they would have to fix that aspect of it. But that is not our job to force that on them, because this is a different country with their own autonomy and their own history and their own culture and pride and their own acknowledgement of their issues. And they have the right, as like a full actual people that are no different than us, to figure that out and to fix it themselves. We have no say in that.
Jesus
I want to re-watch what he said here, because I don't know if he said that we should fix it or that it's just something.
He's saying that it's
going
to take time to fix, but the question is, what do you mean?
Minors. And for this, I won't mince words. This sucks. Anime and manga are cultural products with a vast and chaotic media machine dedicated to keeping the thing running month over month, which both informs and is informed by its greater culture. All that to say, it's systemic and will take effort to change. But unlike most things in my life, this is not an American cultural product, but a Japanese one, meaning if they want to change it, the Japanese people will have to make that effort themselves. I'm not a part of that process at all.
Okay, good. I'm glad that you acknowledge that.
But you're still also, like, you're not defining why it's a problem.
Yeah.
Like, your only problem is, like, I am an adult male looking at teenagers
watching shows made
for teenagers in which they appeal to a teenage demographic, and I am uncomfortable now because I'm looking at lewd teenagers
instead of reading shit about adults.
Instead of either manning up and just accepting that it's a fact of the demographic they're aiming towards, or looking for something that is more fitting to your age demographic, in which case they might still have that for the fucking record. Which you haven't addressed, like, why it's a bad thing. You haven't actually gone into it. Like I've even talked about.
Yeah, the most you said was that if it doesn't fit, serve the story.
Yeah,
then it's a
and
it's
even
a bad
then,
thing.
I think there's an argument to be made because
what that means.
There is more to a story than the story. Like it could be there to serve a comedic purpose. It could be there to serve a character purpose. It could be there to serve any other types of purposes, and it could just be there. Like you need to make also the argument why it's just bad to have fan service in general beyond it being annoying. Like you need to actually be more eloquent here.
We talked about the cultural aspect of it, and we need to talk about like the greater cultural aspect of the fact that probably the reason why there is so much sex and sexuality in anime in general is because Japan doesn't have a prudish Christian culture like we do. And so they don't have the hang-ups about sex and sexuality that we do over here. But also, maybe the reason why there is so much of that there is because it's to relax stressed people who watch the show. It is meant to be the equivalent of a fucking drink at the end of the day.
Basically.
West is you either need to put in the time to avoid these shows, looking up information to see if it's right to make that effort themselves.
Sorry.
I'm not a part of that process at all. What that means for us in the
I was super excited for this show when I heard it was extremely pervy, so I didn't watch it.
West is you either need to put in the time to avoid these shows, looking up information to see if it's right for you before you even start, or
I mean, you should do that for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, honest to God, like there's a big problem with a lot of content creators coming into shows with certain expectation, like that Storius guy he mentioned earlier. He made that video that people were ragging on about Freerun. Like, this is the problem when you hear the hype and you get swept up by the hype of a show instead of just pacing yourself and looking at it for what it is.
This is why I don't watch shows when they first come out or when they're popular. I watch them when I feel like watching them so that I can determine for myself whether or not this show is for me.
No, Twilight, you need to be cut to the 18-year-olds that found anime for the very first time.
What that means for us in the West is you either need to put in the time to avoid these shows, looking up information to see if it's right for you before you even start, or make peace with it in whatever way you can.
Yes.
Lextorius' stance is to mentally age everyone up a bit in accordance with the story being told. For example, is Ryuko from Kill la Kill's story or demeanor in keeping with a 17-year-old? She's certainly dealing with bigger things than I was at that age. And in the anime context...
What? Okay, no, if you want...
It all takes place in a freaking high school.
What the fuck are you talking about? Like, just accept it. Make peace. Yes. Yeah. That was the solution. You had it right there. Make peace.
Personally, I do the opposite. I mentally consider myself the same age as the characters that I'm watching while I am in the fantasy of watching the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anything, that makes way more sense because the whole purpose of reading and consuming a story is that you are stepping into the character's fucking shoes. The whole point of Ryuko's story is learning to be much more vulnerable. Kill la Kill is a coming of age story, and you can't exactly do a coming of age story when she's fucking old enough to legally drink or drive.
And fuck. In Japan, she's legally allowed to do that. For the record, she is 16 or older, which, by the way, is new federal law for Japan this year.
Teenagers doing world-saving stuff is not exclusive to Japan either. Exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have like 10-year-olds doing world-saving stuff all over the place in America. And in Canada,
literally, and in Avatar: Last Airbender, 12-year-old Aang saves the entire world.
But like. But that was inspired by anime. Don't you see? No, anyway. But I was gonna say, like, it also makes sense because I was that age once. I know what it was like. Mm-hmm. I can call that back up at any time I want, and then you know what I can do? I can put that away when I don't need it, and then I can walk away.
I can call up my inner child.
I can call up my inner child, which you might not have. I'm sorry, I don't know you. But like, I can call up my inner child. I can be that inner child at any different age I so want, so long as I have a memory back there I can tether back to, or even just imagine it. and then I can step back out into my adult self, recognize that stays there, and my adult self carries on doing what an adult needs to fucking do.
Yeah.
Yep. You are now passing judgment on everyone else, though, that doesn't do what you are instructing, and I am disgusted.
Yeah.
For real. And you got your tips from Extorius, which is also a red flag. So 0 points.
I have no idea who that is. Somebody earlier
I put him on the list.
Laughed and said like, "Oh, so we went on that whole rant for nothing." I wouldn't say that was for nothing, because there is still the presumption that you have a sort of authority to be able to make these presumptions, because you have an idea of what is culturally correct and not. And that is what I was ultimately trying to say and go for, is it doesn't matter what you think. And ultimately he does admit that, in which case you shouldn't bring that up in the first place in the way that you did, because it makes a presumption that you have the correct cultural
lens point
idea. Lens point, which is disgusting.
It's virtue signaling.
Yes.
This is...
There's a significant difference between a character who is a child and a child-coded character. I avoid that at all costs. Another
Fuck you.
Okay.
All right. Fuck you so much. Dragon Maid, yeah, sure, it has some uncomfortable moments with Kana. I'm not gonna pretend like it doesn't. Although it is, for fairness, filtered through the lens of her classmate who is obsessing about her. It's still weird. I'm not gonna say it's not. Meanwhile, Iruru is much more teenage coded. She is much more a teenager who has a romance with a fellow teenager. And it's actually kind of cute how that's handled, and like how they come to recognize the nature of her body in relation to him. Like, I'm not saying it's going to be anything super deep, but Dragon Maid is not anywhere near as perverted as you are making it out to be. Fuck off.
Decent metric to use is how often they're actually going to school. If the character spent a lot of time in school and are actually interacting with the school system, then they're probably meant to be kids. In Dress Up Darling's case, they quite literally start at school when they meet, and then pretty much every episode after this never involves school, but it's really just a measure for you to figure out, is this meant for adults or for kids? Like, nothing is set in stone.
Because it's a setting that might come back to be relevant later. You don't fucking know where the story is going to go.
Yeah, it's the first season, you dipshit.
Yeah, for all we know, the manga could be taking place exclusively in the school. There could be a huge drama around a fucking club or something.
Maybe another fucking, it'll be a love triangle or some shit.
It's the fucking setup for the meeting. They meet in a club room because it's the club room they both want to go to. Like, you told us that. You gave us that information.
As for my own personal look on it, I tend to avoid fan service because most of it isn't plot important and is just meant to titillate me. But when
You see, the joke is boobs. The girl is making the joke about the boobs. It's in character.
Yeah. And, like, I don't typically like fan service either. I get it. But you don't have to make such a big fucking deal about it.
Also, what the fuck does any of this have to do with masculine anime romances? I keep reeling us back into this point because I am sick and tired of every single other fucking YouTuber not knowing how to get to the goddamn point.
Yeah. He's just going off on his own little rant now that has nothing to do with the point of the video anymore.
I'll avoid fan service shows, but I'll definitely make a 20-minute video about it.
For real.
You see it and stuff I like, I make a judgment call based on if I think it's exploitative or not. I want the fan service to be in service of something greater, to fit the story and its themes, and also, again, to not be exploitative. To speak completely candidly, this is a nightmare topic to talk about because it is a monstrous iceberg that pervades the entire industry, and everybody feels a certain way about it, with some people being very opposed and some people being annoyed that you would ever say that there's something wrong with it. And
no, we're annoyed because you're a fucking idiot. Like,
yeah,
you were coming at this from such a distinctly unintellectual route. You were coming at from a purely emotional one, and now you're saying, oh, I didn't want to touch on this, but I'm going to speak purely from the heart on this. Dude,
yeah, what's with this vague posting crap, too? Who are these people? What the fuck did they say? Because so far throughout this video, dude, I don't freaking trust you. It's not because I feel one way or the other about the whole the what I like to call the great lolly question, okay? I have my own feelings about that, but I'm not going to hold that against you. My issue is that you are focusing on your fucking feelings when I don't give a fuck about your feelings. I care about the facts of the subject of the video that you are talking about. And we spent almost 10 goddamn minutes on something completely fucking irrelevant.
My issue here is, give us an example. You don't give any fucking examples throughout this entire video towards any of the points you want to make, and especially this one. Fine, you want to complain about pointless fan service. Show us a moment of pointless fan service and analyze why it was pointless. Why was it? Yeah, why?
You could have done that 5 minutes ago.
The only thing that you have given us is a moment of Gojo looking at a glimpse, a small sliver of Marin's ass cheek under her skirt, which is just a panty shot. A very minimal, and it looked a very tasteful panty shot. And you know what it was? It was demonstrating that he has a sexual attraction to this very attractive girl who is his age. That's actually serving a point in the plot, because that's what the plot's about. It's about him and her falling in love.
You know, in case you haven't noticed, the dude doesn't really get any. So it's like, yeah, it makes sense.
You know what? When I went over to my aunt and uncle's place for I think it was Christmas dinner, they had on a movie or a TV show or something on Netflix or whatever. And you know what I saw? I saw an old man. No, I saw an old man talking on the phone to the daughter, or to the father of a daughter that he was looking after at the moment. And she was outside in her bikini, and he was saying how he was suffering because she was distracting him for being in the bikini. And she comes in asking for coconut oil so that she could slather it over her body. And we saw shots of her body, because that is his POV and what he's looking at, and showing him being very frustrated over the fact that she is being just not understanding that he is a grown-ass man looking at a teenager who is so underdressed.
Oh, Magician's right. It's also showing that Marin is how she treats her body. Like, she doesn't mind showing off her skin. Yeah. She doesn't put that much care into putting stuff up. That is so, oh my god, that's like an element in fucking Little Witch Academia, which is a wholesome goddamn show, but like, there are characters that point out that Akko wears a skirt that is shorter than everyone else's. She actually shortens her skirt, and it gets her in trouble. It's just because she likes wearing a shorter skirt. She doesn't like being stuffy. It's like, it's a fucking character trait. My god, man, you were not explaining yourself well.
Yeah. And like this whole thing also goes back to the frustration that I have with a lot of this discourse, which is usually purely centered around, you are showing a female body in a way that I don't approve of. Please, woman, change for me and conform to my standards.
Yep.
I angered someone saying any of this. So yeah, I hope you understand that I am human, and I am trying to. I'm trying.
You're not trying hard enough.
Yeah, buddy.
You're trying, but you're trauma dumped on us and are using it as a shield right now.
Yeah.
For Dress Up, I knew loads of people loved this show, so I wanted to push through to the end and see what the fuss was about.
There's your answer.
It is at this point I'd like to get back to the topic.
That's still your fault.
Good? Does it serve the plot or its characters for them to be acting this way? Not really. You could say it shows Marin's casualness about her presentation, or she's being flirtatious. And while that's definitely sometimes true, this messaging is muddled through her flippant behavior around social norms. See, there's this type of rom-com, typically boy-oriented, that has an extreme obsession with social norms. Oh no, what if people see us like this? Wouldn't they think that this is a date? Or
motherfucker,
That's Japanese culture. Holy shit, you are a fucking idiot.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Holding hands in Japan is seen like borderline marriage at times. Like, dude.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, there's a reason why so many romance anime end on that hug. It is a very, very... Okay, it's so paradoxical, it seems to ours, because we value our personal space in the West, but we also are very casual with, like, friendly touches and like, you know, holding hands and hugging people. Conversely, it's like the opposite.
Culture is European.
Yeah, and it's like the opposite in Japan, where you can stand like 3 inches from someone and talk right into their face with your terrible garlic breath, and that's completely fine. But my God, if you try to touch their hand with a single pinky, if you try to wrap your arms around them and you are not very, very close friends, you are breaking like several taboos in their society. Yeah. It is a very different culture, and my God, the fact that you are not taking at all any of this into account is really fucking annoying. I don't care that you highlighted it. You seem to be like, this is a point of like an almost chosen, no, not chosen ignorance, pointed ignorance, deliberate,
willful ignorance.
That's it, willful ignorance.
Yeah, willful ignorance.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I would agree, because the frustrating thing that I found is that he acknowledges, he has an understanding to a point that he is American and that there is a different culture here, but he doesn't intellectually and like fundamentally understand what that entails, and it more comes off as he made that disclaimer purely to get people like us off of his back, as a way to shield himself from criticism rather than as an actual acknowledgement.
Yeah, you're hiding from the criticism.
Touch on this stuff without taking any of the heat. You know what you could have done, asshole? You could have cut most of this preamble out of the freaking section and just say, hey, I have my own views on fan service, and I think that if it doesn't service the plot, then it's probably bad and doesn't really fit anywhere. Here's an example that from an anime that I don't like. Okay, let's talk about how Dress Up Darling does this shit. That would take a single fucking minute to say. I know
it could have been a YouTube short.
Yeah.
Or in Gojo's case, there's some moral issue with us being in the situation. We can't have people seeing us like this. I don't know what to call this other than analysis paralysis rom-com, because a character's concern over image gets in the way of their direct happiness. It's like they're above themselves, watching themselves, thinking, what will everyone else think?
Yeah, fucking...
Isn't that like most fucking romances? What?
Motherfucker, if I were to go out with an ex-girlfriend and go into a fucking, like a red light district and go into a love hotel, you know what my current girlfriend would probably say? If she learned about that? What people would say to her? Yes! Japanese culture is a lot like that. It's a lot like that on crack, all right? Word gets around. Local gossip is order of the fucking day. My God, man.
We need.
Jesus.
We need. Listen, guys. I am against gatekeeping. A lot of the time.
No.
I think we should gatekeep the conversation surrounding fan service in anime, because unless you're freaking somebody like Pause and Select, people who are actually like try to become like educated in the Japanese culture, I straight up don't want to fucking listen to you with this topic. It comes from the most juvenile and small-minded of places, and I'm fucking tired of it.
Yeah, this is not you act like you're adding to the conversation. You're not. You're actively bogging it down. There are people that have talked around this topic on a purely logical level so much more clearly and concisely, and you have not added a single iota of new information. You're also just making a fool of yourself.
D says analysis paralysis describes a lot of Kaguya-sama, that show you said you liked. Correct.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that.
Like the. Go
I was gonna say a lot of these shows for you will come into focus if you learn an iota of Japanese culture.
an iota of how things function for Japanese school children. Like, a lot of these things will make a lot more sense, especially if you understand the demographic these shows appeal to.
Yeah. I find it so frustrating that it seems to be a very hard concept to grasp for a lot of people in the West, particularly Americans, to acknowledge that there is a culture out there that is fundamentally different from theirs, and to just acknowledge that it is just as valid as theirs, and to try to understand it on their level. That is something that a lot of them just can't seem to comprehend.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying we need to build the freaking wall around this topic and make the weebs pay for it. I don't give a fuck anymore. I've lost all goddamn patience for every wannabe goddamn Lindsay Ellis that wants to touch upon this kind of shit. It gets friggin' annoying. They talk about the same 3 examples and don't add anything.
I say that like this man has ever given us a fucking example worth a damn.
Yeah,
I know.
Also, I'm not gonna play the video for another 2 minutes because we're almost at New Year's for me.
Oh.
Right. Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
See
any good movies lately?
Almost. No, I have not. Actually, I think the last movie that I watched was technically Monsters Inc. for our roleplay.
I think it might be the same.
Oh my lord.
Oh, dude, I saw the clips from the Mufasa movie. Oh my god, they need to fire Lin-Manuel Miranda. It's so bad. It looks so bad. Like the music is just so awful. They made Scar and Mufasa not blood brothers.
Yeah, that was a weird thing. I was going to give it a chance and be like, okay, well, like they can still do something really interesting with that. But then I was very worried when it sounded like the plot was Mufasa was going to like take over the throne in a sort of like schemey kind of way.
1. Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
I cannot be loud. My sister is sleeping because she is old.
Yo, I'm seeing.
I say when Twi, I think, is actually a month older than her.
Yeah, sorry if y'all can hear in the background. My neighborhood has a lot of fireworks.
Mine, I don't.
Do not. Yeah.
Actually, I can't hear any fireworks. Interesting. All right. Oh, there's a few.
Yeah, baby.
All right, well, let's continue. Got 6 minutes left.
Gojo is the one who gets in the way of their direct happiness. It's like they're above themselves, watching themselves, thinking, what will everyone else think? In Dress Up's case, Gojo is the one usually aware of the implications of a situation, and Marin is just going with the flow. But here's the thing. Usually when Gojo lets his guard down and starts going at the flow himself, it is Marin who gets squeamish out of nowhere. The entirety of episode 2 demonstrates this dynamic. Gojo needs to measure Marin's body. Marin strips to her knickers. Gojo spends the entire episode freaking out about it. Marin is playful, forceful, annoyed. They really milk the scene for every joke it's worth. And when Gojo has been through so much sexual stress that he's just tired, he measures her leg, and now Marin cracks. And in that moment, I was like,
because
maybe
there is a delineation, motherfucker. It might be showing the goods is different than physically interacting with them.
It is.
Yes.
It is. As speaking as a woman, because you 3 are fucking not. There is a difference between a guy looking at your body and directly touching it. There is a big fucking difference.
Yes.
Like you
as a guy, there is a difference.
Like
very much. Like
women, like
sure
I said
during. Go ahead.
Like I said earlier, there is a big difference like, women enjoy showing off their bodies. They can be proud of their bodies, especially because there is a lot of cultural hangups in both Western and Eastern society around women's bodies in particular. So showing that you are proud of your body and you are not ashamed of it for being what it is different than having somebody actually touch it, and because that is a different level of vulnerability. A much bigger, deeper level of vulnerability than just having somebody gawk at you.
Yeah, and pretty sure, like, I if I remember that scene correctly, I think I remember Marn having some like small inner monologue points where it's all like, oh my god, you know, his hands are like this and that. I don't think anyone's really touched me like that before, blah 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 blah, that kind of stuff. So even going with that, it's not something that she's used to anyway. Not that most people honestly would. It's like the same way as like, oh, you know, I talk shit on the internet to somebody, and I say, you know, I'll say KYS or whatever to you all day and night, but the minute I'm in a fight, like, that's gonna be a completely different story, you know? People are like that, dude. It's not that special. It's not a contradiction, you fucking idiot. It's the same with you and Lextorius with Freeran, dude.
Yeah. I fight people all the time on the internet, but I'm actually crying because I'm like, no, I'm in a fight.
Twilight is the definition of the person that has the calm mask over crying. That.
Yeah. I am the soft bean.
Like, she's got some thigh tattoo or something's tired. He measures her leg.
She wouldn't have a tattoo. She's Japanese.
And in that moment, I was like, oh, maybe there's something to this. Like, she's got some thigh tattoo or something else down there. Like, maybe some character stuff about Marin
She's
that
not a
we'll
Yakuza.
learn later and she'll expand on. No,
it was
it's
because
just
he
her
nearly
trading places
touched
with
her
Jojo for a moment. As an autistic person, social rules don't come naturally to me. I had to learn how.
I don't know, really.
How to be normal and how to fit in.
This is your next level of defense, by the way. Oh, woe is me, I'm autistic. No, I've never had to use I'm ADHD. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
don't attack
come
me
the fuck on.
And that took a long time for me to figure out. I say all this to point out that for someone who needs to keep the social rules metaphorically written down to understand them, all of this is frustrating. Guys and girls are made of the same Just be normal, damn it. Marin is so
sex?
Teenagers.
Sex is not... Take it from someone who has had quite a few sexual encounters. It is never necessarily straightforward. It is different with every person. It depends on your level of maturity and communication. You can have some really, really bad encounters if you don't understand the limits you each have set for each other, and if you don't communicate properly. That is a very, very common occurrence. And
can I just say, look at the motherfucking balls on this dude, having the freaking gonads to say that he is autistic, while also saying, yo, y'all should be normal about this. Fuck off,
yeah, dude, holy shit.
Fuck off. Like, I'm sorry, I don't care how fucking autistic you are. You can be the most autistic person to have ever autisted in the entire of autism's history. I do not care. You can still understand the intellectual capacity for an understanding of these are teenagers. Teenagers do not know how to be mature.
Now,
stop it.
I only tangentially related, but I want to point out Stephen Hawking has like 5 or 6 kids.
Yeah.
That man got laid a lot. What is your fucking excuse here, motherfucker? He understood this shit apparently.
Apparently.
Absolutely head over heels for this nervous wreck. And he likes her too. But because the show's focus is more titillation than romance, the true moments of romantic tension.
Okay, now you can suck my ass. God, what the fuck are you talking about?
I need to hear this because it's coming over
and
the
he
scene.
likes her too.
The scene.
But because the show's focus is more titillation than romance, the true moments of romantic tension will be undercut by jokes to tease the audience.
Okay, So I need to elaborate. This is the one of the scenes that I've seen. There is I'm pretty sure a full hentai that someone's done of this scene. I'm not gonna say that I've seen it. I can hear the sirens over the no. Anyway, but no,
you can hear the sirens over the fireworks.
Yeah, but no. So this scene is one of the most well done points of sexual tension, and it is incredibly tittillating. It's more titillating than any hentai I've ever watched in my life, but it's because you can feel the fucking chemistry rolling off these characters. Basically, the scenario is she's in a succubus costume. Like, posing. They're in a love hotel together. She's doing all these poses for him, and the last shot they're trying to get is with her straddling his waist, and he's taking a picture of her from down below. It's supposed to be like, a self-insert shot, so you can be looking up at her like she's straddling you. So I can't remember exactly what happens, but something shifts, and she falls down onto his crotch, and I mean, he's already been like aroused partially by what's going on, but the lights go off. She falls down onto him in surprise. She yelps, and they are inches away from kissing each other, and it's so intense. You can feel that both of these characters want it. They want so badly to be together, and you as a viewer, you're like, just that inch closer, and you guys can both have what you want. And you're afraid of this. You're scared because guess what? Having sex for the very first time, or even getting close to a relationship for the first time, making out for the first time, kissing for the first time, for people who aren't used to it, the people that don't do it, is fucking terrifying because you're constantly thinking, I'm going to do something wrong. I'm going to end up hurting them. I'm going to end up embarrassing myself. I'm going to do this or that or this or that or this or that. It's going through your head a mile a fucking minute. And I feel every single thought going through these characters' heads, and like it's like this moment of panic, and it only stops because I think he gets a phone call and it breaks the tension, and they immediately scramble apart. And it was just so well directed and done and animated. It felt so raw and real, and it was just from an animation perspective, from a character perspective, everything about it was just beautiful. I didn't need to know anything about these guys, but I understand it perfectly. And it was just so well conveyed. Motherfucker, this is all within character. This is all towards their romance. And sure, it's undercut by a joke, but that's because they haven't crossed that line yet, and they're scared to. We don't know what the result would have been if they had crossed the line there. For all we know, they're not emotionally mature enough, and they could have fallen apart if they had actually given in at that moment. We don't know. That's part of what made it so intense, is that this could have been a destructive moment. It could not just, like, that's also the potential of a romance, is the inherent nature of it could fall apart and emotionally devastate these characters. That's a thing.
Yeah, in like, what was it? It's one thing for a joke to undercut something that is much more like, I guess, upfront when it comes to characterization. Like if these two were having an important conversation, and there are certain things that could have like helped later plot points be better established, and then it got undercut with a joke, and we never addressed it again, that would actually be a problem. But that's not the case here. As Raymond said, even without knowing the full context, I know the full context. This 100% fits with what the series is trying to do with getting these two much more intimate with each other. And it's very obvious why they don't cross that line, even putting aside the interruption. So it's like, I don't know why you're bitching about this.
And that frustrates...
Oh, did you have a moment to say twice?
Oh, no, I was just sighing.
But because the show's focus is more titillation than romance, the true moments of romantic tension will be undercut by jokes to tease the audience.
No, not
and that
really.
frustration is inherent to the ecchi genre. It's never...
You need to qualify. How is it more focused on the titillation than that? You need to actually qualify that. You have not proven that at all.
We're going to go
In
anywhere.
fact, there was that scene that you mentioned earlier when they were on the train and Gojo called her beautiful.
Yeah.
You know, because he was, delirious and tired. That was played completely straight from beginning to end.
Beautiful is not an inherently sexual term.
It's just meant to sexually frustrate you. But that kind of runs to tease the audience.
I'm sorry, I don't get sexually frustrated from scenes like that.
It's never going to go anywhere. It's just meant to sexually frustrate you. But that kind of runs counter to the goals of a romance. One of the central complaints about Komi is...
Okay, you're going to have to qualify this.
No, you're stupid. How can you watch so many fucking romances and not understand the core concept of these moments in romance? Huh? How is it?
Buddy, this is the first season. The fuck are you on about?
Right?
It just started.
It barely gets around to the romantic aspect of the two leads. Well, Dress Up Darling's genre means it's holding the romantic tension above your head like a bait and switch. The romance is, in this instance, fused with the horny titillation, and that makes it a high to be undercut. And that's upsetting to me.
Are you saying that there is not a sexual element to romance? What the
Apparently.
Fuck? Okay, I want you to understand something. Okay, so we need to go back. Where do babies come from? Like, I don't... When a mommy and daddy love each other very much, that is literally the next... Yeah, that is literally... Well, that's the third part, obviously. But the second part is the mommy and daddy love each other very much. How do we get there? How do we get there? You know what?
I'm going to be very offensive to Americans, rural Americans in the South, because I've come across people who I think genuinely don't know, so I'm not even sure if he's been educated, because people in the American South don't typically have sexual education in their schools and stuff. So I gotta wonder if he actually knows that sexuality makes up a big chunk of fucking romance.
Apparently he knows enough about non-binary bullshit, so I would presume he understands, or maybe it's like he doesn't understand what aromantic and asexual like mean, and he takes that dichotomy very literally.
Yeah.
So the season does a good job of illustrating this through an admittedly unfair comparison. Spoilers for the finale of Season 1 for both Kaguya and Dress Up Darling.
Oh god,
there is a focus on fireworks in both instances, with both of our primary leads not having much experience with fireworks up close. In Kaguya's case, it's a huge ordeal for her to even make it there, and it takes a combined effort of all her friends and a bit of dumb luck for her to be within range of the fireworks at all. And when that moment finally hits and the lights and colors are flashing around her, she finds her eyes locked on Miyuki, and she can't look away. Contrast that with a similarly great moment for Gojo, standing directly underneath the fireworks, taking them in, smelling the smoke, hearing the cheers of the people, and understanding how awesome fireworks are when you really appreciate them. And realizing Marin did this. His life has expanded so much in the past year, thanks to her. He faces her, music swelling, and they lock eyes. And the music cuts as Marin reveals her blue tongue and Gojo panics as he is wont to do. These are both great moments, but where Kaguya decides to land on a romantic gesture, Dress Up Darling, not unlike the show as a whole, is afraid of romance and decides to be safe and make it a joke.
Or maybe the character is afraid of the romance.
Or maybe
and makes the joke.
Or maybe maybe that's a flirt. Maybe that's her flirting with him. Sticking out your tongue. Like to show like maybe she's just being cute. Maybe she's like, oh, I'm gonna be cute and show my tongue. I'm gonna get blue now. Look, I'm so goofy and being funny. Like, wait, what if
there are many ways that you can interpret the scene? Like, you don't have to necessarily say that it undercuts.
I don't.
Yeah, because this moment isn't as strong for Marin as it is for Gojo. So obviously she is going to make a little light of it.
And it's not that it undercuts it. We still have the moment. And then the moment ends when she does that. That's not undercutting. That's maybe cutting short at worst, but it's timed. Like, is it the timing you take issue with? Do you want to maybe break that down? But, like, I don't see, like, trust me, being goofy around your significant other, someone you're comfortable with being goofy around, that maybe that might be a whole point of their dynamic, is that she's comfortable being goofy around him and being the silly kind of person.
Very much so.
Yeah, maybe that's a part of their fucking developing relationship.
Yeah, maybe he has to get
especially
comfortable.
Understandable, since it's the first goddamn season, you maverick.
Like, maybe he has to learn that being comfortable around your significant other and being goofy with them is part of the romance thing. And that, like, whatever he's freaking out over in this, because I don't get the context because I haven't seen it, like, whatever it is, like, he has to, that's one of his failures and why he can't get with her right away, because that is something that he has to get over.
Sure. Oh my god, this dude is me if I had never had my heart broken in the first place.
Oh
my. I'm just realizing it now, like, dude, you need to go through a bad breakup. I don't like saying that, but as someone who,
you know what,
emotionally,
make that your New Year's resolution, dog.
Oof. Yeah, no, I went through a bad breakup. It actually destroyed me emotionally for a long time, and it destroyed my concept of love and romance and all that kind of stuff. And I'm still rebuilding myself from it, but I am in a much healthier, happier place now than I ever was back then. And as much pain as it might put you through, I wish that you would go through the same so you can understand exactly how stupid you're being about this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't really wish you the pain. I don't wish anyone that kind of stuff. But dude, you are not hitting any of the marks.
If you're this far gone,
yeah,
desperate time.
No, I will say I wish him the pain, because the pain goes part and no. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
The pain goes part and parcel with the experience, so it is a necessary evil.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. But like, the pragmatic part of me is just saying, like, I don't want to wish that pain upon someone, but like, you need it to grow, evidently.
Yeah. Like, you can't grow as a person, and you can't appreciate the good things in your life without experiencing the bad. So that is why I would wish the pain in order to fully appreciate the pleasure.
When you're young, you idealize that moment under the fireworks with Kaguya, where it's all this sappy, sweet staring into someone's eyes. But when you've gone through the breakup, when you've gone through the heartache, you realize that having someone you can turn to, look at, think is beautiful, and then immediately stick their tongue out at you with a blue tongue and be bleh and all goofy around you, you realize that is just as much precious, if not more. That is,
yeah,
motherfucker, it is, it's sad. I feel sad for you that you think this way about romance.
Scary being sincere, huh? Ultimately, I find My Dress Up Darling disappointing, because alongside the genuinely stellar art and animation, the passionate characters, and really cute moments, there's the fan service and rather flat romantic moments that are also there. As pervasive
that you basically have cobbled into one and are not at all flat or fan service. They are both in service of the characters and their growth.
Yep.
You are a prude. I'm sorry.
I diagnose you with prude.
Pervasive as the good is throughout,
Repent.
So are the parts I don't gel with. So, Dress Up, say 4 out of 7 for me. It's as much great as it was
Why
meh.
do you rank on
but
a 7
I encourage you to
scale?
watch it and see if it's more your speed. If you have a stomach for ecchi, then I have no doubts you'll like it.
It's not an ecchi, as far
I
as
said
I'm
at the
aware.
very beginning of this video, I'm a big fan of animation.
Yeah,
and
not
ever since I
mainly
first watched
anyway.
Oran in high school, I've been all about romances. But the reason why I'm telling y'all this in a video is because anime romances and dramas are some of the best places to see good storytelling blossom in this supergenre.
Evidently
Bunch
not.
anime have the benefit of having loads of flashy fights and big set pieces that you can put lots of time into. Beautifully animated, but story-wise, it's hit or miss.
I'm sorry, are you referencing Signalis, motherfucker? You're using the
Wait, no. I think this might actually be a reference to freaking the Monogatari series, in which case you're doubly fucking wrong.
Yeah, oh my god,
that's not even a shonen show.
The Monogatari series has the toothbrush scene. What the fuck do you call that?
You have some with some excellent writing and good fights, and some that are less so. Romance plots have less places to hide comparatively. You see, the idea is that these characters fall in love, right? Well, what does one fall in love with? Looks are a starter, sure, and they're nice, but what makes you stay with someone is that you like them, their personality, and you enjoy every day you have with them because you just are good friends, you mesh well. For a story, this means good character writing. Interesting characters and developments are mandatory for romances to work, and since there's no obvious punch-outs to put all your animation chops into, this leads to a story that needs to be more creative with how it spends its time and its artwork.
I feel like we're starting a new video.
Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
Why was none of this brought up earlier, man?
This is
what does this have to do with masculinity and romance?
So if you somehow made it to the end, punch-outs to put all your animation.
Also, fuck you. Shonen and fucking romance can have the same things.
Chops into.
But also, like,
yes.
when he's talking about My Dress Up Darling, like, they clearly showed that they had a lot of physical, like, they had a lot of personality chemistry between them. So what is he going on about this for, as though it didn't?
They almost had sex at one time, and so it was icky.
I guess when you have sexual desire for someone, your personality just dies on the floor.
Izanagi says, hello in Taipei, want to say Happy New Year's. How good or bad has this video been? It's been bad.
It's been bad, Isa.
Horrendous.
Also, Happy New Year.
I love how we just kind of stumble upon these videos and it's like, it might be good. And then it's just like, no, this is actually one of the worst we've watched so far.
Honestly, I thought that this was going to be an enjoyable watch and that we were going to have a good time, like, lightly ribbing it, but still, like, mostly agreeing with it. And then it just turned into this.
Yeah, I didn't come into this thinking it would be bad, but it's like I suddenly got set off kilter by the original title of this, and everything kind of spiraled from there.
Yeah.
But it's finally going to end.
Yeah.
To be more creative with how it spends its time and its artwork. This is why I love these. So if you somehow made it to the end here and don't understand why romance is
somehow is the right word,
here's a reason. Love is fun. For boys, girls, or somewhere in between, and I hope you find something in these shows to enjoy as well. So yeah,
that has nothing to
video.
do with anything.
As I said, I'm a big fan of anime, but especially romance anime, and I would love to discuss these sorts of things with others. So yeah, thanks for watching. Do you have any other ideas of what makes a rom-com more masculine? Any great romance?
Yeah, apparently you don't.
Yeah, apparently, dude. Yeah, you know what? Let's actually crowdfund a good YouTuber who can actually do this subject justice, because you certainly as fuck can't.
Okay.
Absolute maverick behavior. I'll give this video a 0 out of 7. Thank you very much.
I give it a 1 out of 7. You gave personal anecdotes. That's one. So Superdude. All right, listen. I would be willing to have you on to talk about this, because I imagine it would be more productive if we could like actually dig down and ask you questions directly and actually get to the heart of some of the things here. But overall, this is just an awful video that says basically nothing other than you think that the only way to make something a masculine romance is to hyperinflate the comedy and then hyperinflate the boobies. Those were the two criteria that I got from this, and neither of those is correct whatsoever. I guess you got kind of close to the Kaguya one, where the framing device allows it to be much more like a game, mechanically speaking. Like, there's an interesting, I think, discussion to have there, but you didn't go into that at all. You completely avoided that topic.
Yep.
Like, I don't know, man. This was just bad. I didn't get anything of substance other than maybe I should start looking into some of these ideas, but like I don't think boobs necessarily mean that a guy can more enjoy a romance than a woman. I don't think the viewpoint is anywhere different for a guy than a woman. Again, I read a lot of Yuri, man, and I'm a dude. It's not really all that.
Yeah. I think that the idea of a masculine rom-com in terms of what he is talking about is a false dichotomy.
Yes.
Because literally the only thing that he has to legitimately differentiate between what he considers a pure rom-com and a tainted masculine rom-com is the male POV and the male gaze, which
essentially
I genuinely think that if you were going to make a rom-com that is geared towards men, then there would be other differences and there would be a lot of similarities between what is typically considered a female-oriented show that is a rom-com. Because men will enjoy different aspects of the romance to some certain degree than a female audience would. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to fundamentally be different. The only thing keeping a man from regularly watching a rom-com is his own goddamn ego and the fact that he has it in his head for no fucking reason that he shouldn't be watching it because it's a girl show.
Izanagi asks, or says, I'm going to enjoy going back to the VOD. It seems like it's misguided and overly gendered. Yes, that is accurate.
Yes.
But you got no idea. And this brings me to my final point on this video. I learned absolutely fucking nothing. I learned negative things ever since watching your goddamn video.
I may be dumber now.
Except for knowing what's that word that he used earlier? Clutter.
Oh,
whatever the fuck that technical term was. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, cruft.
Okay. Yeah, I learned that, and that's exactly how I would describe this fucking video. Is absolute trash. You need to go back to the freaking drawing board.
Someone in the comments is trying to call you out, Raymond.
Oh, what did it say?
I'm sorry to say, but I'm pretty sure that the game observation of Kaguya-sama was yours, not the video's.
Oh, no, okay. It was my interpolation of how he described it.
Ah.
I should clarify. But you're fair. You're actually very fair. That was me interpreting from what he said, which, honestly, fine. That's like a fine. You get a 0.5 out of 7. How's that? We can take a 0.5 off for that because I had to do the heavy lifting on that one, and I still haven't even done the full lifting.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
The flagrant flowers blooms with dignity basically discredits everything in this video. Is it Violet Evergarden, the one with the robot arms, the lady?
Yes.
Is that a male-oriented romance? I know it's a romance, isn't it?
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it. Like, I wonder if... I'm curious if we throw things at this guy, how he would react to them. Anyway, it is very late. It is going on it's going into the bottom half of the hour. I need to go off and do other things and actually get water. I don't have any more. I ran out of liquids. Thank you all so much for joining us. Very quickly, anything to add, guys? Anything we need to advertise going into the new year?
All right. Happy New Year. Thanks for supporting me and the channel and the podcast. Go watch my new Ruby video if you haven't. And I got something really special this following month. So have a good one.
Twat?
I have nothing because I suck. No, I'm probably gonna I'm probably gonna start uploading some of the routes of the otome that I've been following on my Patreon and Ko-fi, probably. I don't know. Sometimes I forget that I have a Ko-fi. I'm so sorry for people who have the like one person I think who has gone on there for me. But I'm going to try and start streaming again, and I'm going to start trying to work on my videos. Like I've said, I had a down period that lasted roughly a month, so that sucked. I'm But yeah, I'm gonna try to get things started and get going pretty soon.
All right. I've recorded 1/4 of my My Hero video. I'm still hard at work on some Sentinel stuff. Fixing Ruby is chugging along, in some places fast, in some places slow, just all over the place. I'm trying to think of anything else. Remember Bad Fan Fiction Night this weekend, Friday night, 10 p.m. We're finally starting up that Ruby OC fanfic that people apparently really fucking wanted, and I am very scared because it's very long. I'm going to drink a lot more water for that. And yeah, join us next week, 6 p.m. normal standard time. We should be back to Arcane, episode 3 of season 2. So look forward to that, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, if nothing more to say, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.